Chapter 538. A great grandmaster is indeed a great grandmaster. Even if he was cursing, he was still able to find a great grandmaster among the emptiness. Wang Qinian hid behind Ren Xiao, who had a horrified expression on his face. Out of habit, his eyes began to turn. Then, when no one was paying attention, he quietly took a step back. He and Zhong Jure were known as the wings of the Overwatch Council. When it came to escaping and hiding, they were unparalleled in the world. Everyone's attention on the summit of Dong Mountain was focused on the sudden appearance of the third man in the bamboo hat. They did not notice that one had disappeared among them. Wang Qinian thought to himself that this was probably the advantage of a minor character. Like Gauda, who had struggled to keep his life at the waist of the mountain, these people who had been by his side for a long time all had different thoughts than most of the loyal officials and filial sons. Living was the most important. Even if the emperor was about to die, they still had to live. Wang Qinian's disappearance could be hidden from everyone in the world, but it could not be hidden from the great grandmasters on the summit of the mountain. They looked at each other, at the Qing emperor, and could not spare a part of their attention to look at a withered and nameless old man. Layers of dark clouds gathered for no reason and hung high in the sky above the summit of Dong Mountain, blocking out most of the blazing sunlight. The summit of the mountain was once again enveloped in a gloomy sea wind. Everything was silent. The minister of the Board of Rites was a spirited old man. He should have stepped out and sternly criticized the despicable murder in front of him, but he couldn't speak. The official of Taichang Temple, Ren Xiao, was not very old. He should be standing by the emperor's side and helping the emperor block the powerful murderous aura from within and from a foreign country. However, he didn't dare. No one dared to move. No one dared to speak. Boundless complicated emotions rose in everyone's hearts. Some were excited, some were terrified, some were excited, some were excited, some were desperate, some were respectful, and some were sad. That's right, too many things had happened on this mountain top that wasn't very spacious. Too many important people had come, so much so that the ancient temples that were scattered in picturesque disorder also began to tremble in the sea breeze. The copper bells at the corners of the eaves jingled, showing their worship to these important people. Yi Luyun, Sigu Jian, and Ku He were the three great grandmasters worshipped by the people of the three countries. The three great grandmasters each lived in different parts of the world. Ku He was the imperial advisor of northern Qi, Sigu Jian protected Dongyi with his sword, and Yi Luyun drifted on the sea. No one in this world could invite the three of them to appear in the same place at the same time. This was the self-awareness of being at the peak of the human world. Now they had come to Dong Mountain for one person. The other party was the emperor of the Qing kingdom whose ambitions had never waned, the emperor of the most powerful nation in the world, the person with the most power in the world. Eunuch Hong, who never left the capital, stood beside the emperor. The four grandmasters were going to Dong Mountain. Assassinate the Qing emperor. The pinnacle of martial power and the pinnacle of power in the world were gathered here. Such a miraculous scene had never appeared in the history of this continent, and it might not appear again in the long years to come. Such a scene could only exist in people's fantasies, or in the stories of Northern Qi storytellers. However, this seemingly impossible scene finally became reality on Dong Mountain at the end of summer. Furthermore, the target, the Qing emperor, the four great grandmasters, would never forget that there was a blind man standing in front of the door of that old little temple. A blind man with a black cloth tied over his eyes. Greetings, Your Majesty. The great grandmaster who came last was also wearing hemp clothing, but his feet were bare. The hemp pants fell to his ankles and did not cover his feet that were not stained by dust. The emperor bowed slightly. I haven't seen the imperial advisor in a year and a half. His spirit is getting better. Ku He slowly took off the straw hat he wore on his head, revealing his bald head. The wrinkles on his forehead gave off a peaceful aura. In a quiet voice he said, the emperor's spirit is also not bad. The emperor had already shaken off his earlier shock. Since Lao Wu had come, Sigu Jian had come, and Ku He had also come. He laughed bitterly as if admiring his sister, who he had purposely left alive, for being able to make such a big move. I really don't know what power Yunrui has to be able to convince you all. In a moment, the bitterness in the Qing emperor's smile disappeared. Boldly he said, you all are not mortals. I am the son of heaven, but I am also not a mortal. If you want to kill me, do you have the courage to bear the chaos after my death? These words were not false. Once the Qing emperor was assassinated and died, no matter how the eldest princess turned the situation around in Jingdo, the Qing kingdom would certainly be dealt a heavy blow. The emperor being assassinated was tantamount to ripping open a large wound in the hearts of the Qing people. The always stable Qing court had suffered such a heavy blow. If they wanted to maintain internal balance, they had to find an outlet to vent their anger externally. The Qing Emperor's calmness came from his judgment of the situation. If he was assassinated on Dong Mountain and foreign powers joined in, regardless of whether the officials in court were loyal or not, under the powerful pressure of the death of the monarch, they would certainly be forced to mobilize troops. Given the Qing kingdom's powerful military power and the blood of the people nurtured over many years, once they raised the banner of vengeance for the emperor, how could northern Qi and Dongi withstand it? Even if the other party had a great grandmaster, chaos was bound to rise. Once I die, millions of people will die. The emperor smiled disdainfully and looked at the three great grandmasters. You three have always liked to call yourselves the protectors of the people. Ku He, you protect northern Qi, and Sigu Jian protects Dongi. However, because of my death, your people will die, starve, be humiliated, lose their homes, and not be able to breathe for 100 years. Is this trade worth it? Ku He smiled slightly. If the emperor did not die, would he not send out troops? Would a world war not happen? The emperor slowly said, during these 20 years, there has not been a major war. You know best why. Ku He sighed and said, Your Majesty commands troops like a god. The Qing kingdom grows stronger each day. The reason why the emperor takes pity on the people and has not started a war is because there are still us old men alive in the world. Otherwise, even if you unified the world, it would be a world that could collapse at any moment because of us. Naturally, the emperor does not want this result. Correct, I am waiting for you to grow old, waiting for you to die. The emperor's eyelids drooped slightly. I am younger than you, I can wait. We can't wait anymore, Ku He sighed again. Otherwise, after we die, who will maintain the peace of the world? The Qing emperor's sword-like brows gradually furrowed. The small wrinkle between his brows held a glimmer of coldness and tyranny. Peace? The peace of the world is something only I can give. With just you three boorish men who do not understand the times and only know how to fight, do you think you can give the people of the world peace and prosperity? The northern Qi imperial advisor, who was the last to ascend the mountain, smiled warmly and said to the Qing emperor in a quiet voice, 8,000 years later, no matter how the history books discuss the Dong Mountain incident today, it is not something we mortals can control. Each person is unable to take responsibility for the distant future. What we want to see is the present in this peaceful world. Ku He pressed his palms together slightly and said, At least before the three of us die, before we grow old, we have to take some responsibility for the world. So I must die. The Qing emperor smiled slightly and turned his head to look at Yi Luyun. Uncle, you are a person of the Qing kingdom. How carefree you are to ride a boat on the ocean. You want me to die. Is it for the peace of the world? Don't forget, the Qing kingdom has fought north and south and killed countless people. Your Yi family will take 30% of this. Without waiting for Yi Luyun to reply, the Qing emperor turned to Sigu Jian and smiled coldly. What about you? A sword fanatic who kills people like grass has the world in his heart? Did you kill your entire family for the sake of Dongi's peace? In the end, the Qing emperor gazed disdainfully at Ku He and said, Tianidao has a great reputation for ascetic cultivation, but you cultivators do not produce and are all supported by the people. What do you count as? You are nothing more than a group of vermin. Fight against the moon. The Qing emperor shouted coldly. Don't think that just because you've shaved your head you can wash away the blood on your hands. Uncle, you are only doing this for the continuation of your family. Of course, I had originally intended to kill you here. If you want to kill me, I have no complaints. Sigu Jian, you have protected Dongi for many years. I want to destroy Dongi. It is reasonable for you to assassinate me. Ku He, you are the imperial advisor of Northern Qi. I want to swallow up Northern Qi. There is no need to say more about your wild actions. The three of you have a reason to kill me and you also have the qualifications to kill me, but... He looked at the three great grandmasters with earth-shattering cultivation, and could not suppress his disdain. You all have your own little schemes in your hearts, so why bother to come up with an excuse to deceive the world? Wearing 3 straw hats and 3 hemp clothes, do you think you are common people? Wrong. You are monsters that should not exist in this world. The Qing emperor stared coldly at the 3 great grandmasters. Are you worthy to plead for the lives of tens of thousands of people? The Qing emperor gently waved his sleeve and laughed. His laughter was full of disdain and mockery. Perhaps it was mockery of the 3 great grandmasters who stood at the peak of the world, or perhaps it was mockery of his own fate of being defeated by the will of heaven. Never mind, the will of heaven has always been unfair. 3 ignorant people are going to ruin my great plan. For 20 years, I have often asked the heavens why they were not born 1,000 years ago or 100 years ago. Why did they have to give birth to you old monsters when I was alive? The most powerful middle-aged man in the world suddenly withdrew his smile and coldly said, "Now that everyone is here, what are we waiting for?" After Eunuch Hong withdrew his aura, the Qing Emperor stood by his side with his head held high. Surrounded by 3 great grandmasters, he laughed and talked without fear. What kind of confidence and spirit was this? If it had been any other powerful noble in the world placed in his current situation, no matter how clear-minded they would have sunk into an unbearable emotion. Only the Qing Emperor continued to speak confidently and with assurance. There was not a glimmer of fear between his brows and in his eyes. There was only a glimmer of calmness after astonishment, as well as a faint glimmer of melancholy and helplessness after the calmness. He separately questioned the 3 great grandmasters coldly. His insufferably arrogant attitude did not weaken in the slightest because of the current dangerous situation. His long years of cultivation as the most powerful person in the world allowed him to naturally reveal the unparalleled dignity of an emperor even though he was surrounded by the peak of human power. Given the Qing Emperor's methods, boldness, and determination, there were already signs of unifying the world 20 years ago. He had the ability to complete this great undertaking and create another country after the Wei Kingdom. The Qing Emperor would also become the true ruler of the world. 20 years ago, the Qing Kingdom's pace of unifying the world was forced to slow. In the process of the Qing Kingdom replacing the Wei Kingdom and becoming the most powerful country in the land, the martial realms of the world suddenly took a leap. Beginning 30 years ago, a number of great grandmasters gradually appeared in the world. In the history of the human race, there had never been a monster who could single-handedly oppose the machinery of a country. Once such a terrifying great grandmaster appeared, even someone as powerful as the Qing Emperor would have no choice but to temporarily hold back the vanguard and seek a temporary balance in the land. "What are you waiting for?" the Qing Emperor once again repeated in a mocking tone. "A proper great grandmaster is afraid of me? Zhang Mingyue, you've remained hidden. Are you worried that this Dong Mountain situation was set up by me and Yunrui together?" With one sentence he saw through the thoughts of others. The Qing Emperor had this ability, even if the other party was an unfathomable great grandmaster. He smiled slightly. The faint light reflected off the black clouds above his head. His entire person seemed to have become one with the summit of the mountain. In an even voice he replied, "When all is said and done, Northern Qi and Dongi have been harmed badly by the Emperor and the eldest princess these years. Faced with such a good opportunity as Dong Mountain, the 3 great grandmasters would all wonder if the eldest princess' sudden loss of power and the crown prince's abrupt dethronement were part of a conspiracy by the Qing people. Thus, they had to see the true problems within the Qing kingdom. Everything at present, Yan Xiaoyi's rebel army changing commanders at the last minute, proved all of this. A strange sight appeared on the ocean. The layers of black clouds above the summit of Dong Mountain grew wider and wider. In the end, they connected to the horizon where the sea and the sky met. The entire sky was covered by dark clouds. The sky grew darker and darker. The churning and squeezing of the clouds seemed to be clearly visible. It was as if some unknown energy was accumulating between the shape-shifting and struggling clouds. The wind whistled. Thunder rumbled faintly among the clouds. It was as if the world was moaning in pain. Then a drop of rain fell. Under the thickest layer of black clouds in the sky, the summit of Dong Mountain had already entered a strange realm. When the first drop of rain fell, it coincidentally landed on the golden dragon embroidered on the bright yellow dragon robe on the Qing Emperor's body. The rain fell on the coiled dragon's right eye. The bright yellow robe was soaked in water. It made the dragon's eye appear dim and sorrowful. Unusually powerful 4 forces appeared at the same time on the summit of Dong Mountain shrouded in black clouds. They interfered with each other, nestled against each other, clashed and gradually converged. They wanted to charge into the sky and compete with the heavenly might hidden in the thick clouds above the summit. Solid. The 4 forces contained tangible power. They merged perfectly together and advanced to a mysterious realm. When the first drop of rain fell, they controlled everything on the summit of Dong Mountain. All life began to lose control of their own hearts in this realm of reality and force. The Qing officials and priests of the temple did not fall to the ground because of the terrifying pressure. They were still standing. However, their entire bodies were frozen. There was not a sliver of possibility of moving. They were terrified, but they could not narrow their eyes. They lost control, but their urine could not wet their clothes. They wanted to scream, but they could not open their mouths. The long grass around the summit fell down like swords, piercing toward the center of the field. It was like they were worshipping the monarch of the mortal world. The copper bells on the eaves of the temple swayed gently. The metal inside also moved harmoniously with them and could not make any sound. The yellow soil on the ground slowly retreated toward the cracks in the stones at a speed visible to the naked eye. It shrank into a quivering line, avoiding this boundless power. There was not a sliver of sound. All of it was sealed within the thick barrier formed by the terrifying power. The thunder of the killing clouds and the soft murmur of the raindrops moistening the earth all became the subtitles of a pantomime. One could see the form but not hear the sound. Surpassing the 9th level and breaking through the 9th level. Humans had always wondered what kind of situation would occur once such power was fully displayed. On Dong Mountain, the 5 most powerful people in the world acted at the same time. This power even faintly surpassed the limits of humans. It began to move infinitely closer to the illusory path of heaven. The wind rose without a sound. The heavy rain fell without the sound of a drip. The rain struck Master Kuhi's old face. It was not turned into powder by the pure Jinchi in his body. Instead, it gently and naturally slid down, wetting the front of his clothes, his hemp clothing and his bare feet. The wild wind on the summit blew his clothes backward. He was like a mountain standing quietly at the summit, welcoming the wind and rain. He did not purposely resist. He only gently and naturally mixed in with the wind and rain. He was borrowing the power of the mountain, wind, and rain to calm the tyrannical Jinchi in front of him. Eunuch Hong held the Qing Emperor's hand with one hand. His entire body had straightened. The tyrannical Jinchi in his body was unleashed without reservation. His hair and beard all stood up and pierced through the official hat he wore on his head. His clothes also danced against the wind. His entire body emanated a tyrannical aura that could scare away ghosts and gods. It was as if he wanted to completely crush the mountain, wind, and rain. A strange light suddenly flashed through Master Kuhi's eyes. It was a strange light that was completely at odds with Tianyi Dao's righteous and peaceful nature. His lips muttered something but it was impossible to hear what he was saying. It made his body sway helplessly in the wind and rain, but there was not a trace of dejection. Of the 4 powers present, only Eunuch Hong used his full strength. His aura shot into the sky, shaking the rain around him and the Emperor into a pink mist. It spread around them and blurred the scene within. In the end, tyranny could not be maintained, particularly this kind of heaven-shaking tyranny. Eunuch Hong's eyes shone with a strange light. His entire person seemed to have become decades younger. Was he using up his life and Jinchi to delay these 3 great grandmasters for an instant and give Wu Zhu a chance to save the Emperor? Wu Zhu stood in the rain and allowed the rain to wet his black cloth. He did not move at all. Just because he did not move did not mean he would never move. Sigu Jian was like a streak of rain that had changed direction. Slicing through a black shadow, he stood between Wu Zhu and the Qing Emperor like a ghost. Sigu Jian also did not move. He only gathered his power. He lowered his head with the straw hat covering his face. The rain that filled the sky seemed to want to completely swallow this short man in hemp clothing. No matter how large the wind and rain was, it was unable to swallow the sword he held upside down in his hand. Wu Zhu glanced at the sword in Sigu Jian's hand through the black cloth. The sword that still shone with a cold and bloody light in the wind and rain suddenly dimmed for a moment. Sigu Jian still did not move, but the powerful Jinchi in his body was forced out and seeped out through the hundreds of large and small holes in the hemp clothing on his body. These hundreds of holes were the price this great grandmaster had to pay for killing 100 tiger guards with one strike. Sigu Jian's Jinchi seemed to be tangible as it shot out from the holes in his hemp clothing. Although it did not make a sound, one could feel it clearly from the rapidly swaying shape of the hemp clothing through the holes. After these pieces of Jinchi were forced out of his body, they did not break through the air. Instead, they danced around his body in a sharp arc. They danced around his body, causing the rainwater to dance. The rainwater became blades that danced noiselessly in the air. They were transparent and looked incomparably magical. Wu Zhu slowly lowered his head and flipped his hand around the metal drill at his waist. His brows furrowed slightly. In an instant, the blades of rainwater around Sigu Jian's body danced even more violently. They severed all life around him and enveloped the entire summit of the mountain in an atmosphere of despair and ruthlessness. Sigu Jian had not drawn his sword because he was a foolish and stubborn sword. Yi Luyun also did not draw his sword because his sword had already pierced into the cliff at the foot of the mountain. Among the 5 great grandmaster-level peerless powerhouses present, only he looked a little lonely at the moment. He was a Qing person. He was the protector of the Yi family. He was called uncle by the Qing Emperor. He wanted to kill the Qing Emperor. His hands, which could cut through gold and jade and collapse clouds and capture the wind, were still firmly and gently placed in his sleeves. They still did not extend out. Master Kuhi was the first to move. He moved 1 foot. He only took a step toward old Eunuch Hong's side and took a light step. Eunuch Hong felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. Raising his eyebrows, he bent the middle finger of his left hand slightly and struck out. Like a bolt of lightning, he used pure tyrannical power to break his opponent's harmonious stance. The mountain broke. The rain arrived. Kuhi pressed his palms together. The wind and rain in the sky changed direction in an instant and pounced toward Eunuch Hong's face, which had suddenly become dozens of years younger. When the rainwater touched Eunuch Hong's face, it did not leave any marks. However, there seemed to be a few more wrinkles on Eunuch Hong's smooth face. His entire person seemed to have aged a great deal. However, the rainwater immediately evaporated. Eunuch Hong dug out his index finger again and tapped it down in the air in front of him. Although it was silent, it caused the rainwater to move out of the way. It caused the stone tiles to split open, revealing the yellow soil below. Even the yellow soil could not withstand such a ruthless aura. Countless grains rolled and twisted, forcing out the moisture. Kuhi was like a fallen leaf, not touching the rain as he drifted back. The stone tiles he had stepped on earlier suddenly disappeared. Drying in the torrential rain, it revealed the cracked ground like yellow sand. Kuhi felt pity in his heart. He knew that this companion, who had hidden in the Qin palace for decades, had thoughts of leaving. Otherwise, he would not have chosen such a forceful method. What kind of tyrannical Jinchi was this? With such powerful Jinchi released, even the body of a great grandmaster would not be able to withstand it for a moment. He drifted forward again, still like a fallen leaf. Holding Eunuch Hong's left hand, it was like a fallen leaf finally being wet by the rain. It stuck firmly to the mottled wall of the temple, unable to break free. Eunuch Hong's eyebrows rose up. Kuhi's clothes began to flutter. The air between the two of them began to change endlessly, causing the wind and rain passing through them to suddenly calm. There was still not a single sound. Rainwater flowed down the straw hat and formed a curtain of water, covering Sigujian's face. He lowered his head and gently loosened his hand. He let go of the hilt of the sword. In the wind and rain, 2 fingers swiftly extended, each pointing toward the horizon. His fingers drew across. The wind and rain around him immediately became chaotic. Sword intent exploded. The long sword slowly drew down from his hand. It froze in midair and no longer fell. In an instant, it regained its luster. A bright light pierced the tip of the sword from the hilt. Murderous intent pointed toward the earth and the sky. It pressed forward with an unstoppable force. A bottomless black hole appeared out of nowhere in the ground. Wu Zhu lowered his head and tightened his grip on the metal drill. His thumb pressed against his index finger. His knuckles were slightly white. Yi Luyun knew he had to act. This last attack had to be completed by him. This was the most important part of the agreement. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was already calm. He extended a pair of pure white jade-like hands from his sleeves. Yi Luyun attacked with all his strength. The balance of power on the scene was immediately broken. Eunuch Hong's tyrannical aura was no longer able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 great grandmasters. A small crack immediately appeared in the mysterious realm. The small crack in the bubble was enough to destroy everything. The sound once again fell to the ground. A muffled sound rang out between Kuhi and Eunuch Hong's body. Earlier, 2 streaks of Jinchi of completely different natures had collided, but the sound had been delayed until now. The muffled sound was like thunder and wind. The hemp clothing on Kuhi's arms was completely shattered, revealing his old arms covered in blood. However, his gaze was still calm and peaceful. His hands gently brushed against Eunuch Hong's right hand. The fallen leaves were blown by the mountain wind. They drew strange but seemingly natural marks as they floated up. The imperial advisor's right palm gently caressed Eunuch Hong's chest. Eunuch Hong's face seemed to age even more. Then Eunuch Hong's chest suddenly swelled up violently. It shook aside Imperial Advisor Kuhi's palm that carried the power of heaven and earth. Kuhi's face paled. He then gently pressed down a second palm. The Emperor sighed and released the hand that had been holding Eunuch Hong the entire time. The sound of his sigh rang out on the summit of the mountain that had been silent for a long time. It appeared desolate and calm. The waves only bloom for a moment, but they are no different than a millennial stone. Luyun is the same. The Emperor is the same. Yi Luyun expressionlessly finished reciting this verse and came to stand in front of the Qing Emperor. Kuhi and Eunuch Hong were together. Wu Zhu and Sigujian were together. There was no one else in the world who had the right to stop him from completing the final attack to assassinate the Emperor. A bolt of lightning in the sky finally reached the summit of the mountain. The sound of rain grew louder. The lightning flashed and disappeared. It only lit up for a moment. It was truly in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. In this instant, Sigurjian saw Wu Zhu loosen his grip on the metal rod. Sigurjian's mouth split into a grin. The two fingers on his hands bent. The rainwater at his fingertips dripped down. The long sword that had been floating in the air beside him flew out with a whoosh. It circled around his body in a semicircle and pierced straight toward the Qing Emperor's back. In front of him was Yi Lu Yun. Behind him was Sigurjian's indomitable and concentrated Jinqi attack. Even a great grandmaster would not be able to deal with it. The matter had finally reached its end. The Qing Emperor had already let go of Eunuch Hong's hand. He did not want this old eunuch to be unable to enjoy himself in the battle between the great grandmasters because of him. His right hand trembled, but his expression was incomparably calm. He had already prepared himself to welcome death. People were always going to die. The rainwater entered the emperor's lips with a slightly bitter taste. The dragon in his robe was drenched in the rain and struggled in the clouds. It appeared particularly unwilling. After the lightning, thunder finally descended on the summit of the mountain. With a crack, it rumbled repeatedly. The Qing Emperor stood proudly on the summit of the mountain, waiting for death. Chapter 539. I said I wouldn't read the book review section anymore, but I still couldn't resist reading it. Then I smiled. There was one review that was really interesting. When Sigurjian's sword was about to pierce the Emperor's chest. Then, when the chapter comes out today, I know everyone will twist my ears and kill me under the name of me digging a hole and not filling it. They will use their saliva to say that I am unkind. Recently, I have often thought about a problem. Things like technique still have a need to exist. So, I will continue to work hard, accept it with an open mind and resolutely not change. 100 years. P.S. I am indeed very tired. I don't have a cold and didn't read the semi-finals. I will once again enter the state of Wu Zhu. Although book reviews cannot affect my train of thought, they can affect my mood, and I am a rolling writer who needs a happy mood. In the near future, there will be many reviews that should have been highlighted but have not been able to become popular. Please forgive me, everyone. This book is still long. I will try to finish it before the end of the year. The end of summer in the 7th year of the Qing calendar was a bit hotter than usual. The first autumn rain had yet to arrive. The layers of summer heat in March all accumulated in the residential houses and streets. The wind could not disperse it, making Jingdo feel like it was in a quilt at the head of a Kong. After the residents of Jingdo woke up in the morning, they would feel their bodies covered in a thick layer of sweat. After a bit of grooming, they would sweat again after leaving the house. After a day, it made people feel their bodies were incomparably sticky and uncomfortable. The cicadas, on the other hand, were happy and cried out with all their might. However, they did not scream themselves hoarse like in previous years' late summer and early autumn. On the contrary, there was a kind of high-pitched sound that had energy to spare. The sound of cicadas rose and fell among the green trees inside and outside Jingdo, disturbing people's sleepiness and laughing at their embarrassment. A green bamboo pole suddenly parted the leaves and accurately pierced a certain spot on the tree trunk. The cicada that had been singing loudly only felt its vision go white. It felt as if its face had been covered in a layer of something and could no longer open its mouth. In a moment of desperation, it wanted to use its tentacles to pull it away. Unexpectedly, even its tentacles were covered and it could no longer struggle free. It could only sigh in its heart, thinking that it was indeed too early to be complacent. A little eunuch proudly looked at the tree and pulled back the soft bamboo pole. He plucked the cicada that was tied up by the gluten and threw it into the big cloth bag beside him. He was about to continue when he caught a glimpse of the person sitting on a bamboo chair beside the courtyard wall, enjoying the shade. He hurriedly ran over and whispered something into the person's ear. Then he opened the cloth bag and showed it to the person as if he was showing off his achievement. The eunuch on the reclining bamboo chair was Hong Zhu. He slanted a glance and made a sound of acknowledgement, indicating that he understood. After thinking for a bit, he furrowed his brows and said in a low voice, "How many times have I said it? If I wanted you to stick wings, you had to stick them on the cicadas' heads. How many did you manage to stick after such a long time? When the Empress Dowager wakes up, are you going to receive the flogging yourself?" The little eunuch quickly begged for forgiveness and led the dozen or so other eunuchs under the tree in a daze to continue sticking cicadas. Hong Zhu half leaned on the bamboo chair and narrowed his eyes at the little eunuch's figure. For some reason he thought of the situation when he first entered the palace. There were a lot of trees in the royal palace, so there were more cicadas. Particularly this summer, it had been too hot and had persisted until this month. The nobles in the palace were already annoyed by the chirping of these cicadas. Fortunately, Hongzhu had thought of this idea and sent a few groups of little eunuchs to each palace to stick cicadas. No wonder the emperor and empress both liked him. It was rare to see such a careful and considerate servant. Hongzhu forced a smile and thought that this method was taught to him by Sir Fan Jr. Sir Fan Jr. should be at Dong Mountain right now. He wondered how the emperor's worship to heaven was progressing. The Qing emperor had left the capital to worship heaven. He did not follow the ancestral tradition of having the crown prince oversee the country. Instead, he had invited the Empress Dowager to lead the ceremony. The political atmosphere contained in this was very clear. The people in the royal palace carefully waited for the day the emperor returned to the capital. Everyone was panicked. All kinds of small news spread again and again. The Empress Dowager had led the ceremony, but the Eastern Palace had long lost power. There was not a single noble in the rear palace who came out to take the lead. The peace within the palace walls could not help but show a kind of panic. Hongzhu was an exception in this panic. He had originally wanted to stay in the Eastern Palace to serve the Empress and Crown Prince. For some reason, the Empress Dowager had moved him to Hongguang Palace. Half a year ago, the Eastern Palace had caught fire. Everyone in the royal palace knew that the eunuchs and serving girls in the Eastern Palace and Guangxin Palace had all mysteriously died. Although no one dared to discuss this matter, they felt a bit more respect and distance toward Hongzhu, the only survivor. Everyone had died. Eunuch Hong was still alive. This matter was terrifying in itself. Hongzhu stood. His heart was a bit dim. Yes, he was a servant, but he was a loyal and affectionate servant. Thus, at this moment in the palace, he didn't know what to do. Looking at the dispirited Eastern Palace, he actually felt a bit sad. He walked toward Hongguang Palace with his body slightly bent. He was young, but he was beginning to have the old eunuch Hong's smell of a dead person. The soldiers of the 13 city gate guards forced themselves to be alert in the summer heat. They carefully examined the documents of the people entering the capital. The Jingdo garrison raised their guard in the Yuantai camp. The thousands of imperial soldiers guarding the royal palace stood high on the palace walls and used suspicious gazes to examine everything beneath their feet. The entire defense power of Jingdo was controlled by the hands of these three groups of soldiers. In such a strange and quiet situation, the slightest carelessness could cause great chaos. None of the three sides dared to relax at all. With the great prince in the lead, they forcefully suppressed everyone's disloyal thoughts and movements. The common people of Jingdo were not as nervous as the officials and soldiers. In such hot weather, the wealthy people of the Qing kingdom did not want to stay at home and endure the heat. Instead, they were used to hiding in shady tea houses. They drank inexpensive cold tea and enjoyed the large leaf fans produced by the palace treasury. They talked about recent events in court and the gossip of their neighbors. For the people of Jingdo, the royal palace and their neighbors did not seem to be much different. The cicadas cried out loudly in the trees outside the tea house. A few even blindly stopped on the green banner outside the tea house and painted the large T into 2. These hissing cries just happened to cover up the discussions of the busybodies in the tea house. They were discussing the matter of the emperor's sacrifice to heaven. The news had spread for many months. Everyone under heaven knew that the emperor had made up his mind to depose the heir. However, the crown prince's behavior these 2 years was benevolent and steady. It was very different from how he had been in the past. So, the officials and common people were all muttering in their hearts. Why did the emperor depose the heir? Not many people dared to ask this to his face, but there were always people who dared to talk about it behind his back. Overall, the people of Jingdo had enough sympathy and comfort for the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. Perhaps it was because people had a spiritual need to sympathize with the weak, or perhaps as common people, they always wished for the world to be more peaceful and did not want to create too many disturbances because of deposing the heir. Of course, the people of Jingdo, including the civil officials in court, had not thought that the storm at the turn of the summer and autumn of the 7th year of the Qing calendar would, in a way no one had expected, roll through like thunder and sweep up everyone and all of Jingdo's land. With a whoosh, a strong wind rose without warning through the wide streets of Jingdo and the densely packed residences. It passed through and swept past. The wind came too suddenly. It blew off the hats of the sleepy peddlers who had set up fruit stalls and had their heads down, revealing a pair of muddled eyes. It blew the fruit peels all over the street, and the cicadas on the green banners outside the tea houses could no longer stay and fell to the ground with a clatter. The word tea became tea. The customers sitting by the railings of the tea houses looked out curiously. They felt depressed in their hearts. It had already been stuffy for 3 months. Was a timely autumn rain finally going to fall? Then they saw that the originally blue sky was suddenly covered by layers of cumulonimbus clouds surging in from the southeast. It was as if a large cover had been added to the sky above Jingdo. The shade enveloped the city walls and the people within. The clouds twisted and rolled endlessly like countless huge dragons in formation. Occasionally, strands of cloud would be pulled out. It looked very terrifying. Such thick black clouds were a sign of the heavy rain that was about to follow. Looking at the clouds, this heavy rain would probably be unusually fierce. The customers were not shocked. On the contrary, they were happy. They thought to themselves that the heavens were finally willing to clear up the world. With a crack of thunder, the rain finally came crashing down. The people on the street all moved out of the way. The customers upstairs narrowed their eyes and happily admired the rain that they hadn't seen in a long time, as well as the unique beauty that seeped out of the wet courtyard. The rain was not particularly heavy, but it was particularly cold. In a moment, the customers began to feel a chill. They couldn't help but be surprised. They thought to themselves that in the past, the autumn rain had only come down. There had to be 3 showers before it could completely dispel the summer heat. Why was the rain so cold this year? Given the knowledge of the people of this era, they did not know that a dozen days ago, the largest hurricane of the summer had risen on the surface of the East Sea. This hurricane charged straight toward Dong Mountain and dropped countless drops of rain on the ground 50 li from the coast. Its momentum did not decrease. It continued to carry with it the evaporating water vapor and humidity from the sea as it headed straight into the heart of the Qing kingdom. This hurricane was very interesting. Along the way, it didn't cause much damage. However, it brought an immediate cooling rain to the Qing kingdom, which had been sweltering for a long time. The customers rubbed their hands and drank their hot tea, silently cursing the heavens for being too strange. No one had brought umbrellas when they left the house. It was impossible for them to bring unlined clothing. They could only forcefully endure the chills in the building. What happened? Someone suddenly asked curiously as he gazed in the direction of the city gate. Hearing these words, the lively people all gathered around the railings of the tea house and looked in the direction of the city gate. Separated by layers of rain and mist, they couldn't see clearly what had happened. They could only faintly feel a wave of noise and the panic of the soldiers. The 4 city gates of Jingdo were all guarded by the soldiers of the 13 city guards. The military was always strictly guarded. It was rare for such a situation to occur. All of the customers were curious. Naturally, it was not an army coming to attack the city. First of all, regardless of how absurd the thought itself was, even if an army did attack the gates of Jingdo, the garrison on the perimeter would be the first to meet the enemy. The watchmen the city gate guards had set up in the corner towers would also sound the alarm at the first instant. The clip-clop of horse hooves broke through the rain on the long street. The sound was urgent. The customers focused their gazes and saw a handsome horse galloping quickly toward the city gate. There was only one horse. Everyone understood that there must be an urgent message coming into the city from somewhere. They all relaxed. Seeing the white foam at the corners of the horse's mouth and the dust-covered and haggard appearance of the rider, everyone's hearts tightened again. They all wondered if something had gone wrong at the border. The rain continued to fall. The exhausted horse gathered the last of its strength and galloped desperately against the wind and rain. On the horse, the serious-looking rider in tattered clothes did not care about the life or death of his steed. He ruthlessly waved the whip in his hand and urged the horse on. Maintaining the fastest speed, he crossed the long street under the tea house, splashing up a path of rain as he charged toward the royal palace. Fortunately, the rain had arrived first and chased the pedestrians and peddlers to the eaves on the side of the street. Otherwise, with the rider's reckless galloping, who knew how many people he would have run over and killed? The customers watched as the man and the horse disappeared into the rain and disappeared at the end of the street. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, digesting the tense silence from before. They looked at each other, wondering what had happened in the court. He was wearing a white scarf. A slightly older customer suddenly said in a trembling voice. The tea house became even quieter. Although the people of Jingdo who were born later had not experienced the great battles when the Qing kingdom was expanding its borders, they had heard that in the most tragic of the 3 northern expeditions, the Qing army had lost tens of thousands of people. The rider who had sent the message thousands of li away had also been wearing a white scarf. The rider who sent the message was. Someone asked with confusion. Didn't Governor Yen just win? It was a fast horse from the army. The older customer had clearly been in the army. His voice was still trembling. For the messenger to be wearing a white scarf, something big must have happened. The chatter in the tea house suddenly stopped. Everyone, including the waiters and the shopkeeper, fell into silence. Everyone stood quietly by the railing and looked at the street in the heavy rain, secretly praying that nothing would happen to their country. It's here again. In the tea house, a young man cried out in panic and helplessness. At this time, there was no longer any restlessness at the city gate. There was only sternness and wariness. However, the second rider came even faster than the first. Like a streak of smoke, it quickly flew past the tea house. This rider was not wearing armor. He was only wearing a deep black robe. He held the reins with one hand and kicked quickly with both feet. His face was covered in black water stains from the rain. His left arm, which was holding the border, was also tied with a white scarf, while his right hand was holding something that looked like a token. He directly rushed through the city gate, crossed the long street, and similarly sped in the direction of the imperial palace. The people in the tea house looked with hopeful gazes at the customer who knew the court well. They hoped to hear some good news from his mouth. The old customer's face was deathly pale. He muttered, It's the Overwatch Council. After some more time, a third thousand-li messenger rider once again forced his way through the gates guarded by the 13 city gate guards and stepped onto the rainy street below the tea house. This rider was just like the previous one. He was also in a sorry state. It seemed that traveling thousands of li, changing horses without changing people, and using the fastest speed to send a message to Jingdo was a very tiring task. The rider did not feel it was tiring. He only knew that if he couldn't send this shocking news to the palace as quickly as possible, the Qin kingdom would probably have major problems. The rain washed over the rider's sun-scorched and cracked face and struck into his blood-red eyes. However, it could not stop his speed. The horse sped through the long street toward the royal palace. There was still a white scarf on his left arm. The customers in the tea house had become numb from the repeated shocks. They all opened their mouths but couldn't say anything. Although they didn't know which side of the court this third rider represented, they knew that the news these three riders brought to Jingdo was certainly the same. Receiving confirmation from all three sides, then a disaster would certainly happen to the Qin kingdom. There was a deathly silence in the tea house. Everyone lowered their heads. The old customer's face was deathly pale. Trembling, he sat down. His vision darkened and he fainted to the ground. Everyone quickly went forward to help. No one noticed that the rain outside the tea house had lessened slightly. Although the rain was light, the chill had arrived. The cicadas, who had been swaggering around a moment ago, finally began to feel the irresistibility of fate, began to feel the impermanence of life, began to feel the desolation of autumn, and began to burn their own lives. In the streets and alleys of the capital, they incessantly chanted their last words. Dead. All of Jingdo began to sink into an unknown fear and bewilderment. People didn't know what had happened. In the evening, they heard the bell in the corner tower of the royal palace slowly and startlingly strike against the background of the red dusk after the rain. Dong, dong, dong. In the depths of the palace, there were many people in the spacious Taiji palace, but it was absolutely silent. The Empress Dowager of the Qin kingdom, who was temporarily in charge of state affairs, had already walked out from behind the curtain of beads. Her phoenix robe was solemn and dignified. The Empress Dowager stood coldly in front of the dragon chair. Her right hand was supported by eunuch Ho. Hongzhu stood to the side with brush and ink. He saw clearly the Empress Dowager's hand trembling endlessly in eunuch Ho's. Kneeling below the palace were three extremely exhausted reporters. The rain on their bodies had soaked the luxurious blankets. However, they still knelt with their heads lowered, not daring to make a sound. They were terrified that they, the unlucky crows, would ultimately destroy the fortune of this palace that had stood proudly in the world for 30 years. The Empress Dowager glanced coldly at the three of them. Gritting her teeth, she coldly scolded, "What are you crying about?" After these words were said, the mournful and crying concubines in the palace forcefully stopped their tears. However, they could not wipe away the terror and fear on their faces. With eunuch Ho's support, the Empress Dowager sat on a chair beside the dragon chair and said, "Immediately close the palace. Prince Huqing will be in charge of the royal palace guards. Those who disobey will be executed." Yes. The princes all responded. The great prince, with hot tears in his eyes, raised his head and glanced at his grandmother with surprise. He felt the heavy burden on his body. However, his emotions were unusually agitated. He had no way of understanding what the Empress Dowager's edict meant. The Empress Dowager continued, "Summon the scholars who ensue into the palace." Yes. Summon the commander of the city gate department, Zhang San, into the palace. Yes. Immediately close the city gates. Without my orders, do not open them. Yes. The Dingzhou army has delayed by offering prisoners of war. Order Yi Zhong to return within 2 days. The frontier is strained. The affairs of the state should be the most important. Yes. The Empress Dowager's brows suddenly furrowed. Although she had been calm the entire time, she still felt her head begin to buzz. She gently rubbed her temples and thought for a moment before saying, "Summon King Jing, Minister of Revenue Fan Jian and Qin. Hang into the palace." Yes. In the end, the Empress Dowager coldly said, "Have the Empress and the Crown Prince move to Hongguang Palace. Lady Ning and Yi Pin also come. Bring the third prince's child." The great prince lowered his head. His heart tightened. He knew that his grandmother still did not trust him. In his sorrowful emotions he did not want to fuss over these things. It was already dusk. The bells outside had stopped ringing. The candlelight in Taiji Palace flickered. It looked bleak and uneasy. The true controller of the Qin kingdom, the old Empress Dowager, suddenly coughed. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes. Lightly she said, "Have the internal court invite the eldest princess and Princess Chen to temporarily stay in the palace. Fan Xian's pregnant concubine will also enter the palace." Yes. The Empress Dowager had not paid attention to matters for a long time. However, each of her edicts was clearly aimed at people's hearts. She was trying to cut off Jingdo from the outside world in the shortest amount of time and control those who could cause unrest within the royal palace. Suddenly, a childless concubine cried out wildly, "Fan Xian assassinated the emperor. The Empress Dowager wants to confiscate his entire family. How can he let his family enter the palace?" After these words were said, the entire palace fell silent. The Empress Dowager looked coldly at the concubine like she was looking at a dead person. Slowly she said, "Drag her away and bury her." A few guards and eunuchs went forward and dragged the concubine, who had already sunk into a crazed state. No one knew if they would bury this pitiful person in the mud under the flowering tree in the palace. The Empress Dowager swept her gaze coldly over everyone in the palace and said in an icy voice, "Watch your mouths and brains. Don't forget there is still a lot of empty space in the palace." Sorrow rose in everyone's hearts, but they didn't say anything. The sorrow and confusion in their hearts were the same as this concubine's. However, they were not crazy, so they didn't speak. "Where is Qin Pingping? Why hasn't he entered the palace?" the Empress Dowager asked with an icy expression. Hong Zhu put down the brush in his hand and met the Empress Dowager's questioning gaze. In a trembling voice he said, "After Director Chen was poisoned, he returned to Qin Garden to be treated by the royal doctors. I'm afraid he still doesn't know." The Empress Dowager's gaze turned cold. She gritted her teeth and said in a great rage, "Send an edict to this old dog. Tell him that if he doesn't enter the capital, mother and son will all die." Chapter 540. The sound of crying came faintly from a corner of Shufang Palace. With slightly red eyes, Yi Pin looked at the eunuch kneeling in front of her. She forced a smile and had the eunuch leave the palace. After a moment of silence, her hand, which was pulled back into her sleeve, gripped the handkerchief tightly. In a raspy voice she said, "I don't believe it." The royal palace was in a mess. The Empress Dowager had sent out a number of edicts in quick succession. Regardless of whether it was the Empress in the Eastern Palace or Lady Ning, they all had to immediately move to Hongguang Palace. Yi Pin, who had raised the Qing Emperor's youngest prince, was no exception. At the time, Yi Pin had clearly heard these edicts in the palace. She knew that the so-called moving to Hongguang Palace was only to make it easier to monitor the people in the palace. Her thoughts came to a sudden realization. She didn't know what kind of situation she and her son were about to face. The emperor was dead? The emperor was dead? The hair at her temples was a bit messy. She shook her head forcefully as if she wanted to chase this shocking news out of her mind. How could the emperor die? How could he die? She bit down hard on her lower lip. A white mark was left on her rosy lips. The rain outside the palace had stopped. The cicadas had stopped, but a chilling coldness still filled the air and wrapped around her body, making her shiver uncontrollably. Although the emperor never had any particular preference for female charms, and there were no more than 20 concubines in the back palace, Yi Pin had been the most favored one in recent years. If one were to say that she had no feelings for the emperor, it would be a lie. However, her sorrow, fear, and unease were not only because of the news of the emperor's death. The military, Overwatch Council, and the provinces sent messages from thousands of li to Jingdo to deliver the major news to the nobles in the capital. The emperor had been assassinated. The military and the reports from the provinces said that the person who assassinated the emperor was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian. Sir Fan Jr. colluded with Dongi Sigujien. During the worship ceremony at Dong Mountain, his rebellious heart rose up and he killed the emperor. The reports from the Overwatch Council only confirmed the news of the emperor's death. The specific description of the process was particularly vague. On the contrary, it confirmed the truth of the first two pieces of news. Igwe Pin did not believe it. It was not that she did not believe that the emperor had passed away. Rather, she did not believe that this was done by Sir Fan Jr. This did not make sense at all. The emperor's worship was to depose the crown prince. After the worship, Fan Xian's position would only become more stable. How could he suddenly choose such an absurd action at this juncture? Igwe Pin was truly afraid. She felt that a net had already wrapped around Fan Xian and was closely following it around Shufeng Palace. She was born in the Lu family and was connected to the Fan family. Fan Xian was also the teacher of the third prince, appointed by the emperor himself. If Fan Xian truly became the chief criminal of the rebellion, the entire Fan manor would be executed, and the Lu family would not be spared. Igwe Pin might be pushed into the well and the third prince, Mother. The third prince, who had just received the news, ran into the palace, crying as he ran. When he ran in front of Igwe Pin, he stopped in a daze. With a pair of eyes that were more mature than those of his age, he carefully looked at his mother. Igwe Pin nodded her head absent-mindedly. The third prince pressed his lips together and forcefully endured it. In the end he couldn't stop it. With a loud cry, he threw himself into Igwe Pin's arms. A moment later, Igwe Pin gritted her teeth and pulled her son out of her arms with all her might. Looking fiercely into his eyes, she said forcefully, "Don't cry. You're not allowed to cry. Now is not the time to cry. Your father is a monarch of indomitable spirit. You can't cry." The third prince, Li Qingping, sobbed but stood resolutely in front of his mother and nodded his head heavily. Long years of life in the palace and a year with Fan Xian in Jiangnan had long tempered the temperament of this ruthless prince, who dared to open a brothel at the age of 9. He knew that what his mother was about to tell him was very important. Right now, the word is that it was your teacher, Sir Fan, who assassinated the emperor. Igwe Pin stared into her son's eyes. After a moment of panic in the third prince's eyes, he immediately calmed down and said hatefully, "I don't believe it. Master isn't that kind of person. Besides, he has no reason to do so." Igwe Pin forced a smile and patted her son's head. "Yes, although there are reports from the military in the provinces, not many people will believe that your teacher would harm the emperor. You have to know that he is your father's most valued official. We're not the only ones who don't believe it." Igwe Pin gritted her teeth and said, "The Empress Dowager also doesn't believe it. Otherwise, the Fan Manor would have been raided by now, and that crazy woman would not have been buried by the Empress Dowager." The third prince nodded. Igwe Pin lowered her voice and said, "But the Empress Dowager will not completely disbelieve it. Although I don't know why your uncle is about to enter the palace. Sister Qin and Cece are also about to enter the palace. If the Empress Dowager truly believes that the Dong Mountain incident was done by your teacher, the Fan and Lu families will probably immediately sink into desperate straits. What can I do?" The third prince clenched his fists tightly. He knew that his future was completely pressed on his teacher, Fan Xian. If his teacher was truly beaten to the point of murdering the monarch, he would never have the power to rise again. "Don't do anything. Just cry, be sad, and stay with the Empress Dowager." Igwe Pin suddenly sighed. A pitiful expression flashed through her eyes. She pulled the third prince back into her arms. "As long as the Dong Mountain incident is not cleared up and your teacher does not return to Jingdo, the Empress Dowager will not immediately act against the Fan family. We need this time to influence the Empress Dowager and then wait for your teacher to return." The third prince was silent for a moment and then nodded. Like his mother, he always had great confidence in Fan Xian. In their hearts, as long as his teacher returned to Jingdo, he would certainly be able to resolve the entire matter. The eunuch was rushing them from outside. Igwe Pin began to prepare to move to Hongguang Palace, completely out of her wits. A ruthless light flashed through the third prince's eyes. He pulled out a poison dagger that Fan Xian had given him from under the table and carefully hid it in his cute little boots. He did not agree with his mother's earlier words. Hongguang Palace was not necessarily safe. For the chair father had left behind, what kind of crazy things wouldn't his two brothers do? Crown Prince Li Qingqian slowly tidied up his clothing. There was not a glimmer of crazed joy on his face. When the news of the emperor's death reached the palace, The crown prince, like all the princes and officials, fell to the ground and cried loudly. It was difficult for him to hide his sorrow. Other than sorrow, there was also a glimmer of white on his face. Walking to the door of the eastern palace, he faced the dusk in the distant east and bowed deeply. 2 streams of tears fell from his eyes. After a long time, he straightened his body and thought sorrowfully in his heart, "Father, it is not that I am unfilial, but you have already forced me to the point where I have no way out." Hongzhu led the guards at the door of the eastern palace, waiting to invite the empress and crown prince to move to Hongguang Palace. The crown prince glanced out of the palace doors and then turned to glance at the empress. He furrowed his brows slightly and forcefully hid the helplessness in his eyes. Holding his mother's hand, he quietly said by her ear, "Mother, please restrain your grief." The usually virtuous and elegant empress had been trapped in the eastern palace for half a year and had long lost her former splendor. Suddenly hearing the news of the emperor being assassinated on Dong Mountain, this woman who had been the emperor's childhood sweetheart still broke down. Her entire person was like a walking corpse as she listened to the news coming from the various palaces. She could only sit on the bed and cry. "Your father is dead." The empress gazed at the crown prince with lifeless eyes. The crown prince slowly lowered his head and said, "I know. However, everyone must die." His face was still filled with grief, but his words were spoken in an extremely indifferent manner. The empress seemed to have come to her senses in an instant and understood these words. She gazed at her son with a face full of disbelief. She opened her mouth wide and didn't speak for a moment. "The worship to heaven is not complete," the crown prince said in a low voice. The crown prince said in a low voice, "I will rightfully become the next emperor of the Qin kingdom, and you will be the empress dowager." For a moment, countless complicated emotions surged in the empress' heart. Her lips trembled. It was not until a long time later that she stuttered out, "Yes, yes, yes. That goddamn Fan Xian, I said a long time ago that he is a fiendish star. Our Li family will eventually be destroyed by the hands of that mother and son. In a moment, go to Hongguang Palace and immediately ask the Empress Dowager to give the order to execute the entire Fan family. No, execute both the Fan and Lu families and also kill that old dog Chen Pingping." The crown prince's grip on the empress' hand abruptly tightened. The empress felt the pain and closed her mouth. The crown prince leaned close to her ear and said each word in a quiet voice, "Don't say this. Remember, don't say a word. If you still want me to sit on that dragon chair, then don't say anything. Presently no one will believe that Fan Xian committed regicide. If you say this, even less will believe it. Thus we will have to wait in Hongguang Palace. In another 4 or 5 days the witnesses and evidence will all come back. At that time, even if you don't say anything, the Empress Dowager will know what to do." The Empress's entire body trembled as if she had never recognized her son. In the end, the crown prince said quietly by her ear, "In a moment Qin Heng will enter the palace. You should speak to the old master. Only then will it be easier to speak to the Empress Dowager." In the second prince's manor not far from the royal palace, the second prince was like his brother. As he tidied up his clothes, he pretended to be sorrowful. As a member of the emperor's family, he was most skilled at acting. Thus, when he was thinking about many things, the expression on his face was still on point. Wang Fei Yiling watched him coldly from the side and did not go forward to help. A moment later she quietly asked, "Do you believe it?" The second prince's hand paused and calmly replied, "I don't believe it. I admire Fan Xian. He has no reason to do such a thing." Yiling furrowed her pretty brows and asked, "Then why are all the rumors saying this?" "Rumors are just rumors. They stop at the hands of the wise." The second prince lowered his head slightly and rolled up his snow-white sleeves. He was wearing a light-colored unlined robe and appeared particularly low-key and silent. "Before there is evidence, I will not believe that Fan Xian would be so daring." Yi Linger's heart softened and she quietly said, "Be careful when you enter the palace." The second prince forced a smile and patted his wife's face. "What is there to be careful about? Father has passed away. However, it is a secret right now and not a funeral. After the Dong Mountain matter is cleared up, the entire country will certainly mourn. Then the crown prince will ascend to the throne. I will still be that unremarkable second prince. Are you willing?" Yiling looked at him in shock. The second prince was silent for a moment and then suddenly said, "I won't hide it from you. I suspect that the Dong Mountain matter was done by the crown prince." Yiling was shocked and covered her mouth with her hand. The second prince laughed bitterly and said, "It is just a guess." After saying this, he walked out of the manor and called his trusted aide over from a corner. In a quiet voice he ordered, "Tell father-in-law to prepare to enter the capital at any moment." Father was dead. The second prince stood at the door of the manor and suddenly felt that the sky above his head had begun to release a beautiful blue light. There was no longer anyone who could block his head. He had seen the Dong Mountain matter clearly because the eldest princess had never hidden it from him. If the crown prince ascended to the throne, then so be it. Regardless of whether Fan Xian was dead or alive, how could those old fellows standing behind Fan Xian allow themselves to be captured without a fight? A cold smile rose to the corners of the second prince's lips. He would help the crown prince. He would temporarily let him sit in that chair and let him face the powerful counterattack of the Overwatch Council and Fan family. He only needed to watch coldly. The crown prince, that useless piece of trash, would be exposed as the mastermind behind the murder of his father and the monarch. He wanted to see what would happen to him. There was no time to grieve. Everyone who knew of the news of the emperor's assassination had no time to grieve. After a moment of shock, they began to calmly, even coldly, arrange the aftermath. Those who had the right to sit in that chair began to make preparations. Those who had the right to decide who the chair belonged to began to secretly communicate. Although the Empress Dowager had, at the first instance, requested that the relevant personnel enter the palace, she still gave those people enough time to communicate. Everyone seemed to have forgotten that the person who had died was the most powerful ruler since the founding of the Qing kingdom, the sovereign who had ruled this land for over 20 years, and the spiritual symbol of all the Qing people. They were disturbed by the rewards in front of their eyes and the fragrance in their noses. They only had time to be excited, terrified, and pretend to grieve. They did not have time to truly grieve. Only one person was an exception. The eldest princess slowly pushed open the door to the royal courtyard that had been closed for many months. She stood calmly on the stone steps and looked at the carriage and eunuchs who had come to welcome her into the palace. Her beautiful and exquisite features did not tremble at all. She wore a thin white robe. She was very pretty, very plain, and very sorrowful. She didn't turn around to glance at the courtyard and slowly raised her head to look at the wisp of blue sky after the clouds and rain dispersed. The sorrow on her face grew heavier and heavier, thicker and thicker, and thicker and thicker to the limit before fading to the point there wasn't a trace of emotion. Her jade-like skin seemed to be about to become translucent, allowing everyone in the world to see the true feelings in her heart. That pain and calmness. Li Yunrui smiled slightly. Clear light scattered in all directions. In her heart, she said quietly to a certain emperor spirit on the distant mountain, "Brother, have a safe journey." Then she climbed into the carriage and headed toward the royal palace that was about to decide the ownership of the Qing kingdom. Unlike the crown prince and second prince, she did not care to be on guard against the Overwatch Council and Fan Manor. Because she stood at a higher position, she could see further. The crux of the entire matter had already been confirmed with the 3 tired horses that had traveled thousands of li back to the capital. Everything else was just a matter of how simple it was. As long as the emperor died, the entire matter would be over. Regardless of whether or not the Empress Dowager believed that Fan Xian had killed the emperor, she was, after all, the Empress Dowager of the Qing kingdom. She had to believe it. Furthermore, the eldest princess had ways to make her believe it. As for whether the crown prince or second prince would succeed to the throne, the eldest princess, Li Yunrui, did not care. What she cared about was that person's death. "I can help you. When you abandon me, I can destroy you." The woman in the carriage smiled and then began to cry. Rain slowly dripped down from the tree branches outside the city gates. A number of days had passed since the 3 riders entered the capital with the news. There were no walls in the world that did not have a crack. The unusual movements of the palace and city gate guards, the Jingdo government bailiffs coming out to maintain law and order, and the unusual silence of the Overwatch Council allowed the people of Jingdo to faintly guess the truth of the matter. The truth that they did not dare to believe. The reaction of the common people was forever different from that of the nobility. They looked at things more directly and sometimes more accurately. They only knew that the Qing emperor was a good emperor. At least, looking at the lives of the Qing people, the Qing emperor was a rarely seen good emperor. Thus the common people were sad, crying and confused. They didn't know what the future of this country would become. They also had doubts in their hearts. No matter what, they did not believe that Sir Fan Jr. would be that damn traitor. At the beginning, the officials also did not believe it. However, the 500 Black Knights belonging to Fan Xian's family still had not reported back. The official ship anchored in Danzhou had disappeared without a trace. The testimony of the lucky survivors of Dong Mountain pointed directly at Fan Xian. Countless pieces of evidence began to gather in the royal palace. Although it was not enough to prove anything, it could convince some people who were willing to be convinced. The Fan Manor was already under control. The Duke's Manor was also under control. Perhaps what was about to arrive was a reign of terror. It was said that the palace was beginning to prepare for the Crown Prince to succeed to the throne. The Crown Prince, who was about to be deposed, was about to succeed to the throne. History and reality were always this absurd. At this time, a merchant selling soybean oil, wearing a bamboo hat, used the official documents of the palace bureau, after much difficulty entered the half-closed eastern city gate. He walked to a corner in the southern part of the city and checked into an inn. Through the window of the inn, he could faintly see the front and back manors of the Fan Manor surrounded by heavy soldiers. The merchant took off his straw hat and looked at the manor in the distance. He held his chest and coughed. A complicated emotion flashed through his eyes. In Shanghai, I've been staying at my best friend's home, but I haven't seen my friend and his wife in 3 days. This is the problem that comes from not going to the same place for a long time. Friends haven't seen each other for 4 to 5 years. If they don't see each other, the heavens will be angry and the people will be resentful. Thus, I run through the unfamiliar streets of Shanghai every night, enduring the tearing pain in my chest caused by the flu. I've been taking medicine and drinking very little, but I haven't gotten better. Looking at the appointments on the paper, I always miss some. I've sunk into a frenzy. When did I become such a busy person? Why is it that each trip to the big city is as long as a spring outing? For this annual meeting, I've deliberately pushed the date of leaving Shanghai so late because I have too many friends I want to see and chat with, but I still can't arrange them properly. This is my own problem. I'll take up a few pages and snap my fingers to friends I haven't seen. I'll come next year. P.S. It didn't affect the writing of Qin Yu's year. This is something I'm very surprised about. However, I am, after all, sick. My mind has been muddled the entire time. Can I ask everyone for a day off tomorrow? I bowed and left the stage. Chapter 541. Sorry, I'm really sick. I'll write less in the next few days. Fist salute. After a number of rounds of autumn rain, the air of autumn thickened outside the window. The picturesquely arranged noble manors in Jingdo were bathed in moisture. Fan Xian raised his fist to his lips and coughed. Pulling his gaze back from the window, he panted heavily a few times and then slowly sat down on the bed. This inn had a view of the beautiful scenery in the south of the city, so it was of high class. The mattress on this bed was not thick, but it felt good. He unconsciously slid his palm along the fabric and sighed in his heart. After experiencing the fatal attack at Dong Mountain, facing Bai Yin Xiaoyi's attacks, and escaping death countless times, looking at the familiar streets of Jingdo again, he couldn't help but feel as if a lifetime had passed. After using the assault rifle to kill Yin Xiaoyi, he, heavily injured, had to rest on the meadow for a full 2 days before he gathered enough strength and energy to walk toward the unknown small path surrounded by mountains. After experiencing some indescribable difficulties and passing through the small path Uncle Wu Zhu had told him about, Fan Xian entered the Song Kingdom under the protection of Dongyi. In that small vassal state, he didn't dare act rashly with his injuries not yet healed. He could only ask the waiter to get some medicine from the shop. He was Fei Jie's student. Although his medical skills were not the best in the world, he had spent a lot of time on treating knife wounds and poisons. The medicine he got was right. Additionally, with the tyrannical Jinqi in his body and the natural flow of Tianyi Dao's aura to heal himself, he gradually walked and his injuries gradually healed. However, Yin Xiaoyi's arrow was too powerful. Although it hadn't hit his heart, it had shaken his heart meridian. His injuries had not yet healed and his heart meridian was damaged, so he could not suppress his coughing. Fan Xian knew the state of his body well. At most, he had 60% of his peak strength. Leaving the Song Kingdom, he passed through the south of Yanjing. Even though he later hired a carriage to enter the country, it was still a big circle. By the time Fan Xian disguised himself as a soybean oil merchant and entered Jingdo, he was already a few days later than the messenger. Furthermore, the 1,000-li journey was difficult. His gradually healed injuries began to linger. Along the way, Fan Xian was careful not to make contact with the subordinates of the Overwatch Council. The silver he had scattered in Baoyue brothel these 2 years had finally paid off. After entering the Qin Kingdom, the initial reactions to what had happened in Jingdo were all supported by intelligence reports. The reason he hadn't made contact with the subordinates of the Overwatch Council was because Fan Xian was worried. If the nobles in Jingdo truly put the blame on his head, even if he was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, who would be loyal to a regal murderer? Fan Xian did not want to test human nature, even of the subordinates of the Overwatch. That afternoon he went out and walked around the streets and alleys of the capital, confirming many things. He was very careful not to go to the medicine hall. Instead, he went directly to a hidden storeroom in the third bureau and retrieved the medicine he needed. The third bureau needed large amounts of medicine all year round, and most of the people in the bureau were strange people who only knew how to bury themselves in medicine. As the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he knew the distribution of the medicine very well. If he took it without anyone knowing, he believed that no one would be able to find any clues. After putting on a disguise, he went to many places. Most of the important places were already controlled by the Imperial Army and Jingdo government, particularly near his home. He sensed the existence of many aces. He didn't dare take the risk of making contact with people in the manor. After disguising himself during the day, he went to many places, but most of the important places were already under the control of the Imperial Army and the Jingdo government. In particular, near his home, he felt the presence of many aces. He did not dare to take the risk of making contact with the people in the manor. He also went to the outskirts of the Overwatch Council and Bureau of Military Affairs. The Overwatch Council did not seem to have any problems, but he knew that the council was under constant surveillance by the internal court. As for the Bureau of Military Affairs, it was also very busy. He had a very detailed understanding of all the procedures in the military. After an hour, he confirmed that the old Empress Dowager in the royal palace was still in control of everything. Furthermore, she had wisely chosen this dangerous moment to move the border army and begin to exert pressure in all directions. After all, he had been the commissioner of the Overwatch Council for a long time. He had too many eyes and subordinates in Jingdo. Furthermore, he had Baoyue brothel and tentacles on the Jianghu. Although he did not contact too many people, it was not a difficult matter to understand the current situation in Jingdo. Fan Xian raised his head, took out a towel and carelessly wiped his feet. Lying on the bed, he stared at the top of the beam in a daze. Had the emperor truly died? His emotions were complicated. He was shocked, depressed, disappointed, and strange. If the emperor had truly died, what should he do next? Touching the emperor's personal letter and jade seal he had hidden close to his body, Fan Xian closed his eyes to rest, building up his energy for the night's action. However, he could not enter a quiet state for a long time. The following situation was too dangerous. There were two choices in front of him. Regardless of which choice he made, it was actually a kind of gamble. If he wanted to stop the crown prince from taking the throne, he had to think of a way to enter the royal palace and hand the emperor's personal letter and jade seal to the Empress Dowager's hands. Fan Xian understood that if the emperor had truly died, given the Empress Dowager's mentality for the sake of the stability of the Qing kingdom, she might directly destroy this letter. The crown prince and he were both the Empress Dowager's grandsons, but the Empress Dowager had never liked him. Because of Yi Qingmei's past, she had always been on guard against him. Who knew what the Empress Dowager would decide? If she truly decided to hide the truth of the emperor's assassination, then Fan Xian and everyone around him would become the first sacrificial pigs and dogs on the crown prince's path to the throne. There was another choice. Fan Xian could contact all of his helpers in Jingdo and completely reveal the truth of the assassination at Dong Mountain. Both sides would reveal their troops and fight a ruthless battle. Whoever won in the end would have the right to decide the direction of the history books. This choice would kill many people, but it looked like it was safer for Fan Xian himself. The problem at hand was that Fan Xian had no way of contacting his father or Qin Pingping. Rumor had it that the director had mistakenly taken medicine and been poisoned because of a cold. He had been bedridden the entire time. Fan Xian didn't know if Qin Pingping was faking it or what. The intelligence he had secretly seen in the branch office said clearly that the person who had poisoned him was that master in Dongyi. There were 3 poison masters in the world. Shaowen was already dead and Sir Fei had left. The most powerful was that person. If it had truly been that master who had acted, it was not difficult to imagine Qin Pingping being poisoned. All of the activity after the emperor's assassination faintly pointed to one thing. Although the palace still had not determined that Fan Xian was the true murderer of the emperor's assassination and had not had the court send out an arrest warrant, they had secretly made him their primary target. Once Fan Xian showed himself in Jingdo, what awaited him would certainly be an endless pursuit. The worst thing for Fan Xian was that news of Yan Xiaoyi's failure and his survival would probably reach Jingdo in a few days. Regardless of whether or not the Empress Dowager believed Fan Xian, once Fan Xian survived, she would want to control this grandson. Then, with one glance at the future of Qing Kingdom, she would single-handedly decide Fan Xian's life and death. Wan and Cece were in the palace. His father was under house arrest in the manor. Lying calmly on the bed, Fan Xian's mind spun rapidly. In the end he made a decision. He would not return to the Fan Manor at night. He would go straight to the palace. Even if he couldn't convince the Empress Dowager, he believed he could still obtain some benefit. After all, in the royal palace he had many helpers. Furthermore, many people would stand firmly on his side for their own benefit. As for the Fan Manor, the imperial army was led by the great prince. They shouldn't be too much of a threat to his father. By the time he finished thinking all of this, another day in Jingdo had come to an end. A faint twilight seeped in through the window, filling the inn-room with a warm color. Fan Xian abruptly opened his eyes. They were filled with powerful confidence and stubbornness. As long as he could wash away the crime of treason on his body, he had the Overwatch Council in his hands, the great prince's imperial army, the power of his father's manor outside the palace, the help of Yi Guipin and Lady Ning in the palace, and the little eunuch Hong Zhu, who was said to always be by the Empress Dowager's side. As long as the Yi and Qin families' armies were unable to enter the capital, Hu and Jingdo could be more powerful than him. The edict has already entered the Western Expedition Army camp. The 5,000 soldiers who offered as captives have already broken camp and returned west. In about 10 days they will begin to fight. In the royal palace, an old general sat on a soft stool and respectfully said to the Empress Dowager, "The king of Nanzhao is still young. He shouldn't be able to cause too much trouble." As for the two directions in the northeast, the Northern Expedition Army has the momentum of a new victory. Governor Yin should be able to suppress Shang Shanhu. The western camp of Yanjing borders the Song Kingdom. It won't take more than 3 days to invade. Dongyi won't dare make any strange movements. The Empress Dowager slowly nodded her head. The news of the emperor's death had already spread throughout Jingdo. They had just barely suppressed it. However, this news would eventually spread throughout the world. No one knew whether or not the powers in the world would take advantage of the death of the leader of the Pride and the absence of a new Lion King to greedily seek some benefits. Thus, at the beginning of handling the affairs of the country, the first thing the Qing officials and people had to do was to use powerful military power to intimidate those people's ambitions. Not enough. The Empress Dowager glanced coldly at the old general and said, "Pass on my orders. Order the Bureau of Military Affairs to draw up a battle plan. Within half a month, the 3 armies must attack outward. The limit is 100 li. We don't want any more land. If we lose 1 li, have Yi Zhong, Yan Xiaoyi and Wang Jiquan cut off their own heads." The Empress Dowager is wise. The old Qin master sighed. As the most important official in the military, he understood why the Qin kingdom was instead sending out troops on a large scale. However, he still said with doubt, "However, to suddenly send out troops, I'm afraid the provisions won't be able to keep up." Chapter 542. Hongguang Palace was silent for a long time. The Empress Dowager's voice rang out again. "Do you have any objections?" The old Qin master lowered his head and respectfully reported, "I dare not. I'm just following the rules. I pray that the Empress Dowager's phoenix heart will dictate." The Empress Dowager thought for a moment and then slowly nodded her head. Following the rules meant that since the emperor was already dead, then it should be the crown prince who succeeded the throne. The Empress Dowager thought of the conversations she had with the crown prince these 2 days. Her satisfaction with this grandson grew deeper and deeper. She felt that the child was much more clear-headed than his mother. The Empress Dowager was the empress aunt. No matter from which angle, the crown prince succeeding the throne would be her first choice. Now that she had also received the secret declaration of an important military official, there was no reason to change all of this. What about the Fan Manor? The empress should not have forgotten that Yi woman from before. After another deathly silence, the Empress Dowager said, "You can leave first." "Yes." Old General Qin bowed and retreated from Hongguang Palace. When he was not far from the palace, this old man with the highest seniority in the Qing military unconsciously turned his head to look. He felt that he could faintly hear someone crying inside the palace. The old man's heart suddenly twitched. He thought of the wisp of Emperor's spirit on the distant Dong Mountain. An unprecedented sense of fear and fear surged through his heart. His back began to break out in a cold sweat. He increased his pace out of the palace. After the first 2 days and nights, the concubines who had been invited into the palace by the Empress Dowager had returned to their respective palaces, except for Lady Ning, Yi Guipin, and Lady Shu. The reason was simple. These 3 concubines had all given birth to princes. At such an unusual time, if the crown prince was to safely ascend to the throne, the Empress Dowager had to hold these 3 women in her hands. As for the eldest princess, she had returned to Guangxin Palace, which she had not visited for a long time. The Empress Dowager sat alone on the couch. A few old nannies quietly served her from behind, not daring to make a single sound. The dim yellow light shone on the side of the Empress Dowager's face, clearly revealing countless wrinkles. It made the most powerful person in the Qing kingdom appear hopelessly senile. Could I have made the wrong choice? The question in the bottom of the Empress Dowager's heart was like a venomous snake that kept devouring her confidence. Suddenly hearing the news of their son's death in their old age was an extremely difficult blow for any old person to bear. However, the Qing Empress Dowager valiantly suppressed her sorrow and began to seek the most reliable and safe path for the future of the Qing kingdom. If he's still alive, he'll definitely blame me. The Empress Dowager slowly closed her eyes and thought of the emperor who had already left this world. Her heart was filled with sorrow. On this trip to Dong Mountain to worship heaven, the emperor's goal was to depose the crown prince. However, the emperor had just left heaven. As his mother, she had to help the crown prince ascend the throne again. The emperor's soul would certainly be very angry. For the sake of the Qing kingdom and the survival of the land her son had conquered, it seemed that the Empress Dowager had no other choice. Even the terrifying conjecture in her heart would not affect her choice. The Empress Dowager abruptly opened her eyes. It was as if she wanted to find her son's soul in this palace. She looked calmly at the night palace. Her lips parted slightly. In a suppressed voice that only she could hear, she said, "I don't care who harmed you or whether or not it was the person I chose who harmed you. You are already dead. Do you understand? You are already dead. Nothing is important." The Empress Dowager was not a stupid old woman from a village. The so-called evidence that had entered the capital in the past few days did not make her completely believe that her grandson outside the palace, whom she was not very close to, was the mastermind behind the assassination of the emperor. She even faintly suspected the role her daughter and her other grandsons played in the emperor's assassination. No matter how one looked at it, the emperor's death allowed these people to obtain the most beautiful result. But suspicion was useless. Believing was only a subjective choice. The Empress Dowager knew that if she wanted to be at ease in the years before her death, she had to force herself to believe that Fan Xian was the true murderer and that the crown prince would certainly become a wise ruler. "Empress Dowager, the eldest princess has arrived," an old nanny reported in a low voice. The Empress Dowager waved her hand weakly. The eldest princess, Li Yunrui, dressed in white, slowly walked into the main hall of Hongguang Palace. She bowed to the Empress Dowager timidly. The Empress Dowager was silent for a moment and then waved her hand again. The nannies and serving girls serving in the palace quickly retreated from the main hall, leaving the spacious and cold hall to the mother and daughter. The Empress Dowager looked at the trace of tears at the corner of her daughter's eyes and was slightly absent-minded. A moment later she said, "I heard you have been washing your face with tears these days. Why hurt yourself like this? He is already gone. There is no point in us crying here." The eldest princess smiled peacefully and said in a gentle tone that she had never shown in front of the Empress Dowager, "Mother is right." She then sat down beside the Empress Dowager like a 12 or 13-year-old girl and gently snuggled up against her. The Empress Dowager was silent for a moment and then said, "Your brother is an unreliable person. Since the emperor is already gone, when you have time, come and talk to me." "Yes, mother." The Empress Dowager looked at her daughter out of the corner of her eye. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and said, "Try to convince me about Nji." The eldest princess was slightly startled. It was as if she hadn't expected her mother to ask so directly. After a moment of silence, she said, "I don't understand what you mean." The Empress Dowager's gaze gradually grew cold and then quickly calmed down. In an even voice, she said, "I just need something to convince myself." The eldest princess lowered her head. A moment later, she said, "Fan Xian has a reason to do this." "What?" "Because his mother is Yi Qingmei." The eldest princess raised her face and looked at her mother with a faint bleakness. "Furthermore, he has never considered himself to be surnamed Li." The Empress Dowager did not get angry. Calmly, she said, "Continue." "He colluded with Northern Qi and Jiangnan. As for the specifics, we will naturally find out in the future," the eldest princess said calmly. The eldest princess calmly said, "Additionally, Fan Xian and Dongyi are also somewhat unclear. Recently, the young 9th-level ace at his side should be Sigu Jian's last disciple." "You mean 13th Wang?" the Empress Dowager said. The corners of the eldest princess's brows furrowed slightly. It was as if she hadn't expected her mother to know so much about these things. Lowering her head, she replied, "Yes. A few months ago, Qingqian went to Nanzhao. Along the way he was looked after by 13th Wang. The Empress Dowager's gaze calmed. If he is Fan Xian's person, then I think Ji is not bad. The Empress Dowager continued slowly, the Crown Prince has already told me about 13th Wang. The old woman sighed. These days the Crown Prince has been vigorously defending Fan Xian. Just from this point alone, it seems that Qingqian is not bad. The eldest princess nodded. I also think so. The Empress Dowager looked calmly at her daughter. The Emperor's sons each have their own benefits. I'm very pleased so. I do not wish to see these juniors continue to be tormented by you. I understand what you mean, the eldest princess replied calmly. From now on I will know my place. Although the Emperor has been somewhat stubborn and muddled these years, he is, after all, your brother. The Empress Dowager's brows gradually furrowed. Her eyes were filled with deep sorrow and helplessness. Looking at her daughter, she couldn't speak for a long time. The eldest princess turned her body slightly and exposed her beautiful face under the dim light. The Empress Dowager raised her hand and slapped the eldest princess's face heavily, making a crisp slap. The eldest princess gave a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of her lips. The Empress Dowager's chest rose and fell rapidly. It was a long time before she gradually calmed down. It was unclear whether or not Fan Xian already had a judgment of the situation in the palace that was closest to the truth. If he knew this, then he would certainly not have chosen to enter the royal palace and tell the Empress Dowager the truth of Dong Mountain or hand over the Emperor's personally written letter and the Jade Seal. In this world-shaking event, Fan Xian had to admit that the choice his mother-in-law made was a simple, clear, and effective plan. As long as the Emperor died, regardless of whether it was the officials or the Empress Dowager, they would all make the Crown Prince, who was becoming more and more like a monarch, their first choice. From the perspective of status and stability, there was no better choice than the Crown Prince. Once the Crown Prince ascended to the throne and the dust settled, Fan Xian could only think of a way to go to northern Qi to live off a woman. The problem at hand was that the Fan Manor was under the control of the royal palace. It was rumored that his wife and concubine had already been brought into the palace. Even if he wanted to live off a woman, he couldn't throw away his money. The women of the Li family were indeed each more vicious than the last. As Fan Xian repeated the words "old whore" in his heart, he used the cover of the night to flip over a tall wall and gently land in the green garden. This was the manor of an official. Although there were no aces or guards, there were many servants in the manor. Many officials came and went. Walking from the foot of the wall to the study, Fan Xian, who had yet to recover from his heavy injuries, felt a surge of blood and almost gave himself away. Outside the study, he listened quietly for a while. Fan Xian used a dagger to pry open the window and flashed in. What greeted his eyes was a snow-like white decoration. He couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. He then turned around and grabbed the throat of the official who was about to cry out in shock. Moving close to his ear, he quietly said, "Don't cry, it's me." The official he had subdued heard his voice. His body shook like it had been struck by lightning, but he gradually relaxed. Fan Xian looked at his eyes cautiously and pulled his iron-like hand away from the other person's throat. If the other person actually disregarded his life and called for people to capture him, given his present condition, it would probably be difficult for him to escape Jingdo alive. This was a gamble, but Fan Xian's life was a big gamble. His luck had always been good. The official did not call for help. On the contrary, he used a strange gaze to look at Fan Xian's slightly pale face. It was as if he was surprised and unexpectedly happy. "Old Shu, don't look at me like that." Fan Xian confirmed that his judgment was correct. He put away his dagger and sat down across from Shu Wu. At this moment he was in the Shu Manor's study. After some deliberation, Fan Xian still decided to first find this scholar with a high position. Of all the civil and military officials in court, he always felt that only this student of Zhuang Mohan's was the most trustworthy in terms of character and morality. Shu Wu looked at him with a complicated gaze. Suddenly he said, "3 questions. Please speak." Fan Xian replied with a serious expression. "Is the emperor dead?" Shu Wu's voice trembled slightly. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. "When I left Dong Mountain he wasn't dead. However," he thought of the figure on the boat, Sigu Jian hidden at the side, and the big baldy who was likely to have taken action. Furrowing his brows he said, "He should be dead." Shu Wu sighed and didn't say anything for a long time. "Who is the mastermind?" Shu Wu looked into his eyes. Fan Xian pointed at his nose and said, "According to the Military and Overwatch Council's intelligence, it should be me. If it was you, why did you return to Jingdo?" Shu Wu shook his head. Such madness is not at all in line with a ruler's nature. Both of them fell silent. Fan Xian suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Since I have come to find you, I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "We cannot let the crown prince ascend to the throne." Fan Xian stared into his eyes and said each word clearly. Shu Wu's brows furrowed and then relaxed. Lowering his voice he said, "Why?" A faint self-mocking smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips. "Because I believe that Shu the scholar does not wish to see a scum who killed his father and the monarch sit on the Qing kingdom's dragon chair." The entire room was silent. Fan Xian stood and took out the letter he had hidden close to his body. In a quiet voice he said, "Shu Wu accepts the edict." Shu Wu's heart jumped. Kneeling on the ground, he accepted the letter with trembling hands. Confusion welled up in his heart. If the emperor had already passed away, then who had written this edict? He had been in court for many years and had long been in charge of the matters of the Library of Records. He was very familiar with the emperor's handwriting and tone. With just a glance at the cover and the instructions behind it, he knew it was the emperor's own writing. He couldn't help but become excited. His eyes began to grow wet. Fan Xian opened the envelope and handed the paper to Shu Wu. The more Shu Wu read, the more shocked and angry he became. In the end he couldn't resist slapping the desk beside him and cursing loudly, "Wolves! Wolves!" Fan Xian gently held his hand, not letting Shu the scholar's palm hit the desk. Slowly he said, "This was personally written by the emperor the night he had me returned to Jingdou. I will enter the palace immediately." Shu Wu stood. He could not hide the anger on his face. "I want to see the Empress Dowager." Fan Xian shook his head. Shu Wu furrowed his brows and said, "Although there has been no funeral, the palace has already begun to prepare for the crown prince's ascension. This matter cannot be delayed. If we are late, I'm afraid it will be too late for everything." Fan Xian lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He then said, "This imperial letter was originally written for the Empress Dowager to read." Shu Wu was shocked. Given Fan Xian's hidden power in Jingdou and his own extraordinary strength, even if the palace was tightly sealed right now, he would certainly have a way to enter the royal palace and see the Empress Dowager. With this letter and the royal seal he had seen earlier, the Empress Dowager would certainly believe Fan Xian's words. "Ah!" Shu Wu's expression immediately changed. He stared at Fan Xian in a daze. "Impossible. There has never been anything impossible in this world." Fan Xian's eyes seemed to have a wisp of fire jumping about. "You are a civil official while I pretend to be a member of the royal family. As for the thoughts of the nobles in the palace, I want to see more clearly. If it were not for my fear of the Empress Dowager, why would I take the risk to come here tonight?" After a moment of silence he said, "The Li dynasty itself is something with life. It will naturally correct the deformations of its body, thus ensuring that the entire royal family occupies the control of the world, ensuring its own survival. Under this major premise, nothing else is important." Fan Xian looked at Shu the scholar and calmly said, "The matter has already been done. No matter what you choose, it will be proper. You can pretend that I never came today." Shu Wu also sank into a long silence. In an instant, this Qing official's entire body seemed to age. After a long time, he said in a raspy voice, "Since Sir Fan Jr. has come and I know, I cannot pretend you didn't come." Fan Xian's expression changed slightly. "I'm just curious. Although Minister Fan is currently under house arrest in the manor, you still have many friends in court. Why did you choose me and not others such as Director Qin or the Great Prince?" Shu Wu's eyes gave off a comforting light as he asked with a slight smile. Fan Xian also smiled and said, "Martial power is always the last method to resolve matters. In the end, this matter will still have to be resolved by martial power. Before we act, the Qing kingdom needs to be reasonable." He calmly said, "The reason I chose you to reason on the emperor's behalf is very simple. It is because you are a scholar." Fan Xian finally said, "I am not a simple scholar, but I know what a true scholar should be like. For example, your teacher, Sir Zhuang Mohan. A scholar has a bone. I want to borrow your bone." Chapter 543. Brothers and sisters, I have something to announce. This month there will be no monthly votes for the remainder of the year. The reason it is like this is because I am about to leave Shanghai and head north. For an entire month of July, I cannot guarantee stable updates. Furthermore, I am afraid that I cannot guarantee the quality just like in the past. I feel apologetic and cannot go into detail. I can only bow and thank everyone. This month, Please vote for those authors who are more diligent and attentive. This is not being pretentious. It is truly the self-blame of sitting in front of a computer in a daze for 2 hours and not being able to write a single word. The entire city was plain white. It was as if a bone-chilling snow had fallen in September. Snowflakes fluttered and fell all around the royal palace, in various streets, alleys, and private residences. It was not true snow. It was just white cloth, white paper, white lights, white hanging, and white lanterns. The vast expanse of white was very clean. The clean people suppressed their sorrow and crying in their lungs, terrified that they would disturb the saddest day in the Qing kingdom in 20 years. In the end, the news of the emperor's death could not be hidden forever, particularly as the rumors grew stronger and stronger. The Empress Dowager made a prompt decision. She waited for the troops sent to Dong Mountain to bring back the emperor's body and for the various investigations to continue before she sent out this world-shaking obituary. The people of Jingdo were already mentally prepared. Once they received the court's confirmation and saw the large white lanterns hanging from the corners of the royal palace, they still received a great shock. People were often like this. Only after a person died would they think of the good things about him. Regardless of what kind of person the Qing emperor was, at least during the 20-odd years he ruled the Qing kingdom, the lives of the Qing people were the happiest they had ever been. Thus, Jingdo was filled with a night of sorrow. The emperor had died of illness on the summit of Dong Mountain. This was the truth that the Qing nobles wanted to tell the people of the Qing kingdom. As for what the true truth was, perhaps it would have to wait a few years before it would gradually be revealed. Like a flood, it would rush into the hearts of the Qing people. Those nobles would once again use the Qing people's grief to seek further benefits. It was not yet the day the entire country would mourn, but Jingdo had already become a white world. However, the minister of the Board of Rites and the official of the Honglu Temple should have died along with the emperor on the distant summit of Dong Mountain. Thus, when all of this was carried out, it always appeared a bit unsmooth. It was like a sobbing elegy with a forced pause in the middle. It was precisely because of these misfortunes that the important figures in the inner palace fell into a state of fear and uneasiness in addition to sorrow. Although the emperor had not done anything overly shocking these years and appeared rather mediocre and quiet, the person who died was, after all, the Qing emperor. He was the core of the Qing kingdom's spirit. After everyone had gotten used to the sorrow, they began to feel that it was absurd. How could the incomparably talented emperor of the past, the emperor who had the great ambition to unify the world, pass away so quietly? It was not that they could not accept the emperor's departure, but that no one seemed to be able to accept this manner of departure. This kind of quiet way of leaving was too strange. The ruler had quietly passed away. What would await the Qing kingdom? Was it a collapse after the turmoil? Was it a rebirth in flames after a stable inheritance? Seeking stability out of fear, people's thoughts settled. Everyone turned their gazes toward the dragon chair in Taiji Palace. They desperately hoped that a prince would quickly put his butt on that chair and stabilize the Qing kingdom's politics. The crown prince was the first choice. Regardless of whether it was in terms of status, relationship with the Empress Dowager, or the perception of the officials, it was reasonable to say that the crown prince should inherit the throne. However, everyone knew that the emperor's main goal in coming to Dong Mountain to worship heaven was to depose the crown prince. Some people thought of something and understood something, but they didn't say anything. The officials who had entered the palace to cry for the soul looked at the crown prince, who was crying bitterly as he held the coffin. An incomparable coldness and respect grew in their hearts. It was as if they were seeing a young emperor being reborn beside the coffin, crying bitterly. The truth of the Dong Mountain matter was circulating among the officials. It seemed to have something to do with Sir Fan Jr. Some people believed it while others didn't, but Fan Xian had disappeared. Perhaps he had died on Dong Mountain. Perhaps he had fled to escape punishment, leaving behind his father, wife and child in their wombs to run to a distant foreign country. The officials knew that if Sir Fan Jr. did not have the ability to flip the heavens, then he could only bury his name in the darkness. The general situation was already set. The Empress Dowager sat in the doorway of Hongguang Palace and listened to the waves of crying coming from behind. Her brows furrowed imperceptibly. A glimmer of sorrow flashed through her eyes. She knew that now was not the time for her to be unbridled and sorrowful. She had to hand the entire Qing kingdom to the next generation before she could truly rest. Outside the door was the old custom of the place where the Li royal family had first made their fortune. There was a brass basin with some paper money used by the common people burning in it. The yellow paper money gradually burned to ash like a sign of the impermanence of life. No matter how glorious one's life was in the end, it would just turn into a puff of smoke and a pile of ash. The entire palace was busy in an oppressive and tense atmosphere. The inner palace walls were not high. One could faintly see the tips of the white banners the internal court had bought hurriedly running along the walls toward the front of the palace. Inside Taiji Palace, something that would decide the future direction of the Qing kingdom was going to happen. Everyone's gaze stopped there. Compared to it, Hongguang Palace was rather cold and cheerless. The Empress Dowager pulled back her muddy gaze from the tips of the white banners. In a slightly raspy voice she said, "The court cannot fall into chaos, so it is fine for the palace to fall into chaos today." She then turned her head to glance at the old official beside her and said in a gentle voice, "You are a senior official and deeply trusted by the emperor. At this juncture you should think for the court." Shu Wu's body was half bent. His old and peaceful eyes looked at the gradually extinguishing flames in the yellow basin. In a suppressed voice he said, "I understand. However, the emperor's posthumous edict is here. I dare not disobey." A leaping flame flashed through the Empress Dowager's eyes. A moment later, it was immediately extinguished. Gently stretching out her hand, she threw the unopened letter in her hand into the copper basin. The paper money in the basin, which was about to be extinguished, immediately burned even more fiercely. The posthumous edict that the Qing emperor had personally written the night before he was assassinated, which designated the heir to the throne, gradually became useless paper money to mourn for himself. Shu Wu stared at the letter in the copper basin and didn't speak for a long time. Since the person is already gone, then what he once said is no longer important. The Empress Dowager suddenly began to cough with great difficulty. It was a long time before she calmed her breathing. Looking at Shu Wu, she used a sincere gaze and a warm tone that should not have been there. "For the future of the Qing kingdom, the truth has never been important, is it not?" Shu Wu was silent for a long time. He then shook his head. "Empress Dowager, I am only a scholar. I only know that the truth is the truth. The emperor's will is the emperor's will. I am the emperor's official. You have already done your best." The Empress Dowager gazed at him calmly. "You have already done your duty as an official. If you have the opportunity to see Fan Xian again, remember to tell him that I will give him a chance to clear his name as long as he stands out." A chill surged in Shu Wu's heart. He knew that if Sir Fan Jr. had actually entered the palace to see the Empress Dowager last night, he would probably already be a prisoner and officially the true culprit behind the emperor's assassination. He would become the cannon salute before the crown prince's ascension. He bowed to the ground and respectfully said, "I am going to Taiji Palace." The Empress Dowager smiled slightly and shook her head. "Go. You must know that everything is predestined. Since it cannot be changed, any attempt to change will only make things worse, so why change?" Shu Wu was an old official of the Qing kingdom. He had a respected position in the hearts of the people. His students and old friends were all over the court. However, he had a stubborn personality. Today, it was the crown prince's ascension ceremony. Disregarding his life and death, he forcefully requested to see the Empress Dowager in an attempt to change the matter. Only this old official had the right to do such a thing. If it had been any other official, they would probably have long become a wisp of wrong spirit under the palace walls. The Qing emperor had just died, and the crown prince had ascended to the throne. At this juncture, the Empress Dowager prioritized stability and would not force this old official too much. However, Shu Wu could not change anything. If he was smart, he would quietly wait for the crown prince to ascend to the throne and then immediately beg for his bones and return to his homeland. Shu Wu walked alone and lonely to the door of Taiji Palace. He could not hear the greeting of the plain-clothed official beside him. He also did not hear Eunuch Ho announce the crown prince's edict and invite the scholar into the palace. He only stood in a daze at the palace door and looked at the messy sacrificial procession in the square in front of the palace. He looked at the upright white banners and the vigilant imperial soldiers on the palace walls. He heard the waves of firecrackers in the distance and the mournful sound of whips outside the palace door. He suddenly felt a wave of hot blood surge into his head, making him dizzy. From this moment on, Shu the scholar's head was incomparably heavy. Like a wooden man, he walked muddle-headedly into the spacious Taiji Palace and stood in the second position among the civil officials. His entire person was muddled. He did not hear what the Empress Dowager said in a slightly sorrowful voice behind the bead curtain beside the dragon chair. He also did not hear the heartfelt sobs of the crown prince, the great prince, the second prince, and the third prince. He also did not hear the cries of the Qing officials echoing in the palace. Occasionally, a few words burrowed into his ears, such as Fan Xian, rebellion, wanted, confiscation of property. Shu the scholar muddle-headedly knelt to the ground with the officials. He then muddle-headedly stood to the side and stood quietly. In front of him, Hu the scholar glanced at him with concern. He used his gaze to send out a warning and wariness, but he hid the coldness in his heart well. All of the officials hid it well. There was only sorrow and no change in expression. Shu Wu furrowed his brows. He could not hear any sound. Looking at the colleagues he was usually very familiar with in the procession, he felt at this moment that they were strangers, particularly Hu the scholar in front of him. The two of them were very close. Although they had not had time to say anything since last night, he had hinted to Hu the scholar outside the palace today. Why was Hu the scholar so calm? Shu Wu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Suddenly his body trembled. His ears, which had been deaf for a long time, suddenly recovered. He heard the sound of gongs and drums ringing out from outside Taiji Palace. He opened his mouth. Only now did he know that he had finished saying what needed to be said. The crown prince was about to ascend the throne. Shu Wu's strange state fell into the eyes of many people. The officials in court all knew that the previous emperor and Shu Wu had always been on good terms. Suddenly hearing the news of the emperor's death, it was natural for the old scholar to not be able to withstand the emotional impact. It was natural for him to be a bit dazed, so not many people were suspicious. However, the Empress Dowager, sitting behind the beaded curtain beside the dragon chair, stared coldly at Shu Wu's every move. Her gaze turned, and a eunuch walked behind Shu Wu, preparing to help the old scholar to rest. The crown prince's gaze landed on Shu Wu. Forcefully hiding his sorrow, he said, "Old scholar, go rest for a moment in the side hall." Then he didn't glance at the crowd again. He also didn't look at his brothers below the steps. Calming his emotions, he walked in the direction of the dragon chair. Standing in front of the dragon chair, the crown prince looked down at his brothers and officials kneeling on the ground. He knew that after he sat down he would become the fifth monarch since the founding of the Qing kingdom, a ruler who controlled the lives and deaths of billions of people in his hands. This was the goal he had fought for a long time. For the sake of this goal, he had once been terrified, jealous, and dissolute. In the end, he had learned his father's patience, calmness, and waiting viciousness. When such a goal was suddenly within reach, Crown Prince Li Qingxian's emotions were so calm that it made him feel a little strange. The Crown Prince's gaze lowered slightly and looked at his second brother below. Looking at the calm and gentle expression on his face, for some reason, he thought of Fan Xian, who had already secretly entered Jingdo. The news of Fan Xian's survival had come from the direction of Dongshan Road last night. The Crown Prince's heart was like a sugar thorn, sweet and painful. For some reason, knowing that Fan Xian was alive, he instead let out a breath. As for his second brother below, a cold smile flashed through the Crown Prince's heart. The Yi family's army was not far from Jingdo, but his second brother's heart was still not easily calm. "Please, Emperor, ascend the throne. Please, Emperor, ascend the throne." He did this 3 times. Crown Prince Li Qingxian bowed 3 times to show his respect for heaven, earth, and man. Then he straightened his body and looked at the officials kneeling on the ground below. It was as if he could see the billions of people under heaven kneeling to him. A sense of satisfaction of controlling the world rose involuntarily. A moment later, it disappeared without a trace. He only felt that this matter was very boring, so boring that it made one feel annoyed. Perhaps I am the only emperor to sit on the dragon chair with a frown. Li Qingxian thought of this and sighed in a certain corner of his heart. Turning around, he bowed respectfully to the Empress Dowager and was about to sit on the dragon chair. Shu Wu felt that he had truly lost his mind. In such a solemn and sorrowful moment, when the entire court was silent and tens of thousands of officials were kneeling, he actually knelt on the ground and took 2 steps forward. He came under the dragon chair and kowtowed to the ground. In a loud voice he cried, "No!" Once the word "no" came out, everyone in the court was shocked. Behind the beaded curtain, the Empress Dowager's face sank. A few eunuchs began to walk toward Shu the scholar. On the other hand, the crown prince, who was about to sit on the dragon chair, let out a breath. He finally understood what his earlier confusion was. It was impossible for the ascension to the throne to be so smooth. There would always be some twists and turns. After Shu Wu cried out these 2 words, he shook off his dizziness. The old scholar took a deep breath and felt unprecedentedly clear. He knew what he should do. Sir Fan Jr. wanted to borrow his bones, so he would throw these old bones out. This could be considered as repaying the emperor's many years of kindness in recognizing and using him, as well as the trust the Qing people placed in the officials. Shu Wu didn't even glance at the eunuch supporting him. Straightening his body, He looked at the Empress Dowager behind the beaded curtain and the Crown Prince in front of the dragon chair. Using all the strength in his body, he staked a lifetime of honor and disgrace, and he staked the life and death of his entire clan. He cried out sorrowfully. Before the emperor died, he left behind a posthumous edict. The Crown Prince is not allowed to inherit the throne. Chapter 544. The bead curtain parted and cold light shot out in all directions, just like the Empress Dowager's bottomless eyes. The Empress Dowager stared coldly at Shu Wu and said each word clearly. Shu the scholar, lying about an edict is a great crime of deceiving the monarch. Shu Wu's expression changed slightly. After a moment of silence, he bowed respectfully and replied, "The Qin kingdom has no monarch today. How could I deceive the monarch?" Facing the Empress Dowager, this scholar did not yield an inch. The Empress Dowager extended her old hand and slowly pulled aside the bead curtain. Walking out from behind it, she stood beside the dragon chair. The Crown Prince quickly supported her. The emperor was assassinated by the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, Fan Xian, in collusion with Dong Yi. It happened suddenly, so how could there be a posthumous edict? The Empress Dowager stared into Shu Wu's eyes and said calmly, "If there is a posthumous edict, where is it now?" Shu Wu's heart chilled slightly. He knew that the Empress Dowager's words were pushing him to be involved with Fan Xian. He sighed and replied, "The posthumous edict is presently in the hands of the Duke of Danbo." After these words were said, the court immediately burst into an uproar. At the beginning of the Crown Prince's ascension ceremony, he had already pointed out Fan Xian's crimes and directly sent him into the endless abyss. None of the officials had thought that Shu the scholar would suddenly bring up the so-called posthumous edict. That posthumous edict was in Sir Fan Jr.'s hands. The Empress Dowager coughed and looked at Shu Wu. "Is that so? Fan Xian is a criminal who has committed the most heinous of crimes. The court has been secretly searching for him for a number of days and still doesn't know he has returned to Jingdo. How did you know about the posthumous edict?" Shu Wu bowed to the ground and said with deep pain, "The emperor was assassinated on Dong Mountain, and the whole world mourned. However, it was not more than half a month ago. The military and the prefectures have confirmed that it was done by the Duke of Danbo. I know the Duke of Danbo's character well. He would not dare to do such an evil thing. As for the posthumous edict, it is indeed true. I've seen it with my own eyes." The Crown Prince's hands were icy cold. The depths of his heart were even colder. He had never thought that his father would leave a posthumous edict before the Dong Mountain incident. He didn't even need to think to know what was written on the posthumous edict. The Crown Prince suddenly felt a glimmer of sorrow. It looked like his father truly hated him to the bone. He was silent by the Empress Dowager's side. A bitter smile rose in his heart. He knew that his grandmother's spirit was extremely exhausted today. Otherwise, she would not have made such a miscalculation. As the revered Empress Dowager, why would she need to tangle with an old official over these details? However, the topic had already been opened. If he wanted to sit on the dragon throne smoothly, he had to defeat this posthumous edict that had suddenly appeared. Fan Xian colluded with Sigu Jian to commit this great evil. The Crown Prince looked at the officials below and slowly said, "Fan Xian is used to putting on makeup and deceiving the world to gain fame. Scholar Shu, please do not be deceived by this kind of scoundrel. If Imperial Father really has a posthumous edict, this Imperial Consort as his son, will certainly hope to see Imperial Father's handwriting again." As he spoke, the Crown Prince's voice was filled with sorrow. His subordinates comforted him, and he took the opportunity to stabilize his emotions. The meaning of these words was clear. Something like a posthumous edict could be forged. Shu Wu, as the leader of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, how could he secretly have private dealings with Fan Xian, an imperial criminal? The Crown Prince looked at Shu Wu and furrowed his brows. "I have always deeply respected the scholar's character, but what I have seen and heard today has disappointed me. To think that you are secretly protecting an imperial criminal. Thinking of how highly Imperial Father regarded you in the past, yet you are so muddle-headed and vicious today. I don't know how I will have the face to see my Imperial Father in the future." The Crown Prince's gaze gradually grew cold. A rarely seen tyrannical aura began to infect all the officials in the hall as he spoke. Scholar Shu Wu colluded with an imperial criminal of the court and pretended to be the previous emperor's edict. Someone kick him out of the hall. Because of his age, lock him in prison to await further trial. After these words were said, the entire hall burst into an uproar. All the Qing officials knew that when it came to the struggle for imperial power, there was never any gentleness to speak of. Shu the scholar had brought out the so-called posthumous edict with unusual tyranny. The crown prince would certainly choose the most ruthless method to suppress it. However, no one was used to how the gentle crown prince would, in an instant, display a domineering aura so similar to that of the recently deceased emperor. In this moment, it was like a wooden fish had been gently struck by a wooden stick in everyone's heart, making a clacking sound. Because of Shu Wu's sorrowful cry, the crown prince's process of ascending the throne was forcefully interrupted. All of the officials had already stood up. The wide sleeves of their black or white plain robes fluttered weakly. Everyone was dumbstruck. They opened their mouths and were speechless. The ripples on their sleeves rose gently. Inside the spacious Taiji palace, all of the officials were silent. They watched as a few eunuchs supported Shu the scholar's arms. At the same time, they glanced out of the corner of their eyes at the indistinct figures of many people walking around. They should be the guards of the palace, the guards with short straight knives. All of the officials knew that if they didn't handle this well, it would probably be a bloodbath in the hall. Shu Wu laughed bitterly and didn't struggle at all. He allowed the eunuch beside him to bind his arms. He had already done what he needed to do. If the officials in the hall were afraid of the Empress Dowager's might, the crown prince's position, and the eldest princess's power and remained silent, then what could he do even if he took out the posthumous edict? If the Empress Dowager said the posthumous edict was fake, who dared to say it was real? He shook his head and glanced at the Empress Dowager with his old eyes. He looked at her quietly and sighed in his heart. Why did Fan Xian insist on not using the posthumous edict to contact the officials? If he had made contact last night in the officials' manners, with the emperor's posthumous edict protecting them, these civil officials would have been more daring. They would not have sunk into loneliness like they did today. The posthumous edict that the Qing emperor had personally written was not thrown into a brass basin by the Empress Dowager and burned. What was burned was only a piece of white paper in the envelope. What was burned was the last bit of hope Shu the scholar had for the Empress Dowager. The eunuchs half supported and half escorted Shu Wu out of the hall. Outside the hall, guards with murderous auras were waiting. The crown prince let out a slight breath. In the end, these stubborn civil officials still submitted to the might of the royal family and did not dare to be too impudent. The Empress Dowager's heart also calmed slightly. She hoped to quickly drag Shu Wu, the old man who did not understand the times, away and let the crown prince's ascension ceremony end. Shu Wu was dragged away wretchedly. As he was dragged, the old man thought to himself that with his reputation here, he might not die immediately. However, once the crown prince truly sat firmly on the throne, would he be greeted with a cup of poisoned wine or a piece of white silk? At this moment many people heard a faint sigh. The sigh came from the day the civil officials stood at the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the originator of the Qing Kingdom's new literature movement, and Hu the scholar who had a high reputation in court. Hu the scholar looked at Shu Wu and shook his head with a pained smile. He then stepped out, knelt down, kowtowed, raised his head and opened his mouth. I asked the crown prince to take back the edict. The officials were in an uproar. The Empress Dowager's expression changed slightly. The hand hidden in her sleeve trembled slightly. She had not expected that Hu the scholar would stand out at this time. No matter how good his personal relationship with Shu Wu was, on this sacred moment when the country was passing on its throne, this Hu the scholar lowered his head. The 3-inch beard on his chin was incomparably calm. Since the emperor has a posthumous edict, I dare ask the Empress Dowager to announce the emperor's edict in the palace. Not waiting for the Empress Dowager and the crown prince to speak, Hu the scholar lowered his head and continued, the Dong Mountain matter is full of doubts. If the Duke of Dambwa had already returned to the capital, he should be summoned to the palace to present the so-called posthumous edict in person. The matter of treason should be investigated by the 3 divisions. How could it be decided carelessly by the military's intelligence? The emperor's life and death is a matter of great importance. Up until now, we have not seen the dragon's body or heard the Tiger Guard's reports. The Overwatch Council is in chaos. The leader of the Qing civil officials spoke faster and faster. Even the Empress Dowager's cold rebuke did not stop him from speaking. I think the most important thing now is to find out the truth about Dong Mountain. The only one who knows the truth about Dong Mountain is the Duke of Dambwa. Whether the posthumous edict is real or fake, we still have to see it. Whether or not the Duke of Dambwa should be hacked to pieces will have to be discussed after he is captured. I believe that capturing the Duke of Dambwa and bringing him to justice is the most important matter. I sincerely ask the Empress Dowager to make a clear decision. It was silent in the palace for a long time. The Empress Dowager looked at Hu the scholar with an ashen face and said 3 times, "Good, good, 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 you killer Hu." Killer Hu was the bandit title the Qing Emperor had given Hu the scholar as a reward for his upright and clear heart. The situation in the palace was dangerous. After a long silence, Hu the scholar suddenly made a clanging sound. In front of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince, he did not yield an inch. Every word and sentence stabbed at the hidden truth. The Empress Dowager's eyes slowly narrowed and a cold light gradually grew. However, the Crown Prince's expression remained as calm as usual. His eyes swept down. The Crown Prince had his own trusted aides in court. Although the officials often swung back and forth between the Crown Prince and the second prince because of the eldest princess's methods, they still stood out bravely at a time like this. The Minister of Appointments, Yen Hangshu, gazed at Hu the scholar and said coldly, "Earlier, the Empress Dowager had already ordered Fan Xian to be stripped of his title and confiscated the Fan family. For you to still call him the Duke of Dambua is somewhat inappropriate. Fan Xian has committed the great crime of treason. You 2 scholars have not forgotten to argue for him today. I wonder if there is some unspeakable secret behind this." Shu Wu was at the door. He looked with shock and relief at Hu the scholar kneeling below the dragon chair. Hu the scholar didn't even glance at the minister and said with disdain, "I am an official of the Qing kingdom and the emperor's official. I am the head scholar of the Hall of Governmental Affairs. I handle national affairs by imperial edict. If the emperor has a posthumous edict, I will read it. What cannot be revealed?" The 3 princes in the row below the dragon chair each had complicated emotions. The second prince was mocking his grandmother and the crown prince in his heart. He thought, "You have to walk the open and honorable path when it concerns the chair. No wonder you have caused so much trouble." The great prince, on the other hand, was silently calculating whether the posthumous edict the 2 scholars spoke of was true or false. Only the youngest third prince lowered his head slightly and felt the hard feeling coming from his calf. His heart felt a chill. He wondered what he should do if a large group of guards charged in later. Of course, he wouldn't allow the Crown Prince to kill all of these old officials. The Crown Prince, standing high on the dragon chair, looked coldly at Hu the scholar kneeling below. His emotions were complicated. He thought to himself that his aunt's judgment had indeed been correct. Of the Qing kingdom's 2 arms, other than the military, the civil officials always had their own brains. This brain was something the emperor allowed them to have. At this moment, this brain was beginning to bring endless trouble to the Crown Prince's path to the throne. Both scholars have stood out, the Crown Prince thought self-mockingly in his heart. He then coldly opened his mouth and said, "As an official, you falsified a posthumous edict. Hu the scholar, you should also reflect on yourself." As his words fell, another eunuch guard came forward and supported Hu the scholar's 2 sides. In an instant, Taiji Palace was immediately filled with a terrified atmosphere. 2 scholars of the Hall of Governmental Affairs opposed the Crown Prince's ascension. Both scholars were going to be taken into prison. When was the last time such a situation had occurred in the history of the Qing kingdom? No official could think of it. They only knew that these 2 scholars were the leaders of the civil officials. If the Crown Prince was unable to subdue them openly and could only use such violent methods to suppress them, then many problems would eventually appear. The problem of the heart of the court. This problem immediately appeared as Hu the scholar was being escorted out of Taiji Palace. When Hu the scholar and Shu the scholar looked at each other and smiled wordlessly at the door, the civil officials who had been standing solemnly in Taiji Palace for a long time knelt down with a crash. It was a black mass. "Please, Empress Dowager, reconsider. Please, Crown Prince, reconsider." Half of the civil officials knelt down in an instant and cried out in unison. This was no longer just pleading for mercy for the 2 scholars. This was already a demonstration to the grandfather and grandson on the dragon chair. It was telling the people of the Li family that in the Qing court, it was not only the 2 scholars who were not afraid of death. There were many other people. The civil officials on the eldest princess's side and the row of military generals who had been silent all this time couldn't help but be moved when they saw this scene. They didn't understand what these civil officials kneeling on the ground were thinking. What exactly did they want? Were they really going to help Fan Xian escape punishment? Were they really going to stop the Crown Prince's ascension? Other than that mouth and that name, what other power did they have? Looking at the black mass of officials at her feet, the Empress Dowager felt a wave of dizziness in her head. She could not stand stably. The Crown Prince's expression finally could no longer maintain its calm. It became gloomy. He had not thought that a posthumous edict that had not appeared in front of everyone would bring such disaster to the ascension ceremony. Were there really people in this world who were not afraid of death? There shouldn't be. If the civil officials were all so open and candid, loyal officials who did not fear death, then what did the Qing kingdom need the Overwatch Council for? In this instant, the Crown Prince's thoughts were slightly dazed. He didn't understand why there were so many people opposing him. Normally, it was impossible to detect it. The officials kneeling in front of him were all of the neutral faction. Had Fan Xian cast some sorcery on them? Kill them all? What if he didn't? A pent-up pain between the Crown Prince's brows began to spread through his brain. He suppressed it in his heart and thought, Fan Xian, looks like I still underestimated your power in Jingdo. The Empress Dowager, who had already returned to her chair, cursed a name viciously in a low voice. Only then did she remind the Crown Prince that this scene of officials kneeling and remonstrating was not something Fan Xian could start. Chapter 545. A posthumous edict had thrown the court into chaos. The officials gritted their teeth and resisted. It was as if everyone had personally seen this posthumous edict. Through Shu the scholar's words, everyone knew that the posthumous edict, which could at least topple the Crown Prince in name, was still in the hands of the Duke of Danbua, Fan Xian. Then where was Sir Fan Jr.? For now, putting aside the heroic scene of swords drawn and crossbows drawn in Taiji Palace and blood splattered everywhere, the powers that wholeheartedly wanted to help the Crown Prince ascend to the throne, including the eldest princess who seemed to be doing nothing behind the scenes but was actually the root of the chaos in the palace, were all sniffing around Jingdo and trying to find where Fan Xian was hiding. Capturing Fan Xian, killing Fan Xian, nailing Fan Xian, and destroying the posthumous edict. Then no matter how chaotic the court became, it would not be too chaotic. The scholars Shu and who had lost their last support. No matter how strong they were, they would not be able to mobilize the civil officials to fight against the royal power. Taiji Palace had just officially announced that Fan Xian was the main culprit of regicide and a great crime. The powers outside the palace had been hunting and assassinating Fan Xian for many days. Jingdo was too big. The resources in the eldest princess' hands could even faintly control Jingdo. Yet, she was unable to find a trace of Fan Xian among tens of thousands of people. The eldest princess had no way of stopping Fan Xian from secretly meeting with Shu Wu the night before the Crown Prince's ascension and doing so many things in secret. No one knew exactly where Fan Xian was hiding. In a remote alley far from the center of Jingdo's royal power and not close to the most luxurious and wealthy residences in Jingdo, it appeared particularly quiet. The sorrowful and terrified Jingdo people on the street were unable to enter this alley. There were only a few green trees swaying freely in the early autumn weather. The alley was called Yangtsong Alley. It was a very unremarkable name. At the end of the alley was a small courtyard. The courtyard had been bought by someone 2 years ago. Half a year ago, a woman moved in with a few servants. No one knew what the woman's identity was to be able to buy such a quiet and secluded courtyard. However, during this half a year there had never been a visitor. There was a battle to the death going on in the royal palace. The main culprit of this matter was sitting leisurely under the shade of a tree in the courtyard. As he drank hot tea, he lowered his head and thought about something. Fan Xian wore a green cloth robe. His face had been slightly altered. Although it did not decrease his handsome aura, it made him appear more reliable. Gently twirling the slightly hot cup with his fingers, he suddenly frowned and said to the beautiful woman beside him with deep eye sockets, "Other than Prince Huqing, who else knows about this courtyard of yours?" The beauty pursed her lips and shook her head. Her big eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. Fan, the beauty shook her. She had and had not. Yes, this little courtyard was the secret place that Fan Xian had secretly purchased and gifted to the great prince before the new year as a golden house to raise pampered children. The beauty whose appearance and expression were very different from the dignified women in Qing Kingdom was the princess of a tribe in Shihu who had followed the Western Expedition Army back to the capital, Masuasua, who had troubled Fan Xian for a year in Jiangnan. Other than Deng Fan as he is Deng no he no. What? No as, no. Fan no. And after this courtyard was given to the first prince, with the first prince's cowardly personality, it was even more impossible for him to spread it around. Thus, after Fan Xian contacted the officials last night, he did not return to the inn. Instead, he chose to come to this small courtyard. He was not worried at all that the eldest princess would guess. There were people watching all around the Fan Manor and the Overwatch Council. The Yen Manor and Wang Qinyan's family were probably all watched by aces from the internal court. Fan Xian didn't want to take any risks. Only this little courtyard in Yangzong Alley could guarantee his safety. At the same time, it was convenient for him to communicate with that important person. Hearing Ma Suasua's curious reply, Fan Xian's brows furrowed slightly. He stood up from the chair and looked calmly at the back door on the left side of the alley. This was because he heard someone walking towards the courtyard, and it was obvious that the person was not the first prince he was waiting for. With several clangs and creaks, the wooden door of the nameless courtyard was unlocked from the outside and pushed open. Ma Suasua looked at this scene in shock and couldn't help but cover her mouth. The servants in this courtyard had all been bought by the young master of the Fan family. No outsider had ever come to this courtyard. Who was this person? She turned her head to look at Fan Xian and called out in a low voice, "Young master, run." Fan Xian did not run. He only looked at the woman walking in from the back door and smiled. The emotions in his smile were complicated. He then bowed to the ground and said, "Greetings to Wang Fei." The person who had come was not Prince Huqing. It was Prince Huqing's consort, the great princess of Northern Qi. The great princess's expression was calm. There was a smile in her eyes and brows as she looked at Fan Xian silently. A moment later she slowly bowed and said, "Greetings, little duke." Fan Xian raised his hands in surrender and shook his head with a bitter smile. He thought to himself that he had been waiting for the eldest in the courtyard, but this person had come. From this, it could be seen how much the great prince feared his wife. He had even reported his little golden room to the great princess. "Suasua, you go in first." Fan Xian waved his hand. He knew Wang Fei did not want to see this beauty of Shihu, so he indicated for Ma Suasua to temporarily hide in the inner room. Wang Fei had come alone. Although she had not purposely disguised herself, it was clear that she had been arranged. Fan Xian looked at her calmly and extended his hand to invite her to sit. After a moment of silence he said, "Wang Fei is very daring. You know that the palace is certainly watching Prince Huqing's manor, yet you still dare to come alone and meet with me." After contacting the civil officials last night, the person Fan Xian wanted to contact the most was the great prince, who controlled the imperial army. However, rumor had it that Lady Ning was already being held in Hongguang Palace. There were also many spies from the internal court and the Jingdo garrison outside Prince Huqing's manor. Thus, Fan Xian had found a clever way to leave a message in the manor, hoping the great prince would think of a way to contact him. He had not thought that the person who had come today would be Wang Fei. Sir Fan Jr. is the one with the courage forged from the heavens. Wang Fei smiled slightly in response to his words. You know that the various powers in Jingdo are urgently searching for you. You know that the crown prince is ascending to the throne today, yet you are able to sit peacefully in a small courtyard and quietly watch the situation develop. I really don't know if you have a card up your sleeve or if you are at your wit's end. It is not true that I have a card up my sleeve. It is also false that I am at my wit's end. Fan Xian gazed at Wang Fei's gentle face and quietly said, "If I didn't have an idea, why would I disturb Wang Fei?" Wang Fei replied in an even voice, "Presently the situation in Jingdo is dangerous. His Highness is responsible for guarding the imperial army and cannot return to his manor. If Sir Fan Jr. wants to meet with him, I'm afraid it will be difficult. However, I don't know what difficulties Sir Fan Jr. has for me to take the liberty to come see you. I hope Sir Fan Jr. won't take offense." Fan Xian sank into silence. A moment later he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Great Princess, I am a regicide and a rebel. Since you dare to come see me and ask me what difficulties I have, then you understand what I mean." Wang Fei's gaze was slightly chaotic. For a moment she didn't know how to respond. Fan Xian lowered his head and thought for a moment. He moved half a foot closer to Wang Fei's side and quietly said, "Does Wang Fei still remember what you and I said inside and outside the carriage when we traveled south from Northern Qi?" Wang Fei smiled slightly. "Naturally, I won't forget the promise. However, that was then and this is now. The situation in Jingdo is too dangerous. His Highness is relying entirely on the imperial army in his hands to hold on bitterly. If you truly want to do something big, I'm afraid the prince's strength will not be enough. As a woman, I am even more unable to agree." Holding on bitterly? Fan Xian laughed quietly. "Are you talking about the matter of changing people in the Jingdo garrison yesterday?" Wang Fei fell silent. Fan Xian sighed. Changing people in the Jingdo garrison could be considered to have hit his vital spot and the great prince's weak spot. At first, the Jingdo garrison had always been under the control of the Yi family. Later it was controlled by the second-generation leader of the Qin family, Qin Heng, for 2 years. Until last year, because of the attack in the valley, the emperor used this as a pretext to purge the power distribution in court. He moved Qin Heng into the Bureau of Military Affairs as a deputy and appointed the deputy commander of the Great Prince's Western Expedition, Xie Su, as the commander of the Jingdo garrison. However, all of this had changed yesterday. After the Empress Dowager stabilized the palace, her first order was to remove Xie Su and have Qin Heng once again become the commander of the Jingdo garrison. Xie Su had been removed for no reason. However, because of the emperor's assassination, the imperial army was under great pressure and could not speak at all. Furthermore, this fierce general of the Western expedition had been in charge of the Jingdo garrison for less than half a year. It was impossible for him to form his own power. The Qin family had changed hands and taken it back. The Great Prince and Xie Su could do nothing about it. Fan Xian also had a headache over this matter. The control of the Jingdo garrison had changed hands. Putting aside the major matter that Su Maokai of the Jiaozhou Navy had suggested to him, it meant that all of the military power on the outskirts of Jingdo was already in the hands of the Qin family. He glanced at Wang Fei and furrowed his brows. The Jingdo garrison is stationed at Yuantai. As long as there are no problems with the 13 city gate guards, the one who can resolve the situation in Jingdo is still the imperial army. I have never forgotten my promise to you, sir. Wang Fei looked at him and quietly said. However, you have returned from Dong Mountain. You don't know how strict the palace in Jingdo is right now. The king is still able to barely control the imperial army because the Empress Dowager has not given an edict. Fan Xian was silent. Wang Fei continued, why is the Empress Dowager at ease letting the king control the imperial army? Because she knows that the king is a straightforward lover. He will not cause chaos or rebel. Without waiting for Wang Fei to finish, Fan Xian had already smiled. The current situation is that someone in the palace is rebelling. Wang Fei forced a smile and said, the problem is, whoever sits in Taiji Palace has the right to decide who is rebelling. If you, Duke of Dongbua, were in the palace right now, by the Empress Dowager's side, reading the posthumous edict that has already been publicized today, I can guarantee that the king would be your strongest supporter. Take out the posthumous edict, Wang Fei suddenly urged. No matter how you look at it, if the posthumous edict is publicized right now, there is still a fighting chance. Otherwise, we can only continue to be passive. No, there are still many people who have not moved, such as my mother-in-law, Fan Xian calmly said. With the posthumous edict on me, it can at least maintain peace for a period of time. Once the posthumous edict actually comes out, then the two sides will have no choice but to fight openly. Wang Fei said with slight mockery, even at a time like this, does the Duke still want to maintain a calm and clear mind? Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and said, I am not a stupid person. The reason why the posthumous edict hasn't been publicized is actually the same as what Wang Fei said earlier about the king's silence. He stared into Wang Fei's eyes and slowly said, Lady Ning is in the palace. Of course the king cannot do anything. Don't forget, my wife and concubines are also in the palace. If we were to fight openly, neither the king nor I would be able to bear such losses. Chapter 546. It is truly a sin to not be able to update when it is banned. I apologize to my readers and the website. I finally found some time today. I started writing at 8 in the morning until now. Not to mention anything else, I am hungry and apologetic as well as a few days of chaos and panic. I am very grateful for everyone's understanding. I sincerely bow and step off the stage. Hearing these words, Wang Fei immediately didn't say anything more. She and Fan Xian both knew that after the three riders entered the capital, the Empress Dowager's seemingly chaotic and hurried edicts were gradually showing their use. The reason those edicts had placed such great restrictions on the Great Prince was because the Empress Dowager had seen clearly her eldest grandson's true character. He disregarded his birth mother and pursued his own interests. In the Empress Dowager's view, perhaps Fan Xian was such a sinister character, but the Great Prince was definitely not. The Duke of Dongbua has only been one night and caused such a ruckus in Jingdo. From this, it can be seen that even if the internal court controls the Fan Manor and keeps an eye on the Overwatch Council, you still have your abilities. Wang Fei furrowed her brows slightly. So, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Without waiting for Wang Fei to finish, Fan Xian shook his head. To resolve this matter, it must be resolved in the palace. No matter how long it rages outside, it won't touch the root. If we want to resolve this matter in the palace, we must need His Highness's help. He looked calmly at Wang Fei's face and said, of course, His Highness also needs my help. There are some sinister things that he disdains to do or cannot do. In the end, someone needs to do it. Wang Fei smiled and slowly said, you misunderstand what I mean. What I don't understand is why, even now, you still don't know the two pieces of good news that you should know the most. What good news? Fan Xian was slightly surprised. The situation in the palace is much better than you imagine, Wang Fei said with her head slightly lowered. Wang Fei lowered her head slightly and said, it's because the family you care about reacted much faster than you imagined. Fan Xian's pupils constricted slightly. His father, wife and family were all controlled by the internal court. That was why he had sunk into the darkness after returning from Dong Mountain. Because he didn't dare to take the risk of contacting the council, he could only secretly contact the power his father-in-law had left behind. He only had a general understanding of the situation at home. Hearing Wang Fei's words, he knew that the Empress Dowager's idea hadn't been completely realized. Thinking of this, his heart moved slightly, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Wang Fei said seriously, there were indeed soldiers stationed in the Fan Manor preparing to confiscate the property, but Minister Fan was not in the manor. That day the three riders entered the capital. After Minister Fan came out of the palace, he did not return to the manor. Instead he was directly taken to the manor by King Jing. King Jing? Fan Xian was shocked. Are you saying that my father has been staying in the manor for the past few days? Why isn't there any wind outside? Wang Fei said, the Fan Manor has already been sealed. Naturally there will be no news from inside. After all, Imperial Prince Jing was the Empress Dowager's biological son. Since the emperor had already passed, the old woman had to give her only son some face. Thus, right now the Jingdo government and the internal court are jointly monitoring the outside, but they don't dare to charge into the manor. Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, what don't dare? What face? However, the Empress Dowager thinks she can control everything in Jingdo. Since she hasn't captured me, why would she be in a rush to deal with my family? Once the posthumous edict is destroyed and you are eliminated, the Empress Dowager will dare to act. Fan Xian smiled. Is there any other good news? That Lady Cece who is about to give birth. Wang Fei said. A dozen days ago, she went with Princess Chen and the young master of the Lin family to the Fan Manor. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly. That day the Empress Dowager issued an edict summoning your family into the palace. In the end, the eunuch who went to announce the edict came up empty, Wang Fei said calmly. Wang Fei calmly said, because Cece is not in the manor at all, and we did not find any trace of her in the Fan Manor. In other words, Lady Cece disappeared over a dozen days ago. Wang Fei gazed at Fan Xian with a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. That is why I don't understand. Sir, you made such appropriate arrangements beforehand. What exactly are you worried about right now? Fan Xian's expression did not change, but his heart sank into shock. Cece went to the Fan Manor and then disappeared. Who arranged this? Was it his father? Could it be that father already knew that His Majesty had been assassinated more than 10 days ago? So he deduced what would happen next and made the appropriate arrangements? It wasn't me. Fan Xian's expression was slightly ugly. I also don't know who took Cece or where she went. Wang Fei was shocked and stared at him speechlessly for a long time. She also sensed the great strangeness behind this matter. Just who would arrange this for Fan Xian so many days in advance? Seeing that the Fan Manor had hidden the news of Cece's disappearance for a dozen days, it was clear that they knew inside information. Fan Xian also understood this, so he was no longer worried about Cece's safety. Instead, he sank into some kind of confusion. He glanced at Wang Fei and saw the shock in her eyes. Old cripple. Director Chen. The same answer rose in both of their hearts. If they continued to theorize from this, perhaps they would touch upon an absurd and exaggerated truth. Thus, the two of them wisely did not continue to discuss it in depth. Fan Xian furrowed his brows slightly and said, the manor has a good relationship with the director. Recently, Jingdo has been in such chaos that I was unable to return to the council. I found that the council was also in chaos. Does Wang Fei know why such a situation has occurred? Wang Fei looked at him and was silent for a moment. She then said, everyone in the capital knows that once the emperor is not present, Director Chen's subsequent actions are the key. I don't believe the eldest princess would not have thought of this. On the first day, the Empress Dowager summoned Director Chen into the palace. I always thought he had entered the palace. Later there was no news. Only then did I know that the matter was strange. Fan Xian waved his hand and said, even if the 13 city gate guards strictly control the flow of information inside and outside the city, it is not enough to seal the Qin Garden on the outskirts of the capital into an isolated island. He furrowed his brows. A few days after returning to the capital, he could only secretly communicate with some subordinates in the council. He did not know much about the details of the council, but he could feel that the Overwatch Council had become anxious because of the news of the Commissioner's rebellion. For some reason, Qin Pingping, who was supposed to oversee the Overwatch Council, did not enter the capital on the Empress Dowager's orders. Could the news of the poisoning be true? Fan Xian thought to himself. Wang Fei didn't know what he was thinking, but she coincidentally sighed and said, I'm afraid the news of the poisoning is true. Fan Xian's heart tightened slightly. Given the Overwatch Council's defensive power, how could someone have poisoned Qin Pingping's tea? Everyone said it was the work of the poison master in Dongyi. At first, I thought the director was using the poisoning matter to remove himself from the fight in court, he said with his eyes slightly closed. If the poisoning matter is true, then this matter is troublesome. It is already very troublesome. Wang Fei gazed at him and quietly said, the Empress Dowager still trusts Director Qin, but the poisoning matter is too coincidental. I'm afraid she will have some thoughts in her heart. If the Empress Dowager did not think Director Qin would stand on your side, I'm afraid she would not have chosen the Crown Prince so decisively and not leave any leeway in the middle. Fan Xian nodded. He and everyone else would suspect Qin Pingping's poisoning. Naturally, the Empress Dowager would also suspect it. Suspicion was like a thorn that would cause people more and more pain. Since the Empress Dowager was so suspicious of Qin Pingping, she would use her greatest power to suppress the Overwatch Council. Looks like Qin Heng's first mission after leading the Jingdo garrison was to watch over Qin Garden. It's hard to see that there has been no news from inside. Fan Xian's brows furrowed even tighter. As long as the Qin family's army did not enter Jingdo, there would not be major unrest in the royal palace. However, Qin Pingping, that old cripple, was also the person Fan Xian was most worried about. If the poisoning matter was true, no matter how strong the defenses in Qin Garden were, could they withstand the attack of the Qin Kingdom's elite troops? We have to hurry, Fan Xian said with his head lowered. Please tell the prince that sometimes he needs to make up his mind. What about my mother-in-law? Wang Fei looked at him. She had to ask Sir Fan Jr. to give a concrete promise. I will guarantee Lady Ning's safety, Fan Xian said each word clearly. Fan Xian enunciated each word clearly. What I want is the prince's determination. He has to understand that although the imperial army is under his control, there will always be Governor Yan's trusted aides. After a long time, the Empress Dowager will change him from the position of commander of the imperial army. He and I will just wait to eat sh*t. Eating sh*t was a crude phrase, but Wang Fei did not feel any disgust. She understood that the present situation was indeed sh*t. She gazed at Fan Xian's disguised face with confusion. Deep in the palace, everything was under the control of the internal court. What ability did Fan Xian have to say he could guarantee Lady Ning's safety? She understood that Princess Qin was also in the palace. Fan Xian would not use a big lie to sacrifice his wife's life. The 13 city gate guards are the key. Wang Fei pulled Fan Xian's teacup in front of her and quietly said, to stop the army loyal to the Empress Dowager from entering the capital, the person in this position must be on our side. Fan Xian's heart relaxed slightly. He knew that the woman across from him had finally decided to persuade her husband to carry out a change in the palace. Only then would they begin to discuss these specific matters. He thought for a moment and then said, as you know, I've never had much of a relationship with the military. I don't know what to do with the city gate guards. Wang Fei sighed. The prince's Western Expedition Army has long been scattered. He doesn't have much power in Jingdo. He is far from the Qin and Yi families. She paused and then said, of course, if Director Qin was in the capital, presumably he would have a way to influence the 13 city gate guards. Don't bring that up. Hearing Qin Pingping's name, Fan Xian pushed down the chill in his heart and shook his head. Since it is so, we must hurry and resolve the matters in the palace before the city gates open. It is too difficult. Wang Fei stared into his eyes. Fan Xian pulled back the teacup in front of her and said with his head down, there is only one teapot, but there are too many teacups. Don't keep your eyes on the Qin family's army. Think of the Yi family. Yi Zhong is not far from the capital. Although the Empress Dowager has ordered him to return to Dingzhou, Who knows if the thousands of Hu fighters have left yet? Wang Fei bit her lip. Her heart jumped. Fan Xian raised his head and calmly said, "The second prince's thoughts are simple. He will temporarily push the crown prince to the throne, but he wants a part of this pot of tea in Jingdo. If the Yi family behind him doesn't enter the capital, what right does he have to speak? Of course, all of this happened with my mother-in-law's approval." Fan Xian rubbed his temples. The eldest princess is not like the Empress Dowager. She is a woman who worships military power. If we have to kill a few thousand people to stabilize the court, she won't mind. Wang Fei was silent for a moment and then slowly stood. Looking at Fan Xian, she said, "In the end, there will still be a massacre. A bloodless coup will always be a perfect plan or an extreme coincidence," Fan Xian said. Fan Xian said, "Although I am a very lucky person, I dare not entrust this matter to luck. Particularly since the eldest princess has prepared such a crazy plan, I don't think she will bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind enough to watch us mess around in the palace and not move troops." Wang Fei nodded and said, "I will pass on your intentions to the great prince." Fan Xian smiled and said without giving her any face, "Since you have come, it means that the great prince will accept my intentions." These words meant that the great prince knew exactly what Fan Xian wanted. He had only asked Wang Fei to come and see just how many cards Fan Xian had in his hands and how much he could do. Having her pretense seen through, Wang Fei only smiled. She then said, "The Duke of Dambua is becoming more and more confident. In the face of Jingdo's dangerous situation, you can still talk so cheerfully and wittily." Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then said, "I do indeed have confidence. As long as the Yi and Qin families' armies are unable to enter the capital in time, for me, Jingdo is nothing more than an empty city." The most powerful figures in the world had all been attracted to Dong Mountain by the dazzling Qing Emperor. Although Fan Xian's injuries had not healed, his temperament and confidence had already grown to the peak of his state after his rebirth. Wang Fei suddenly paused and said, "I am a bit curious. I'm a bit curious. Last night, the Duke of Dambua contacted a group of officials to rise up in the palace today. At this moment, the royal palace is probably in a storm of blood and a sinister scene." She stared into Fan Xian's eyes. "Those old and virtuous officials are standing against the Empress Dowager because of you. Perhaps they will pay the price with their lives, yet you are quietly watching from the side. I don't know if this is calmness or cold-bloodedness." Wang Fei smiled gently. "Sometimes I have to admire you for picking countless people to stand up for you, to shed their blood, to lay down their heads and to seek benefits for you. If those officials had thought through this, would they have cried out that they had been tricked in the moment before they died?" As she spoke, there was a glimmer of mockery at the corners of Wang Fei's lips. In her opinion, Fan Xian's actions had forced the crown prince into a very embarrassing and terrifying situation. Fan Xian had chosen to collude in this matter the night before his ascension to the throne. He had not given anyone a chance to react. If the crown prince killed the officials, he would be implicated as unjust. It was as if those officials were using their heads to shout for Fan Xian. Fan Xian's expression gradually calmed. Today, the crown prince of Taiji Palace's ascension had been stopped because of him, with the help of his father-in-law and Wuzhou, inciting the two scholars. As for the risks of this matter, it was not that he had not thought about it. From a certain point of view, he was using the lives of the truly brave civil officials in Taiji Palace to take a risk. This was indeed a very risky and selfish choice. Faced with Wang Fei's mockery, he did not refute anything. He only slowly said, "Thieves have a way and officials also have a way. In the past, I was a person who was very afraid of death. Only recently did I understand a principle. Death is heavier than Dong Mountain and lighter than a goose feather. The scholars who ensue are willing to follow the righteous path in their hearts. This is their choice." Heavier than Dong Mountain and lighter than a goose feather? Wang Fei repeated these words and looked at Fan Xian's face in a daze. She faintly felt that when she met Sir Fan Jr. again this time, this young man still had a murderous nature mixed with warmth on the surface. However, there seemed to be some changes happening in his bones. She still couldn't resist asking, "Since that is the case, why do you hide behind the scenes and not charge forward bravely?" Suddenly appearing in the hall, showing the posthumous edict, and facing the attacks of the aces of the internal court, Fan Xian smiled bitterly. "This is indeed very handsome, but it doesn't seem to have a good effect." He withdrew his smile and said with a seriousness that had never been seen before, 20 days ago, on a meadow at the summit of a tall mountain, I learned some things. From now on, I am not afraid of death. I still cherish life. If I am destined to die, I hope my death can be of some value. Wang Fei was silent. Fan Xian closed his eyes for a moment and then said, I am not risking the lives of those respectable civil officials. If the person in charge right now was the eldest princess, I would choose another method. Right now, the person ascending to the throne in Taiji Palace is the crown prince, not the second prince. He opened his eyes and coldly said, the second prince is cold under his emotions. On the contrary, I still have some confidence in the crown prince. What confidence? I still think that the crown prince is the most gentle of us brothers. Fan Xian smiled warmly. The Empress Dowager is old and does not want to kill enough. The crown prince is a good person, so I don't think the bloody scene you predicted will appear in Taiji Palace today. Fan Xian gave the crown prince in Taiji Palace a good person card. Wang Fei felt it was strange. She shook her head and prepared to leave. Before she left, Fan Xian called her back and called Ma Suasua out of the room. He warned Wang Fei seriously, I won't stay in one place in Jingdo. I won't come back to Yangcong Alley, but I am worried about her safety. I hope you can take her back to the manor. Wang Fei was slightly surprised. She hadn't thought that Fan Xian would be thinking about Ma Suasua's safety. She also hadn't thought he would make such a request. Ma Suasua also looked at Fan Xian in shock. Fan Xian said, the manor is currently the safest place in Jingdo. It is not just because the royal army is in your hands. Wang Fei, you should understand what I am referring to. Wang Fei slowly lowered her head. This time there was the shadow of a large power in the Qing kingdom. Even the eldest princess had to give some face to a foreign ally and give some face to the sister of the northern Qi emperor. The three of them walked to the wooden door of the little courtyard and bowed before parting. At the last moment, Fan Xian stared into Wang Fei's eyes and said, earlier you used righteousness to reprimand me. Now I must remind you of something. You are Wang Fei now, so you must think of yourself as a person of the Qing kingdom and not a person of Qi. Wang Fei's heart trembled slightly. She didn't dare look directly into Fan Xian's deep and cold eyes. Autumn had just arrived. It was slightly cold but not bone-chilling. As Wang Fei sat in the carriage, she felt the wind seeping in through the curtains. It was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver a few times. She had arranged for Ma Suasua to be in the second carriage. Even if Fan Xian hadn't asked her to look after that unfortunate Hu girl, Wang Fei would not have left her in Yangcong Alley. If she died, how would she explain it to the king? Wang Fei shivered again. She was the only one in the carriage. She had enough time to reflect on Fan Xian's last words. She knew that Fan Xian already had a comprehensive plan for this entire matter, which was why he was reminding her. As for Fan Xian, Wang Fei had married from northern Qi. They had traveled together and carefully observed him. She knew very well how powerful he was, particularly the tense scene in Taiji Palace. It had been caused by the wave of his sleeve overnight. Wang Fei couldn't help but feel a glimmer of respect. Presently, the powers behind Fan Xian were being watched by the palace and could not act on their own. Yet he was still able to create such a large ruckus. Wang Fei truly didn't know what other trump cards Fan Xian was hiding. Thus, she decided to stand firmly by the king's side and behind Fan Xian. Things like history always followed the victors. The carriage returned to the manor. Wang Fei brought Ma Suasua into the back garden and called for servants to arrange a residence for the Hu girl. She brought her alone to the lakeside and walked into the pavilion in the center of the lake. Half a year ago, this pavilion had held all of the children of the royal family other than the crown prince. That short period of peace in the emperor's family had long turned into a bubble because of the Qing emperor's death. The emperor's children were all searching for a way to kill their brothers and sisters. Wang Fei sighed and sat by the window. Facing the person who had been waiting in the pavilion, she said, "Has there been any news from the king's side?" The person replied respectfully, "There have been some strange movements in the imperial army. According to the deputy, the king is guarding the palace walls. He should be able to suppress those people." The person was wearing normal clothing. He was probably a housekeeper. He spoke very respectfully to Wang Fei, but there was a presence that a servant should not have between his brows. He quietly said, "Princess, did you see that person earlier?" "Princess?" Only a person who would call Wang Fei so naturally could be a Qi person. Wang Fei nodded silently. A moment later she suddenly said, "Maintain peace with the eldest princess's side for now. Don't say anything." The person furrowed his brows slightly and said, "I am under the emperor's strict orders to help the princess control the situation in the Qing kingdom. Since Fan Xian has already appeared, we must inform the eldest princess." Wang Fei looked at him and slowly said, "I don't know what Shangjing is thinking. I only know that Fan Xian cannot die for now." From this conversation, one could discover that this housekeeper-like person was a spy that Northern Qi had sent to Jingdo. He was an important figure responsible for contacting the eldest princess's side during the Qing kingdom's internal strife. The person's expression was slightly cold. Looking at Wang Fei, he said, "Princess, please remember you are a citizen of the Qi kingdom. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Wang Fei smiled coldly at him and said, "I am thinking for your sake. If Fan Xian truly dies, do you think the emperor will spare you?" The person sucked in a cold breath and didn't understand the meaning of these words. Thinking about it carefully, the young emperor of Northern Qi did indeed value Fan Xian greatly. But if he wanted to fulfill the emperor's wishes, what would happen if Fan Xian didn't die? He said in a heavy voice, "The emperor has strict orders that the Qing kingdom must fall into chaos. The emperor believes that Qin Pingping will certainly stay hidden until the end. If Fan Xian doesn't die, Qin Pingping, Fan Jian, and the former prime minister in Wuxia will not go crazy. After the Qing emperor dies, the only truly powerful figures in the Qing kingdom are the eldest princess, Li Yunrui, and those three old men." The person lowered his head and spoke faster and faster. Presently, the Qing court and Empress Dowager are keeping an eye on Qin Pingping and Fan Jian, preventing them from acting rashly. Once something actually happens to Fan Xian, I'm afraid even the Qing royal family won't be able to suppress these two people. As long as the Qing kingdom truly falls into chaos, regardless of who wins or loses in the end, it will be good for the Qi kingdom, the person said with his head lowered. The man lowered his head and said, "The death of the Qing emperor is one of the sources of chaos. Fan Xian's death will light the last fire." Is this the brocade guard's intention or the emperor's? Wang Fei's gaze wavered. This matter has not been handled by the commander of the guard. It is all the emperor's personal will. Although the emperor has not said it explicitly, his intentions are clear. Presumably he has thought of Fan Xian dying. Then which side does the Qi kingdom favor as the victor? The person raised his head and was silent for a moment. He then said, "We favor Fan Xian's side as the victor, so Fan Xian must die." What? Wang Fei asked in surprise. "Even if you help him, he cannot defeat the powerful armies of the Yi and Qin families." "I don't dare rashly guess the emperor's intentions," the person said calmly. "But, presumably, the emperor has confidence in Qin Pingping. All right, even if it is as the emperor says, Fan Xian dies, Jingdo falls into chaos, and Director Qin borrows celestial soldiers and generals." Wang Fei furrowed her brows and said with slight mockery, "If the eldest princess's side loses and the people behind Fan Xian regain control of the Qing court, so what? It would probably be better for Fan Xian to be alive. If they win, given Fan Xian's good relationship with our court, the world will probably be peaceful for decades." The person stared at Wang Fei in a daze. A moment later he said, "Princess, do you really not understand the emperor's intentions?" "What do I mean?" Wang Fei furrowed her brows slightly. The person quietly said, "Everyone's eyes are on the crown prince, the second prince, the third prince, and Fan Xian. If it truly becomes a mess, the prince controls the imperial army. Additionally, he has always been on good terms with Fan Xian. Director Qin sees him as a nephew. Minister Fan's pain of losing his son. No matter how you look at it, the prince has the greatest chance." Wang Fei's body shook and she sucked in a cold breath. Looking at the top of the person's head, only now did she understand that her brother, far away in Shangjing, was planning such a sinister and terrifying deal. Her brother in Shangjing definitely did not just want to kill his peers on the dragon chair. If one Qing emperor died and another Qing emperor was reborn, as long as the Qing kingdom's national strength was not damaged, the situation between the three countries would not change. If the great prince of the Qing kingdom actually succeeded the throne, he would marry the great princess of Northern Qi and have the blood of Dongyi in his body. Would the future Qing kingdom still be the overbearing Qing kingdom it was now? Wang Fei held her forehead. The depths of her heart were filled with shock. She had not known that her young and inexperienced brother had such shrewdness to have embroidered so many things that suited her on the outside of this web. The prince won't do it. She held her forehead and sighed. The person said with a dark face, "If Fan Xian dies at the hands of the eldest princess, the prince will probably feel despair for his brothers. Sorrow is sometimes a power that can stimulate one's ambition." "No." Wang Fei suddenly raised her head and resolutely said, "You don't understand. The emperor also doesn't understand what kind of person the prince is. Fan Xian cannot die. I don't care what Shangjing's plan is, but at least Fan Xian's whereabouts cannot be revealed from my side." The person glanced at Wang Fei with slight pity and apology. He knew that if this really happened and the prince found out that Wang Fei had betrayed Fan Xian, there would probably be big problems between husband and wife. No wonder Wang Fei firmly did not allow this. However, he lowered his head and bowed. Apologies, princess. I will take full responsibility for this matter. When the carriage left Yangzong Alley earlier, I had already notified the eldest princess of the Qin kingdom. Wang Fei's body shook. She stared at the person in disbelief. Her gaze quickly passed through the window and toward the clear sky outside the manor. She didn't know if Fan Xian would be able to keep his life. Fan Xian was a careful person. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Wang Fei to take Ma Suasua away. After all, he could not imagine that Wang Fei, who already saw herself as mostly a Qing person, still had a pure Qi person by her side. Given his relationship with the Northern Qi Emperor, even if Northern Qi had participated in the assassination of the Qing Emperor, he still thought that Northern Qi would not target him. Thus, he stayed a little longer in the courtyard in Yangzong Alley until the sky gradually darkened. Only then did he put on a normal straw hat and walked out of the courtyard in the alley. Amidst the white banners between the private residences, he headed in the direction of the first bureau of the Overwatch Council. He decided to take the risk to find Mu Tai. The silence in Qin Garden outside Jingdo made him feel a glimmer of inauspiciousness. Perhaps everyone in the world would think that Qin Pingping was still silently enduring and waiting, but Fan Xian did not think so. Distance created a sense of beauty and mystery. Fan Xian, who was incomparably close to the crippled old man, knew that Qin Pingping was old and did not have much time left in his life. At such a time he was truly worried about the safety of Qin Garden. Qin Garden was on the outskirts of Jingdo and did not have tall palace walls. Even if the 500 Black Knights were not far from the garden, how could they stand against the Qing military's attack? His mood was anxious, so he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. His ears twitched and he heard the sound of horse hooves coming from a distant street. Only then did he know that his whereabouts had finally been caught by the eldest princess for the first time. Fan Xian turned his head and used his professional gaze to immediately see the 3 spies following him not far to his right. He furrowed his brows and turned into a small alley behind him, trying to disappear among the layers of private residences in Jingdo before they closed in. The 3 spikes followed him without fear of death. Fan Xian turned his body. His left hand sliced out horizontally and chopped down on the throat of the person closest to him. There was the sound of bones breaking as the person fell limply to the ground. Immediately after, he kicked the second person's genitals. His left hand dug in, and a crossbow bolt flew out from his sleeve and pierced into the third person's eye socket. He acted very casually, cleanly and clearly, but also incomparably fast. He didn't give the 3 people any time to sound the alarm. Fan Xian knew that there were eldest princess people beside him, so he didn't stop. His left hand stuck to the stone wall beside him and prepared to flip onto the eaves. A person flew down from the sky. A metal palm the size of a cattail leaf fan headed toward Fan Xian's face. The wind from the palm was like a knife. It made Fan Xian's eyes narrow and his face hurt. Only now did he understand that his words earlier in the council and Wang Fei had been a bit overconfident. The top aces in the world had probably all been destroyed on Dong Mountain. However, Jingdo was a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The aces of the military still came in an endless stream. For example, the palm coming right now was at least at the 8th level. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and flipped his palm to meet it. The 2 palms faced each other without a sound. It was as if they were stuck together. In the next moment he took a deep breath and relaxed his knees slightly. Threads of dust shook out from under his cloth shoes. There was a muffled thud. The bones of the military ace's wrist, arm and sternum were all shattered. His entire body was sent flying into the sky by a copious and irresistible tyrannical power. Spraying out fresh blood, the ace flew miserably with an expression of disbelief on his face. It was as if he couldn't understand how such a gentle-looking young man could have a tyrannical aura that was completely different from his. Fan Xian pulled back his calm palm and coughed. He felt a sharp, tearing pain in the left side of his chest. He knew that the heavy injury Yan Xiaoi had given him was beginning to act up again. He knew he couldn't fight for long. He had to immediately escape the eldest princess's pursuit. However, after sending the ace flying with 1 palm, he was also stopped for a moment. In an instant, the entire small alley was surrounded by people. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked. He could tell that there were soldiers from the Jingdo garrison stationed in the capital, people from the Ministry of Justice, and even more aces from the Jingdo government. Behind them stood a few eunuchs from the internal court. It looked like other than his own Overwatch Council, all of the powerful Yamans in Jingdo had sent people. Looking at this scene, Fan Xian sighed in his heart. He knew that no matter how tragic the ending in Taiji Palace was, at least for now, the palace had already confirmed his great crime of murdering the emperor. He had already become an evil thief that everyone had to punish. But he didn't feel a glimmer of fear. He also didn't feel the sorrow of a tiger falling from grace after being injured. He only watched all of this calmly. Chapter 547. Kill? Shouts of killing rang out from all directions in the alley. Countless people surged toward Fan Xian, who was standing in the middle of the alley. The tide of people surged forward. It was like a large river running into an immovable rock. Water splashed in all directions. The sound of sharp blades slicing through flesh pierced into people's eardrums. Then the 4 people at the very front fell down like 4 pieces of wood. They clutched their throats and fell down. Fresh blood flowed endlessly from their hands. A slender black dagger had appeared in Fan Xian's hand. There were a few drops of dark blood on the blade's lightless edge. The deaths of a few people could not force back everyone's charge. The soldiers' charge did not even pause for a moment before they once again drowned out Fan Xian. The black light flashed again. This time, Fan Xian sinisterly chose to strike downward. He no longer tried to kill with one strike or slice open the throats of the soldiers. Instead, he slashed a few times at the legs and abdomen of the people around him. At the same time, several bloody wounds appeared on their bodies. The flesh that had been flipped open spurted out bright red blood. After a moment, the blood immediately turned black, and a faint fishy smell wafted out. A number of particularly wretched cries rang out in the alley. The injured people would not die immediately. They were in incomparable pain from the poison on Fan Xian's black dagger. The rising and falling of the wretched cries finally brought the soldiers surrounding Fan Xian to their senses. It made the people holding long spears and sharp blades remember the legendary power and viciousness of Sir Fan Jr. The tide of people paused. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fan Xian charged toward the back of the alley like a wandering spirit. Like a shadow and wind, he moved close to the people's bodies. Occasionally he stretched out a demonic palm and gently brushed it across their earlobes, fingers, armpits and other weak spots. Each brush left behind a wretched cry and an injured person who fell to the ground. In this instant, Fan Xian chose a small trick. This was the best way to save energy and not use up Xinqi. The crowd was surging, and moving like this was the most suitable method. Every time he made a move, he no longer intended to make the soldiers beside him fall, but to make them cry out in pain and jump up, turning them into leaping trees to conceal the cunning beast he was. In the twilight, he fled towards the back of the encirclement. Not far away, a general who was in charge of the search looked at the commotion, and a trace of coldness and fear flashed through his eyes. He had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who could turn himself into a wandering soul, who could pass through the crowd of people who were chasing after him under the watchful eyes of the public, leaving behind a trail of blood and taking away fresh lives. But this person seemed to be so casual, as if he was walking through a field of flowers without a single leaf touching him. Fan Xian didn't even have a single wound on his body, and he had already killed and injured more than 20 people. Amidst the chaos of the encirclement, he had forcefully advanced a distance of 30 meters. Stop him. The general looked at the commotion that was getting closer and closer. His pupils constricted and he roared in a hoarse voice, "Kill the traitors!" The sound of a crossbow being knocked rang out. In such a noisy environment, it actually appeared very weak, but it was particularly terrifying. In the crowd, Fan Xian, who was holding a dagger with 3 fingers and gently making intimate contact with the soldier's muscles, heard the sound of the crossbow outside the encirclement. His right hand paused for a moment. His ears accurately captured a familiar sound, so his heart tightened and caused his right hand to pause for a moment. It stabbed into the chest of a bailiff who was leaping toward him in fear and forgot to pull it out. Jingdo strictly forbade the use of crossbows, except for the Overwatch Council, which had been specially permitted by edict. Hearing this sound, Fan Xian knew that the eldest princess had already mobilized the power of the army through the Qin family or the Yi family to sneak into Jingdo. He didn't have time to think about the problem of the 13 city gate guards. Instead, he unconsciously felt a chill. The extreme danger of the attack in the valley had left a deep impression on him. This thought only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, his foot stomped down and landed heavily on the hard stone ground with a bang. With just one foot, the square, hard stone slab split open in the middle. The corners of the slab rose up and headed toward the bodies of the soldiers leaping toward him. When he moved through the encirclement, it appeared easy and casual. In reality, he was moving with unusual speed and powerful, precise control. That was why he needed such a powerful and tyrannical kick to stop his body that was moving at high speed. The stone slab split open. In that instant, his body also changed from a fast speed to an unusual stillness. The change between these two extreme states even made the air around him involuntarily make a tearing sound. The surrounding soldiers that had been following him like a ripple did not keep up in this instant. Wretchedly, they fell forward, leaving an empty space 3 feet in front of Fan Xian's body. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of breaking wind rang out. Dozens of sinister and terrifying crossbow bolts grew under Fan Xian's feet like crops. They narrowly missed his body. His right hand continued to stab horizontally. The body of the bailiff hanging from the dagger was suddenly thrown forward by the sudden decrease in speed. His flesh sliced through the sharp black dagger. With a hiss, half of his body was sliced open. He fell heavily to the ground, splashing out countless amounts of blood. The soldiers behind Fan Xian could not stop their feet and directly crashed into his suddenly still body. He pulled back his elbow. 2 muffled sounds rang out, and 2 figures were sent flying into the sky, shattering into pieces in the dusk sky, drawing countless shocking arcs in the air. Before the next round of crossbow bolts arrived, Fan Xian glanced at the general at the end of the alley from a distance. The tip of his foot pushed off the ground. Unexpectedly, he followed the 2 broken shadows he had sent flying and flew in the opposite direction toward the sky above the alley. The general felt Fan Xian's icy gaze from a distance and couldn't help but shiver. Gritting his teeth, he said viciously, "Wolf Camp, go, don't let him escape." In midair, the shattered pieces of bone and flesh fell to the ground with a clatter. Immediately after, whooshing sounds broke through the air. A dozen aces flipped onto the eaves and chased after Fan Xian, who was running on the eaves of the commoners not far away. In a moment, the aces of the Jingdo government and the Ministry of Justice led most of their subordinates and followed the path on the ground in relentless pursuit. "I want him to die." Inside Guangxin Palace in the royal palace, the eldest princess, who had returned to her layers of muslin curtains, said these words expressionlessly. The him, in her words, referred to Fan Xian, who was fighting guerrilla warfare with her in Jingdo. As long as Fan Xian did not die, it would be difficult for the eldest princess's expression to show a smile. "There seems to be a problem in Qin Garden," the eunuch beside the eldest princess said in a low voice. The eunuch beside the eldest princess said in a low voice, "The most important thing is that there seems to be a problem with the information transmission from Dongshan Road. It's already been 3 days and the last news was 3 days ago." A strange flush suddenly flashed across Li Yunrui's cold and beautiful face. This flush was like the rosy clouds on the horizon. Blown by the night wind, it immediately disappeared, becoming the last smear of whiteness before night fell. The corners of her lips twitched slightly. In a quiet voice she said, "I only want Fan Xian to die. You don't have to worry about the Overwatch Council." "Yes, Your Highness." The eunuch bowed respectfully and then raised his head. It was one of the Qing Emperor's trusted eunuchs, Eunuch Ho, who was on the same level as Eunuch Yao. The eldest princess looked at Eunuch Ho's face with a slight smile and said, "You set that fire in the Eastern Palace very well. I want to see how well you set this last fire in Jingdo." After the Battle of Dong Mountain, no one knew if Eunuch Hong was dead or alive. Eunuch Yao must have already followed the Qing Emperor to heaven. In the present royal palace, the eunuch with the highest seniority, the most power, and the most trust of the Empress Dowager was Eunuch Ho. In the past, the Fan Manor and Lady Lu had spent a great deal of money to win over Eunuch Ho. Who would have thought that all this money would be wasted? From the beginning, he had been the eldest princess's person. The Qing Emperor and Fan Xian had long guessed who had set the fire in the Eastern Palace, but they had not thought of Eunuch Ho. Eunuch Ho bowed respectfully and said, "I will ask the Empress Dowager to issue an edict. However, my words do not have much power. At most, the Empress Dowager can issue an edict to the Imperial Army to join the search." He raised his head and carefully glanced at the eldest princess. "As you know, we have already used all the power we can. The Imperial Army also appeared in Yangtsong Alley earlier, but they did not move at all. It is clear that the great prince has other intentions." The eldest princess calmly said, "We cannot move the Imperial Army." Eunuch Ho probingly said, "Although something major happened in Taiji Palace today and 40 officials have been thrown into prison, the Empress Dowager's intentions have not changed. Since it has already been confirmed that the Crown Prince will inherit the throne, Do you think we can move the great prince's position? You want me to talk to my mother? The eldest princess said with slight mockery. Don't make such plans. Presently the Jingdo garrison is in my hands. The 13 city gate guards are still wavering. The Qin and Yi family armies are only a few days away from the capital. If even the commander of the imperial army is changed, how can my mother be at ease? As long as Lady Ning is well behaved in Hongguang Palace, the imperial army will belong to the great prince, the eldest princess coldly said. Mother has to find some balance. Otherwise, is she not worried that I will destroy this royal palace in the future? Eunuch Ho's heart shivered and didn't say anything more. Fan Xian is sick, the eldest princess continued to smile slightly. With me holding on to his illness, it is impossible for him to leave Jingdo. He can only endure in Jingdo. I want to see how he, an evil assassin, will continue to endure when those dozens of officials can't endure, the officials of Taichung Temple and the Ministry of Rites can't hold on, and the crown prince can rightfully ascend to the throne. Eunuch Ho glanced at the eldest princess with respect. Carefully he said, it's a pity that when the Empress Dowager gave the edict, the concubine carrying Sir Fan Jr.'s blood somehow escaped. Not escaped. The eldest princess narrowed her eyes slightly. Her long eyelashes blinked slightly. Someone is protecting him. However, I am very curious whether or not that person who has lost his master can still protect himself. Your Highness's calculations are divine. There is nothing to calculate. You have to prepare. Perhaps in a few days I will have to leave the palace, the eldest princess said with a smile. No one knew why she had chosen to leave the palace. Eunuch Ho smiled fawningly and said, then I will return to Hongguang Palace right now. Go, the eldest princess said. Let mother's heart be more resolute. Yes. Eunuch Ho obeyed and left. Passing through the deathly silent palace, he heard the faint sounds of sorrow falling in his ears. He returned to Hongguang Palace and said a few words in front of the Empress Dowager. Looking at the Empress Dowager's grizzled hair, dispirited expression and unbearable spirit, this eunuch sighed in his heart. He thought to himself that the Empress Dowager had once been a very powerful figure. Now she could only wholeheartedly maintain the peace of the court and could not bring out much boldness. He had decided to follow the eldest princess many years ago. This was truly a wise choice. In Guangxin Palace. After Eunuch Ho left, the eldest princess lowered her eyelids slightly and quietly said something to her trusted aide. It seemed that she was going to send a message somewhere outside the palace. A few words could be faintly heard. It should be related to the situation outside Jingdo. Then she sat in silence and solitude for a while. She clapped her hands, and palace maids respectfully surrounded or guarded a man and a woman. They walked in from the back of Guangxin Palace and sat by her side. The eldest princess revealed a slight smile and quietly said to the daughter beside her, whose brows did not resemble hers, Chinero, mother has already found Fan Xian. Lin Wan'er lowered her head slightly and gently bit her lower lip. She was not shocked by these words. She didn't even raise her head. The eldest princess furrowed her brows slightly. It was as if she felt a glimmer of anger at her daughter's emotional reaction. In a low voice she said, Fan Xian is a rat. If he truly cares about you then naturally he will come to the palace. Lin Wan'er suddenly raised her head. Her usually unusually gentle and watery eyes were filled with coldness and indifference. She looked at her mother. It was as if there were two knives digging into her mother's heart. Word by word she said, you asked for me from Hongguang Palace. I had thought you still had some mother-daughter feelings. So you used your own daughter as bait. Lin Wan'er's expression was calm as she said, but that's right. Uncle has said many times that you are a madman and cannot do things like normal people. Don't worry, I won't resent you. She smiled gently and appeared very calm. For a madman like you, resentment is an unnecessary emotion. Is that so? Li Yunrui slowly closed her eyes. I gave birth to you. Of course you have no right to resent me. CC that be asterisk t, isn't she living well outside? Why does the Fan Manor only protect her and not you? If you want to resent someone, you should resent your husband and your in-laws. Lin Wan'er's legs trembled slightly. You've made a mistake. Perhaps no one thought you would act against your own daughter. The sound of metal colliding came from under her legs. It was as if someone had shackled them. Li Yunrui calmly said, if Fan Xian died, everything would be easy. Is that so? Unfortunately, you will never be able to kill him. Since he was able to come back alive from Dong Mountain, he will certainly live on. A confident glow rose to Lin Wan'er's face. The eldest princess furrowed her brows. Some people's lives are not in their control. I have never worried about my good son-in-law. Even though he has lived so brilliantly these 2 years, I am still not worried. She glanced at her daughter and then at De Bao, who was sitting by her daughter's side with his shoulders drawn back in fear and his mouth trembling unconsciously. A glimmer of disgust flashed through her eyes. I understand my son-in-law too well, Li Yunrui coldly said. As long as you and De Bao are here, other than death, what other way out does he have? Oh, I didn't think that you would think Ji would be so sentimental. Lin Wuner gazed calmly into her mother's eyes. I am his wife. I don't even hope that he would be stupid enough to give up his life because of your methods. I don't know where your confidence comes from. You don't understand. No one understands, the eldest princess calmly said. The eldest princess calmly said, perhaps Fan Xian is a hypocritical person to the bone, but for some of the people around him, on the contrary, he is extremely passionate. She paused and then smiled. I won't underestimate him. I will make preparations for him to truly turn things around. In a few days he may have the opportunity to turn the royal palace upside down. Thus, I will take you and De Bao out of the palace and have him crawl into this bucket himself. Lin Wuner looked at her calmly. Looks like you have already taken control of the 13 city gate guards. The Qin and Yi family's armies can enter the capital at any time. The eldest princess was slightly startled before she smiled. My daughter is indeed a little like me. You see things very accurately. Lin Wuner slowly lowered her head. She knew that Fan Xian would certainly think of a way to enter deep into the heart of the royal palace and use the great prince's imperial army and his spies in the palace to turn things around in one move. Unexpectedly, her mother did not care at all about the gains and losses of the royal palace. Instead, she had the idea of having all of the enemy forces fall deep into the palace and then counterattack with a large number of soldiers. What exactly do you want? Lin Wuner suddenly raised her head and said with a glimmer of mockery, it makes no difference to you whether the crown prince or the second brother is the emperor. However, what exactly do you want? What do I want? The eldest princess suddenly narrowed her eyes and stared at a certain wall in Guangxin Palace. After a moment of silence, she said, I want everyone in the world to know that in this world, there are some women who can do extraordinary things without a man. She turned her head to look at her daughter and quietly said, not having a man is nothing. After Fan Xian dies, you will still be a high and mighty princess, so there is no need to start grieving ahead of time. I don't know what I will be like after my man dies. Will I be unable to suppress my sorrow? Lin Wuner suddenly smiled and held her brother's soft left hand. She lowered her head and didn't even glance at her mother. But I know, mother, after you lose your man you will truly go crazy. So, it is best if you keep these teachings for yourself. How dare you? The eldest princess' beautiful face became icy. What nonsense are you saying? Isn't that so? Lin Wuner said calmly and mockingly. Uncle wanted to strangle you to death on that wall? Now that he has died because of you, do you feel both happy and wronged and want to scratch up your face? I am not someone who doesn't know anything, Lin Wuner said mockingly. It is just that I hate these things. So, mother, you are essentially a pitiful person who can't survive without a man. Why put on an act? After a moment of silence, the eldest princess suddenly opened her mouth and said coldly, after all, you are my daughter. You didn't bring me any benefits. Just by angering me, do you think I would kill you? However, I must admit that your words are very powerful. She suddenly sighed and gently caressed her daughter's slightly thin cheeks. I haven't been with you for long enough, so I didn't realize that my dear daughter is actually such a powerful character. Lin Wuner gazed calmly into her eyes. A moment later she said, I am a person without power, so I can only use words. Perhaps you will succeed, but it is impossible for you to make me admire you at all. She was very calm and proud with confidence. Her lips were pressed tightly together. Suddenly, De Bao quietly muttered beside her, Sister, you're hurting my hand. The eldest princess smiled and then quietly said, Good daughter, don't be so angry. I will have Fan Xian die in front of you. When the time comes, you will be even angrier. She gently patted Lin Wuner's icy face. Fan Xian found that he had sunk into a sea of people's war. Even if 80% of the Jingdo people thought he had been wronged, there were still 20% who truly saw him as a heinous and unforgivable traitor who had assassinated the emperor, colluded with foreign countries and sold out the country. There were too many people in Jingdo. Even if it was only 20%, it was enough to gather into a terrifying power. Looking at the people beating gongs and drums and calling for bailiffs and soldiers to come and capture him, Fan Xian, who was running through the streets and alleys, smiled bitterly and couldn't help but want to curse. He wanted to take a loudspeaker and ask the people of the Qin kingdom who had worshipped him as an immortal poet in the past. If he really was a bastard, why did he come back to Jingdo? Furthermore, he had not thought that although his Overwatch Council was closely watched by the internal court, the secret agents of the First Bureau would purposely create trouble to help him. Even so, after fleeing for so long, he still had not shaken off the eldest princess's pursuit. The dozen or so experts from the military were really a headache. Even more troublesome were the bailiffs of the Jingdo government and the officials of the Ministry of Justice. These people hung around Jingdo all year round and had close relationships with the people. Under their relentless pursuit, it made it impossible for a warrior like Fan Xian to remain hidden for more than 15 minutes. Fan Xian leaned against the wall of a courtyard and narrowed his eyes at the darkening night sky. He saw the bright moon on the horizon and couldn't help furrowing his brows. He began to curse the heavens and the Qin kingdom's unusually good environmental protection work. Under the clear moonlight, Fan Xian was faced with the largest number of people in Jingdo's history and the strictest search for an imperial criminal. He was confident that he would be able to disappear into the sea of residences. The slight coolness of the courtyard seeped into his heart and lungs, calming his emotions slightly. It also made him cough. His injuries had not healed and he had forcefully mobilized the tyrannical Jinchi. Even though his body was made of iron, he still felt a glimmer of fatigue. The clamor of soldiers and horses came from the street not far away. There were shouts. It was probably another enthusiastic patriotic citizen pointing the direction Fan Xian had escaped into the government. If it was just escaping, Fan Xian had enough confidence that he could even fight guerrilla warfare in Jingdo with the eldest princess's side for half a month. He was confident that he wouldn't be caught. He could even slowly assassinate the important enemies one by one like a spring dream without a trace. But his wife and family were under house arrest in the palace. Outside the palace he had some misgivings. He had to hurry and find a peaceful place to contact his own forces and obtain precious information. He had to follow the right path of evading and escaping. At present, with the eldest princess's relentless pursuit, it was clear that it would not allow him to find a safe place to temporarily stay. It wasn't that Fan Xian didn't have suspicions about the exposure of his whereabouts. However, the journey was dangerous and hurried. He had no time to consider these things. The sounds of people outside grew closer and there was also the sound of horses. Fan Xian turned his head to glance at the corner of the alley. His left hand dug into the skin of the wall. Circulating his jinchi, he dug out a few pieces of rock and flicked them toward the wall in the corner. With a light pop, a few inconspicuous marks appeared on the wall in the corner. It seemed that someone had crawled over there. Fan Xian's fingers curled. His entire body floated up like a large bird and flipped over the side of the wall. He had already investigated clearly. Behind this wall was a decent manor. Looking at the furnishings, it seemed to be the family of an official. He decided to take a gamble and see if he could find someone he could trust. Even if he couldn't, he would try to hide. Flipping over the wall, he walked past the fake mountains and flowing water. He went up to the second floor and entered a room filled with the scent of books. The sound of soldiers and horses outside the courtyard grew louder and louder. Fan Xian didn't have time to think. He turned around a bookshelf and a black dagger was pressed against a person's neck. His luck was not that good. It was impossible for him to find someone he could trust in the vast sea of people in Jingdo. However, his luck was not that bad. He had thought that this was a study and the person inside was the owner of the house. He had not expected that under the black dagger was a delicate and pitiful girl. Chapter 548. The updates are not stable. I said it at the beginning of the month. Who doesn't have something important in life? On the first day, I made it clear that there were not many updates this month. I thought I was being sincere and asked everyone to give their votes to other writers. Unexpectedly, there were still so many people talking about this. It was fine to talk about it, but there were still a few people who went around yelling about what they wanted. Why do this? Why do this? It's not easy for everyone. Let's all be more tolerant. Someone didn't know who it was, but she was trembling under the black dagger that carried the faint scent of blood. She looked delicate and pitiful. Her two curved brows were slightly furrowed, and she held her heart in her hands. This girl looked unfamiliar and weak. Fan Xian didn't know her, but he didn't feel any pity for her. Looking at this deathly pale girl, he opened her mouth to call for help. His left hand quickly covered her mouth. Immediately after, his fingertip flicked, preparing to seal her meridians and temporarily stop her from moving. However, before his fingertip made contact, Fan Xian was surprised to find that the unfamiliar girl he had restrained had fainted with a moan in his palm. Fan Xian was startled. His finger pressed gently on the girl's neck to confirm that she had truly fainted and was not faking it. He couldn't help but slowly withdraw his hand and put her down on the chair. He looked at his finger and furrowed his brows. He hadn't even had time to apply the drug, so how could this girl have fainted? The wrinkles between his brows had not disappeared because Fan Xian had been listening attentively to the shouts outside the manor. He listened quietly, ready at any moment for the people chasing him to enter the manor to carry out the next step. Unexpectedly, the clamor outside the manor did not last long. After a few words of negotiation, the soldiers chasing him left. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. He walked to the side of the window and looked toward the front door of the manor. He furrowed his brows and wondered who exactly lived in this manor for the eldest princess faction to trust it so much. Who could avoid the search of the Jingdo government at such an unusual time? Although this manor took up a lot of space, looking at the style, it did not belong to any royal family. It was probably the residence of some official in court. He frowned and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember which minister on the eldest princess side lived in this street. Although he did not guess the owner of this manor, since the pursuers had left, Fan Xian relaxed slightly. Only then did he have some spare time to observe the room he was in. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but now that he did, Fan Xian couldn't help but be shocked. It was just like when he had first recognized the boudoir as a study and suddenly met that strange young lady. This was because this boudoir was filled with bookshelves full of books. It did not look like the boudoir of a young lady at all. There wasn't even a bit of needlework. What's more, on the two pillars on either side of the desk were two very familiar couplets. The tender cold locks one's dreams because of the cold spring, and the fragrant wine covers one's body. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but look at the unconscious young lady in the chair. He thought to himself that this was not appropriate. This couplet was written by Qin Guan, a scholar of the Song dynasty in that world. And the reason it appeared in this world, in this young lady's boudoir, was because of Fan Xian's handwritten copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. This couplet had once appeared in Qin Keqing's room in the book. The reason Fan Xian thought it was not appropriate was because Qin Keqing was such a charming and romantic person, a person whose spring dreams were scattered like clouds. This couplet in the room matched her character. This couplet, the young lady in the chair, and the scholarly atmosphere of the boudoir did not match well. The bookshelves were densely packed with books, which was the second reason for Fan Xian's shock. There were no female biographies on the shelves, no schoolwork for the girls' school, and no poems and biographies of the world's most widely circulated poems. What was on display was the Bangxian's High Poetry Collection. There were various editions of the Bangxian's High Poetry Collection, especially the edition personally annotated by Master Zhuang Mohan. There were 3 sets of it. There were also 3 whole rows of Zhuang's classics and histories, personally edited by Fan Xian a year ago and published by the Imperial College. These were the results of some of the books in the carriage. And on the bookshelves was Dream of the Red Chamber or Story of the Stone. There were various editions of Story of the Stone, some long, some short, some exquisite, some crude. Most of them were editions published by Dombo Bookstore in the past 3 years, but there were also some works from unknown bookstores. Fan Xian stood in a daze in front of the bookshelves, looking at the books that emitted the faint scent of ink. For some reason he sank into silence. He didn't know which family this unconscious young lady belonged to, nor did he know why this young lady valued the brush and ink she had left in this world so much. Faintly, Fan Xian lightly sniffed, as if he had completely forgotten that he was in a dangerous place in the capital and that he was in the middle of a bloody conspiracy. He only calmly looked at the books. For a moment he suddenly felt very satisfied. People would always die. He had lived twice and had 2 completely different lives. It had already surpassed the gifts of the Creator. Furthermore, he had already left behind these words and spiritual things in this world of the Qin kingdom. Even if he died today, how many regrets would he have? The words were not his, and the spiritual wealth was also not his. However, all of this was something he had brought from that world and gifted to this world. Fan Xian suddenly felt a bit proud. Proud to be a bridge and proud to have left behind some traces. Perhaps this was very similar to the sentiments Yi Qingmei had when she changed this world. Outside the window it was already night. Only the silver light from the sky shone in. People in this era always ate very early. This young lady was probably used to being alone, so during this time, not a single serving girl or servant came into the room to greet her. On the contrary, It gave Fan Xian a rare moment of solitude and reflection. At this time he had already gotten rid of the emotion that suddenly appeared before. He walked to the desk and looked at the fresh ink on the snow-white rice paper on the desk. He looked at some fragmentary words copied on the paper, and he couldn't help but reveal a rather elusive smile on his lips. The zhenqi in his body was abundant, and his senses were extraordinary. Naturally, he did not need to light a candle and he did not need to worry about outsiders finding out. They all say that authors are crazy. Who understands? Fan Xian looked at the words on the paper and spoke to himself. He thought to himself that this young lady was truly a crazy person. Looking at the beautiful and spirited handwriting on the paper, perhaps this young lady had some inner wisdom. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a smear of red in the compartment at the side of the desk. Curiously, he extended his hand and took it out. It was not a thick book. The cover was a wordless red cover about 8 inches long. Fan Xian's fingers gently lifted the cover and saw the words "Feng Yu Treasure Mirror" written on the title page. Involuntarily he felt a great deal of emotion. It was this book. He remembered when he had first entered Jingdo. In front of Yishir Tavern, he had bought this copy of Dream of the Red Chamber from the hands of the woman selling children. It was one of the first pirated copies in this world. Fan Xian looked at the book in his hand in a daze. He had not thought that he would reunite with an old friend here. In an instant, years of life in Jingdo and Jiangnan floated through his mind like fleeting light and shadows. He didn't know what to say. Gradually, he understood that even if he was reborn, he would still not be a match for Jingdo's fame and fortune. He had long forgotten his original bright state of mind. He had long lost that free and easy life. I wonder which manor this young lady is from? He pondered this in his heart. Holding the book in his hand, he unconsciously looked toward the face of the young lady in the chair. Only now did he realize that this young lady was very delicate and pretty. The skin on her face was particularly clean, and there was an inexplicable coldness between her brows. She looked like the snow on Song Mountain, almost reflecting light. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and couldn't help but think of his sister Ruoruo, who was always as cold as ice in front of outsiders, and his wife Wan'er, who was currently trapped in the palace. This young lady's still cold demeanor in her unconsciousness seemed to occupy some of Ruoruo's and Wan'er's energy. Fan Xian gazed at the young lady's face with a smile. Suddenly, he noticed that the young lady's eyelids moved slightly. He knew that she was finally going to wake up. Sun Pin slowly woke up. She felt that her eyelids were as heavy as lead stones. She only remembered that after she ate, she had returned to her room to rest. She was going to carefully copy the poem again and burn it in the garden to worship the emperor the next day. Unexpectedly, there was a ruckus outside the manor. It seemed that the people of the Jingdo government were capturing a criminal. Then that man charged in. That black dagger was cold. That pair of hands had such a heavy smell of blood and a thick smell of a man's body. Sun Pin had never been treated so rudely in her life. The smell of sweat from the hands covering her mouth and nose assaulted her. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed and angry at the same time. Unable to breathe, she fainted. After fainting for an indeterminable amount of time, she finally woke up and slowly opened her eyes. In a daze, she saw a face. It was the face of a handsome and amiable young man looking at her with a hateful smile. There were no lights in the room. There was only the faint moonlight outside the window. However, it made this face appear even purer and gentler. Sun Pinner's heart tightened. Her eyes were filled with terror. Unconsciously, she shrank back into the chair. Just as she was about to open her mouth to call out, the terror in her eyes turned into a sense of loss and helplessness. Her heart thumped as she wondered who exactly this young man was. He didn't look like she knew him, but why did he look so familiar? It was as if she had seen him a long time ago. Fan Xian was a bit surprised to see the young lady in the chair slowly open her eyes. A complicated emotion flashed through her eyes, but she didn't cry out. He looked at her with a slight smile and pulled back the finger he had prepared to strike. He didn't prepare any drugs because he needed a sober hostage. Who are you? Who are you? The two of them spoke at the same time. Fan Xian tilted his head slightly and raised his brows. Shouldn't I be a criminal? Sun Pinner looked at this good-looking young man and was slightly startled. She kept feeling that his brows were filled with gentleness. He didn't look like a criminal at all. However, she also knew that her reaction was truly strange. She couldn't help but feel a wave of shame and panic. Her hands guarded in front of her body. In a trembling voice she said, I don't care who you are, but please don't do anything rash. This will not do you any good. Miss, you are very calm. I admire that very much. Fan Xian gazed at her with a warm gaze. Gently he said, I'm afraid that once the young lady of a normal family wakes up, she will cry out loudly. Then it will bring about tragic consequences that we do not wish to see. Your ability to control yourself is so strong that I truly admire it. Sun Pinner's face heated slightly. Thinking of how she had been about to cry out earlier, she saw this face she had vaguely seen in her previous life. For some reason she didn't cry out. Miss, there is no need to panic. I just need a place to temporarily hide. I promise I won't hurt you, Fan Xian said quietly. He gently placed the red-covered story of the stone in his hand on the table. He could have drugged this young lady, but he had a premonition in the depths of his heart that talking more with this young lady might bring him great benefits. Hide. Sun Pinner lowered her head in fear and glanced at the intruder's clothing out of the corner of her eye. She wondered who exactly this person was. Who was he hiding from? Suddenly, she thought of the major event that had happened in Jingdo these 2 days and the rumored appearance of that person. She then glanced at the story of the stone that person had gently placed on the table. Sun Pinner's face instantly paled. It wasn't that she was smart, nor was it that she was lucky. Instead, in the past few years, her heart had always been occupied by that name. She was constantly concerned about that person's every move. Especially recently, that person had been thrown into a bottomless abyss and became a traitor that everyone wanted to kill. This made her feel extremely pained. Thus, she was able to immediately associate that person with that person and make the guess that was closest to the truth. Is it him? Sun Pinner's lips trembled slightly. Bravely, she raised her head and looked seriously at Fan Xian's face. In the end, she couldn't say anything. Fan Xian glanced at her with some curiosity and asked warmly, Young lady, may I ask which family you are from? Sun Pinner had already decided that this person was the person. Her emotions were agitated, so how could she speak? She only stared dumbly at Fan Xian and asked in a trembling voice, Are you Sir Fan Jr.? Thus, it was Fan Xian's turn to be dumbfounded. Although his disguise was not too exaggerated, he firmly believed that people who did not know him well would not be able to recognize him. So, how had this young lady recognized him at a glance and called out his name? Fan Xian's heart tightened. His gaze became cold. Seeing that he did not deny it, Sun Pinner panicked even more. Only now did she remember the question he had asked earlier. Biting her lower lip, she timidly said, My father is Sun Jingxiu. Sun Jingxiu. Fan Xian sucked in a cold breath and couldn't resist rubbing his nose. His mouth was wide open but he couldn't speak for a moment. He sighed in his heart. He didn't know if his luck was extremely good or extremely bad. Sun Jingxiu, the present Jingdo magistrate. He controlled the bailiffs and daily security in Jingdo. He was the main official who had been ordered by the Empress Dowager to capture him. Unexpectedly, he had hidden in the Sun Manor and captured Sun Jingxiu's daughter. Fan Xian sighed and gazed at the young lady of the Sun family. So, it is young lady Sunday. I hope I didn't startle you. His brows furrowed. Sun Jingxiu was now a second-level Jingdo magistrate. Although he had never been divided into factions, he had no connection to Fan Xian, particularly since the Empress Dowager trusted him so much. If Fan Xian continued to stay in the manor, it would be no different from being in a tiger's den. For safety's sake, it was best for him to leave early. Glancing at the young lady of the Sun family, Fan Xian secretly extended a finger and picked up the fragrance that had once enchanted Si Lily, Xiao En and Yen Bingyun. He prepared to enchant the young lady of the Sun family and then quietly leave. Are you Sir Fan Jr.? Sun Pinner bit her lower lip and persistently asked. Fan Xian stood in front of her with a mysterious smile on his face. Curious, he asked, How did you recognize me at a glance? Sun Pinner heard his disguised acknowledgement and covered her mouth in disbelief. For some reason, 2 drops of tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. Fan Xian shook his head in confusion. Sun Pinner saw that he was preparing to leave and immediately sat up from the chair. Throwing herself at him, she hugged him tightly in her arms. Feeling the soft fragrance fill his body, Fan Xian was truly dumbstruck. Was this young lady of the Sun family a patriotic young woman who was prepared to risk her life to capture him? A criminal who had assassinated the emperor? No, the girl in his arms was crying. It didn't seem like she was going to capture him. Then what exactly did she want to do? Fan Xian circulated his jinshi to his hands. He didn't pull on her shoulders. He only felt the twitching of her shoulders and couldn't help but feel puzzled. This seemed to have sunk into some kind of problem between a man and a woman. Fan Xian's memory was astonishing. He had never owed a woman named Sun in his life. In reality he had never seen her before. Baoyu? Sun Pin sobbed in Fan Xian's arms. Suddenly she said the word as if she was sleep-talking. Fan Xian's heart jumped and he pushed her away from his arms. In a quiet voice he said, "Miss, wake up." After waking up, Sun Pin woke up. With a cry she immediately retreated. Thinking of how she had so shamelessly thrown herself into the arms of a strange man, she couldn't help feeling happy, shocked, embarrassed, and angry. She sat on the chair and began to sob. Fan Xian looked at this scene and couldn't help furrowing his brows. He seemed to have faintly caught on to something. The Jingdo magistrate? The young lady of the Sun family? The room full of Dream of the Red Chamber, the Bangxian's high poetry anthology, the young lady's unintentional call of Baoyu, earlier. In a flash, Fan Xian finally remembered something from long ago. It was a story that had once caused much discussion in Jingdo. "You're the one who burned my Baoyu." Fan Xian looked at the young lady of the Sun family and spoke in shock. Sun Pinner was recognized by Fan Xian and couldn't help being surprised. She lowered her head and glanced at him shyly. This was a story Fan Xizha had told Fan Xian 3.5 years ago. At the time, the two brothers were preparing to start the Audiobook bookstore and sell Fan Xian's handwritten copy of Dream of the Red Chamber. Fan Xian was worried about the sales of Story of the Stone. Fan Xizha told him not to worry because Story of the Stone had long become popular in Jingdo and had harmed many young ladies of large families. Among these young ladies, the most famous was the young lady of the Jingdo magistrate's family. Because she had read Dream of the Red Chamber, she had lost her appetite and was in a daze. In the end, the madam of the magistrate's family burned the manuscript. The young lady cried out in pain. "Burn my Baoyu." She became seriously ill and lingered on the bed for a long time. This matter had been sung about for a long time in Jingdo. Back then, it had been a bright spot in Fan Xian's unparalleled reputation. Fan Xian looked at the young lady of the Sun family sitting on the chair with her head lowered shyly. He couldn't resist sighing and shaking his head. He thought to himself, no wonder this young lady had been so excited after learning of his identity and decorated her room like this. She was his #1 fan in the world. No, it should be said that she was a girl with the Dream of the Red Chamber syndrome, a pitiful person who had been enchanted by Baoyu. He gazed at the young lady of the Sun family and gently said, "Didn't you burn the manuscript?" Sun Pin raised her head shyly and glanced at the red-covered copy of the Story of the Stone on the desk. In a mosquito-like voice she said, "Later, I bought a copy and got better." The Jingdo magistrate. Sir Sun is now the Jingdo magistrate. It is difficult for me to make the connection, Fan Xian said with a slight smile. In his heart, he thought that although the magistrate was only 2 ranks below the magistrate, the difference in power was like heaven and earth, particularly in such an important place as the Jingdo government. It was difficult for a typical magistrate to climb to the position of magistrate. Furthermore, it had only been 3 years. Sun Pinner glanced at him and quietly said, "I still have to thank Sir Fan Jr. for this." "Thank me?" "Yes." After talking for a while, only then did Fan Xian understand that ever since he entered the capital, countless things had happened. Back then, the Jingdo magistrate, Mei Zhili, had been forced to leave the capital because of Fan Xian's lawsuit with the son of the Minister of Rights, Guiyu. Now it was said that he had a carefree position in Yanjing. The Jingdo magistrate who had taken over had been involved in a murder to silence witnesses because of the power struggle between Fan Xian and the second prince and had been investigated. In less than 3 years, the Jingdo magistrate had changed a number of times. It was because of this that Sun Jingxiu was able to climb from magistrate to the position of Jingdo magistrate. Thus, it was not wrong for Lady Sun to say that all of this was because of Fan Xian. Fan Xian looked calmly at the young lady of the Sun family. His mind spun quickly. The Jingdo government's position was very special. He had suddenly and coincidentally met this young lady. Was the heavens helping him in some way? "Lady Sun, do you trust me?" Fan Xian looked at Sun Pinner with an incomparably pure and sincere gaze. "You can call me Pinner," Sun Pinner said with her head lowered. "Pinner." Fan Xian's heart jumped. He knew that he had a bit more confidence in this matter. Warmly he said, "Right now I am the court's. I don't believe you." Sun Pinner raised her head in panic and spoke first. "I'm a bad, you're not?" Sun Pinner bit her lip and looked at Fan Xian's face, which was very close to her. She didn't know that this was the effect of Fan Xian's disguise. She only felt that the dream she had for 3 years seemed to have become reality in an instant. The man in her dream had come to her like this. She could see him, hear his voice, and even smell the sweat on his palm earlier. A wave of panic and joy bloomed in her heart. In Sun Pinner's heart, how could Sir Fan Jr. be a bad person who plotted to assassinate the emperor? She had never thought of it like this. Having spoken to this point, there was nothing to worry about. Fan Xian looked at her warmly and said each word gently and shamelessly, "Pinner, there is something I need your help with." Sun Pinner bit her lower lip and nodded forcefully. She then said in a small voice, "Quickly light the lamp." No one knew whether she thought the moonlight outside was too dark and she couldn't see the face of her dream idol clearly, or whether she was reminding Fan Xian to not arouse the suspicions of the servants in the Sun Manor. "Everyone under heaven is looking for you, but no one would have thought you would be hiding in Sir Sun's manor in the Jingdo government. Sir, you and I have known each other for 2 years. It is only now that I truly admire you." Under the candlelight, a young man sat opposite Fan Xian and shook his head. Fan Xian gazed at him with a slight smile and said, "Sir Yan Jr., have you finally learned to admire others?" The person who had come was the first person Fan Xian had contacted after entering the capital, Yan Bingyun. After Fan Xian returned to the capital, he had not had a proper place to stay, so this was the first time the two of them had met. As for how Yan Bingyun had shaken off the surveillance of the internal court and quietly come to the Sun Manor where he would not draw attention, that was not a problem Fan Xian needed to worry about. As the only candidate to become the next commissioner of the Overwatch Council, it was unlikely that he did not even have this bit of ability. Yan Bingyun looked at him and said, "It is not only me who admires you. I'm afraid the eldest princess also admires you. Sir Sun of the Jingdo government has an edict to capture you, yet you are hiding in his daughter's boudoir." Fan Xian spread his hands and shrugged. "My luck has always been better than other people's." After a slight pause, he said in a more serious tone, "Perhaps this is not luck. After all, this is a benefit that my past has brought me." Yan Bingyun moved closer to the chair and crossed his hands in front of his legs. Rubbing them together, he glanced at the large bed in the back of the boudoir and furrowed his brows. "With important matters at hand, let's not bother with trifles. However, how are you going to use this girl?" His voice was very low. He was not worried that the young lady of the Sun family would hear. Fan Xian calmly said, "I need a central point of communication. If there was no Sun Manor, it would be impossible for me to speak to you so calmly. It would also be difficult for the orders I want to pass on to be successfully passed on. The Sun Manor is where the Jingdo matter started." Yan Bingyun looked at him and shook his head a moment later. He sighed and said, "Only you could do such a thing. That's right, no one would suspect that you would hide in the Jingdo government." "Lady Sun is willing to help me," Fan Xian calmly said. "The city gates are basically half open to me. I don't think a young lady can have that much influence over her father. This is a problem I need to consider. What you need to do is to arrange it." Fan Xian stared into Yan Bingyun's eyes. "You need to arrange for the people entering the capital to be evenly distributed outside the manors. Once you act, you need to strike like lightning and not give them any chance to retaliate." Yan Bingyun paused and then said, "But there is a problem right now. A month ago, all of my authority in the council was taken by Director Qin." Fan Xian's pupils constricted slightly. In a low voice he said, "What is this? Has Qin Pingping gone mad?" Yan Bingyun fell silent and said, "We'll talk about this later. I only care about one thing." He stared into Fan Xian's eyes and said each word clearly, "Is the emperor dead or not?" After a deathly silence, Fan Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, "In the entire Great Dong Mountain, only I escaped. Although I didn't personally see it, I'm guessing the odds are against me. Otherwise, the eldest princess wouldn't be so confident." What exactly happened on Dong Mountain? Fan Xian didn't have much time to go into the details. He only said, Ku He, Sigu Jian, and Yi Luyun should have all arrived. Hearing this, Yan Bingyun's face became ashen. He knew that the emperor would never be able to return to Jingdo. He gradually clenched his fists tightly and asked, "Where are your 500 Black Knights?" "They are hidden outside the capital. I have a way to contact them, but it would be difficult to quietly transport them into the capital. Presently you have the Jingdo government's cover. You should have a way to transport these people in." Yan Bingyun's words made clear Fan Xian's plans. "Correct. The 500 Black Knights outside the capital are no match for the Jingdo garrison. If they let loose and went on a killing spree in the capital, with the help of the Great Prince's imperial army, I think they would have a terrifying effect." "There are still 1,400 people in the council in Jingdo," Fan Xian said. This is the power you and I can control. We must move it in Jingdo before the eldest princess controls the 13 city gate guards. There is something I must remind you of. Yan Bingyun was silent for a moment. He then suddenly said in a hoarse voice, if my predictions are correct, regarding the assassination of the emperor, Director Qin should have known about it beforehand and even secretly cooperated with the eldest princess's actions. Fan Xian's pupils constricted. He couldn't speak for a long time. The strange situation in the Overwatch Council fell into his eyes, but he still could not believe that Qin Pingping would play such a role in this matter. Probably not, he said with his head lowered. The Qin family's army has already surrounded Qin Garden. This is the truth. A cold light flashed through Yan Bingyun's eyes as he stared at him. I don't care what relationship you have with the director. Since you are going to carry out the posthumous edict on behalf of the emperor, you must pay attention to this matter. I don't want you to be killed before you even do anything. Fan Xian said, relax, I always have faith in human nature. The director will not harm me. He took out the commissioner token and solemnly handed it to Yan Bingyun. I don't know how many people this token can move in the council, but your authority has been taken away. If you want to stop this matter, it's best if you use this token to try. Yan Bingyun accepted the token without a word and unconsciously glanced at the figure of the young lady in the inner room. He shook his head and said, it will definitely be useful. I'm also beginning to believe in such things as luck now. Fan Xian smiled and said, I once heard a saying that men conquer the world, and women conquer the world by conquering men. Chapter 549. Before Yan Bingyun left, he was stopped by Fan Xian. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then asked in a low voice, is there any news of Hong Changqing and the Qinian unit? After escaping from Dong Mountain, Fan Xian had charged straight toward Danzhou. The trusted aides on the white sailboat had all been scattered in that chase. Although Yan Xiaoyi had died to Fan Xian's assault rifle, Fan Xian had been worried about the lives of Qinghua and his trusted subordinates. Since the rebel army had the power to seal off Dong Mountain and the provinces had given their reward as the eldest princess had wished, they had a way to seal off the road back to the capital. Yan Bingyun's thin lips pressed together tightly. A moment later he said, no news. He glanced at Fan Xian, indicating that he had already left council affairs for a month and did not know enough about this area of intelligence. Fan Xian shook his head. Don't comfort me. No news is bad news. All right, I admit that I still have channels to know about the council's intelligence. Yan Bingyun looked at him and said, there is a very strange matter. The intelligence system on Dongshan Road, and I'm not just talking about the councils, but all of the intelligence feedback systems, seems to have stopped working. The most recent news came 3 days ago. Hearing this news, Fan Xian's heart tightened. Sweat gradually seeped out of his palms. His mouth was dry, but he forced his expression to remain calm. Forcing a smile, he said, for now we can't worry about other places. Let's first settle the Jingdo matter. Yan Bingyun brushed away the dust on his light robe and lowered his head. You've given me the token, which is the same as giving me the authority to command over 1,000 people. Do you want to give me a strategy? Fan Xian lowered his head and was silent for a moment. He then said, follow the established plan. Yan Bingyun glanced at him and furrowed his brows. A lot of people will die. I don't want to die myself. Fan Xian glanced back at him with a cold expression. I want you to control the 13 city gate guards. This is the crux of the problem. Yan Bingyun did not show his loyalty. He only shook his head straightforwardly and said, the Overwatch Council alone cannot control the 13 city gate guards. The Empress Dowager controls the city gate guards. She will not allow the Qin and Yi families' armies to enter the capital, Fan Xian said as he looked at Yan Bingyun. Fan Xian looked at Yan Bingyun and said, he doesn't want Jingdo to sink into the flames of war. What we need to do is help the palace control it. The 13 city gate guards were actually just a yamen that controlled the 9 city gates inside and outside Jingdo. If the eldest princess's side had continued to infiltrate the 13 city gate guards, they would have already taken control of the city gate guards from the Empress Dowager's hands. Yan Bingyun shook his head. Betting one life on one door. This is a very foolish plan. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing I can do. I only have the imperial army at hand, which I can't fully rely on. I don't dare to clash head-on with the Qin and Yi families in Jingdo. Everyone says that Yi Zhong has returned to Dingzhou, but who would believe that? What if the 13 city gate guards can't hold the fort? Yen Bingyun said with slight mockery, as for cultivating trusted aides in the court, you and I are no match for those of the older generation. The eldest princess must have people in the city gate guards. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly. Standing up, he patted Yen Bingyun's shoulder. Even if we can't stop the Qin family's army from entering the capital, at least you can find out when the Qin family will arrive, how many people will arrive, and how they will arrive. Yen Bingyun's shoulder felt cold. He looked at Fan Xian with a slightly shocked gaze. Fan Xian gazed at him calmly. You said before that the older generation loves to play this kind of betrayal and death trap. I know there are people under the old cripple who are preparing to kill the old Qin family's death trap. Yen Bingyun smiled bitterly. If I guessed correctly, your father is the chess piece the director has buried on the old Qin master's side for decades? Fan Xian said with a slight smile. Fan Xian smiled slightly and said, thus whatever the Qin family's army wants to do will be within our grasp. It should be possible to fight for a perfect time difference. Yen Bingyun sighed, bowed, and silently left the Sun Manor. After Yen Bingyun left, Fan Xian sat in Sun Pinner's boudoir and began to count his fingers. He wasn't calculating how much silver he had earned after his rebirth. Rather, he was calculating time, calculating the power he could control in his hands, and what kind of ripples he could create in Jingdo. After thinking it over and over again, he had to admit that if the Qin and Yi family's army entered the capital, he could only fight guerrilla warfare. Thus, before the army entered the capital, he had to launch a thunderous attack on the powers in the royal palace. One Lady Ning Yi Pin and the third prince, whose state of mind was unknown, were the people he had to save. As long as he could save these people, he was not afraid of anything. Holding a sniper rifle and fighting guerrilla warfare, Fan Xian could not imagine who could do anything to him. However, he still felt a bit sullen. At least, he was unable to have a head-on confrontation with the eldest princess's side on the battlefield. He had no choice but to choose to strike and retreat. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered if the emperor knew that the Qin kingdom had fallen to such a state, would he regret forbidding him from having any contact with the military? There were 7 roads of elite soldiers under heaven. None of them could be used by him. Fan Xian smiled bitterly and was speechless. However, Fan Xian was still full of confidence. He stood up and walked to the window. Glancing at the gradually extinguishing lights outside, his expression was calm. He began to have some optimistic judgments about this matter. His confidence in some of the elders also grew. Sir Fan Jr. Seeing Yen Bingyun leave, the young lady of the Sun family, who had been sitting quietly in her room, walked out slowly. She was no longer as excited and terrified as she was earlier. She had recovered the pride and restraint that a lady of a noble family should have. It was only the occasional glance she gave Fan Xian that revealed the complicated emotions in her heart. You can call me Nji. Fan Xian returned the bow warmly. Sun Pinner's heart was filled with emotion. She also faintly guessed what Sir Fan Jr. had been discussing with the famous Sir Yen Jr. earlier. She couldn't help but feel afraid. She also felt excited because she could help Sir Fan Jr. She lowered her head and quietly said, Sir Fan Jr., I am only a girl. I don't know exactly what has happened in court, but She raised her face and looked bravely at Fan Xian. But I trust you. So, if you need me to do anything, please speak frankly. Fan Xian was silent for a moment. He then smiled and said, traitors are currently in power in the court. The ruler is not a ruler, the officials are not officials, the sons are not sons, and the country is not a country. Even if I have to give up this body of flesh and blood, I will try to pull down those traitors and evil sons from the dragon chair in the palace. If you are willing to help me, you don't need to do much. You just need to let me stay here for a few days. Sun Pin was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected Sir Fan Jr. to ask for so little. She was faintly disappointed. Pressing her lips together, she summoned up her courage and said, Sir, my father should be able to help you. Fan Xian smiled and didn't explain anything. Right now, having the Sun Manor as a middle ground had already helped him greatly. At least, from now on he could easily contact his subordinates in Jingdo through Yen Bingyun. The beginning of the entire plan would begin in this young lady's boudoir. If there is a chance, I will indeed need you to introduce me to your father. There are many things that I will need Sir Sun's help with. Fan Xian did not completely believe that a girl could persuade the Jingdo magistrate to change his stance. However, with Sun Pin acting as a bridge, as long as the opportunity changed and Fan Xian's side held the advantage, Sir Sun might be able to add some flourishing flowers, and Fan Xian would not refuse. The shame on Sun Pinner's face grew stronger. A moment later she bit her lower lip and said, "Actually, Pinner is truly unfilial. Sir Fan Jr., please be more tolerant of my father." Sir Sun had followed the Empress Dowager's edict to capture Fan Xian, but Sun Pinner had hidden him in her boudoir. Once Fan Xian truly turned the tables, who knew how he would deal with the people who had once harmed him? Sun Pinner knew just how bloody the battle for royal power was. Her impulsive actions would probably harm her father greatly in the future, which was why she said she was unfilial. Fan Xian sighed and looked tenderly at this weak girl. Involuntarily, a slight sense of guilt welled up in his heart. Comfortingly he said, "Don't worry if the court's righteousness is restored, and Ji promises that at least your father's life will not be in danger. If he is willing to suddenly repent, then he will be a meritorious official." Having received his promise, Sun Pinner happily wiped away her new tears. She had not thought about whether or not the promise of a political figure would count. She bowed deeply toward Fan Xian. "Thank you, Sir Fan Jr. I should be the one thanking you." Fan Xian bowed deeply and solemnly toward Sun Pinner. Gently he said, "Although I cannot be considered a good person, I am not someone who likes to kill. I also hope that the Empress Dowager can see the truth of the Jingdo matter and resolve everything peacefully without the need for bloodshed." The two of them bowed toward each other. It looked like they were bowing to heaven and earth. Fan Xian felt it was inappropriate and hesitantly rose. Fan Xian turned and looked at the lonely sky and moon outside the window. He thought self-mockingly, how could such a quiet night be a day for killing? There were some mysterious shadows moving back and forth outside Prince Heching's manor. The guards responsible for protecting the manor didn't even glance at them because they knew they were spies from the internal court. Perhaps there were also some spies from the Bureau of Military Affairs. However, everyone knew each other's existence, so no one would take the initiative to provoke anything. The prince controlled the imperial army in his hands. As long as his military power was not reduced, the various powers in Jingdo would have to maintain supreme respect and curry favor with this manor. Ever since the news of the emperor's assassination spread, the Empress Dowager closed the palace doors and strictly suppressed the restless movements of all sides. Prince Heching's manor had become the focus of the various powers in Jingdo. The eldest prince's protection of the princess consort's family and servants in the residence was so strict that it left one dumbfounded. After all, he had once been the commander-in-chief of the Western expedition. At this critical juncture, he had completely displayed his fierceness. He had actually mobilized a group of 500 imperial soldiers to surround the prince's manor. In this way, even if something were to happen in the palace, the great prince's trusted aides would be able to maintain the safety of the prince's manor until the very last moment. As for whether or not this was in line with tradition and against Qing law, no one dared to say anything. Most of the soldiers in Jingdo were in the great prince's hands. If he wanted to do this, no one could do it without the Empress Dowager's tacit approval. As for those civil officials who had enough courage to speak, they had all been captured and thrown into prison in Taiji Palace today. Presently the Qing kingdom had no ruler. Whoever had the most soldiers had the loudest voice. The second housekeeper of Prince Heching's manor walked out from the side of the main door. Lowering his voice, he said something to the guards as if to express his condolences. Immediately after, a person walked out from among the guards and went to the back of the manor to arrange for a carriage. Amidst the clattering of hooves, a carriage painted with the manor's insignia drove out of the darkness and stopped in front of the manor's stone steps. The imperial soldiers guarding around the manor moved their gazes over but did not have any reaction. Jingdo enforced a strict curfew. Other than the powers chasing after Fan Xian in various workshops, there was basically no one on the streets. Logically speaking, no one was allowed to go out in the middle of the night. However, the person who was about to get into the carriage was the second housekeeper of the great prince's manor. The imperial soldiers pretended not to see him. The second steward warmly greeted the imperial army officer. Standing on the stone steps, he narrowed his eyes and looked into the darkness at the end of the street. He knew that in the darkness, there were countless people secretly watching his movements. However, he was not worried about anything. He was going to see the strategist in the eldest princess's residence and arrange the next steps for both sides. This second housekeeper was the head spy the Northern Qi Emperor had sent to Jingdo. He was the person who had secretly sold Fan Xian's movements in Yangtsong Alley to the eldest princess behind Wang Fei's back. The second housekeeper's brows gradually relaxed. He was under the emperor's orders, so he did not think much of Wang Fei's anger. There were many things that had to be done first and reported later. Although the great prince had sent the imperial soldiers here, he was forced to stay in the palace. It was impossible for him to know exactly what had happened in the manor. Fan Xian had been betrayed by someone in his manor. He smiled slightly and raised his foot to walk down the steps, preparing to climb into the carriage. His steady right hand slowly lifted the curtain of the carriage. The second housekeeper's pupils constricted nervously. There were a few black-clothed people looking coldly at him in the supposedly empty carriage. The second housekeeper felt a bone-piercing coldness follow the numerous holes in his body and invade his brain. After the coldness there was a boundless pain. He opened his mouth wide but he couldn't shout out a single word. He could only gasp with difficulty and lower his head. Finally he saw clearly the 3 metal drills that had suddenly appeared on his body. The ice-cold metal drills pierced mercilessly into his body and skewered him like an innocent chick waiting to be slaughtered. Warm blood flowed out along the grooves on the metal drills. The 5th Bureau. In the instant before his death, the second housekeeper finally recognized the identity of the assassins. He knew that they were his famous colleagues in the south and accepted his fate in despair. He had betrayed Fan Xian, so he should have known that he would face the Overwatch Council's endless attacks. However, he had not thought that in just a few hours the Overwatch Council, which had been like a plate of loose sand, would once again have such a powerful ability to move. There was no time to think. The second housekeeper's hands grasped the metal drill in his chest weakly and fell off the carriage. With a thud he fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed everywhere. There was no sign of life. The first to discover the assassination in front of the manor door were, of course, the manor guards nearby. They were shocked by the bloody scene and didn't react for a moment. They could only watch as the second housekeeper, who had been trusted by Wang Fei, was viciously stabbed to death by 3 metal drills. He fell into a pool of blood and twitched endlessly. The carriage had already started moving in a very short time. It rolled over the second housekeeper's body and charged into the darkness. The spies watching this scene from the dark corners couldn't help but be dumbstruck. They had never thought that someone would be able to kill the housekeeper-like figure in front of the heavily guarded door of Prince Heching's manor. They didn't know how those people had hidden in the manor's own carriage without leaving a trace. Naturally, these spies would not rush forward to surround the assassins in the carriage. Instead, they opened their eyes excitedly and watched the show. They all guessed who had made the first move and what they should report to their masters when they returned in a moment. Kill? After the imperial soldiers stationed outside the manor paused for a moment, they reacted as quickly as possible. With an angry roar, they stabbed toward the carriage with the spears in their hands. With a number of clicks, the horses pulling the horses began to cry out sorrowfully before they fell to the ground. The lethality of the imperial army's encirclement was terrifying. The spears shot out in unison. The horses fell to the ground and sent up a cloud of dust. The carriage was also forced to a stop in the middle of the street. However, the encirclement had not been completed. There was an opening at the end of the street. With a crash, the carriage shattered into countless pieces. Immediately after, a large amount of thick smoke was blasted out of the carriage. The smoke contained poisonous gas. It forced the surrounding imperial soldiers back a little and made them cough repeatedly. The 3 5th Bureau assassins in the carriage became 3 black shadows. Using the cover of the poisonous smoke, they charged out of the opening and disappeared into the darkness of Jingdo before the imperial army could close in. They only left behind a sinister and cold announcement. This is the result of betraying Duke Fan. At the entrance of the manor, the poisonous smoke had dissipated. The housekeeper had died, and the imperial soldiers were being treated for poisoning. It was a sorrowful and tense scene. In everyone's hearts, the last words the assassin had left echoed. Other than the terrifying professional assassins of the Overwatch Council, who had the ability and courage to carry out an assassination at the front door of Prince Heching's manor. After the emperor passed, Director Qin was poisoned by a master from Dongyi, and Commissioner Fan became a wanted criminal of the court. In just one day the Overwatch Council, which used to have a sinister and intimidating reputation, suddenly became a plate of loose sand. It completely lost its magic. This sinister and brave assassination and the announcement finally told all the powers in Jingdo that Sir Fan Jr. was still alive. The Overwatch Council was still here. Those who betrayed him and those who tried to kill him would slowly welcome the Overwatch Council's endless vengeance. How long would the murders and poison soak this city in the darkness last? How many people would die? The chaos, panic and fear outside the manor did not completely spread into the manor. The heavily guarded manor appeared particularly calm. Wang Fei's face was cold as she sat in the slightly cool pavilion. Her eyes looked absent-mindedly out the window. Slowly she said, "Is this a warning to me?" "No." Yan Bingyun slowly rose and calmly said, "This is the commissioner's sincerity and message." Wang Fei turned her head and looked solemnly into his eyes. Yan Bingyun was not moved. Calmly he said, "Wang Fei is Wang Fei, no longer the great princess of northern Qi. No matter how many people like the second housekeeper die, presumably you would not feel pain." Wang Fei's heart jumped. She knew what he said made sense. Since she had already married into the Qing kingdom, according to Fan Xian's reminder in Yangtsong Alley, she was already a person of the Qing kingdom. If she continued to think about her brother in the north, it would probably not do her any good in the future. "The message the commissioner wants to send is very clear," Yan Bingyun said calmly. Yan Bingyun calmly said, "The people who died tonight will gradually prove this point. He has regained control of the Overwatch Council." Wang Fei was silent for a moment and then said, "I am very willing to work with Sir Fan Jr." She suddenly smiled slightly. "Of course, other than thanking Sir Fan Jr. for his determination to kill, I must also express my admiration. It was truly a good kill. There was no need for words. They both understood each other. Who knew how many people the shout outside the manor would confuse?" Wang Fei suddenly opened her mouth and said solemnly, "But assassination has never been the right way to solve problems. I hope Sir Yan will be careful." She knew that Fan Xian was still being pursued. The reason the Overwatch Council's power could be gathered and spread out such a sinister and cold power in such a short amount of time was all because of the ability of the official in front of her. Perhaps Fan Xian had set the policy of assassination to establish power, but the person carrying it out was the person in front of her. Yan Bingyun quietly said, "The people in the council have long dispersed. Our advantage is in the darkness." He bowed to Wang Fei and slowly said, "Using the commissioner's words, we don't draw our swords, we only kill. As for the specific consequences and how the Empress Dowager will react, that is something the commissioner needs to consider." "How many people will die tonight?" Wang Fei asked worriedly. If Fan Xian truly raised a storm of blood in Jingdou, was he really not worried that the Empress Dowager would retaliate with bloody methods? What about the people in the palace? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.